Welcome back, Hylian. Hope you had the best vacation. H-Day wave, H-Day cheers, H-Day clap.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the broadcast here today. Mic check. Is this thing on? Is this thing on? Good morning, everybody. All right. We made it. We're back at it again. It has been a long 6 days. 6 days, I believe, is what it ended up being. I can do math, I swear. Welcome back, everybody. Good to see y'all here. You bunch of hooligans. Let's take it from the top real quick, baby. Red Museum, first in the chat. Welcome to the show. Runic Dave, Tara from Gaia, welcome in here. Jen Not Jen, Brielle Basor, an MS Word expert, welcome to the broadcast. Melly Mel. We got Tim Terrific in the house, hope you're feeling well. We got Jupi San in the building, Alto Girl in the building. Welcome to the broadcast today. Scarlet Broad, welcome to the show, Scarlet. Good to see you here as well. Pudding's in the house. Good morning, Pudding. Thank you for popping in here today, Pudding. Thank you, Ash Bash, for 32 months. Thank you, Anonymous, for the gifted, and Brielle for the first sub of the day, first sub of the week. 37 months. Thank you, Brielle, for your continued support and patronage. I sincerely appreciate you. Freaky015, Player Tim, Tokyo Chan, welcome to the show today. Good morning, LPK. Tara from Gaia, welcome to the broadcast as well. Good morning. We got Dear Diary in the house. Welcome to the show today. Miss Bernia, Fofarall, Jupi San. Was that a double hello? It was. Hey, well, double hello. Burger Smalls, welcome in here. Zoldar. What up? Wavy, Wavester, storming on in. Sammy Dot, good to see you today. Welcome back. Dual Master D, Leia. It's been 89 years. Backtastic, welcome to the broadcast. Good to see you. AKC, Kyle Ecstasy, welcome to the broadcast. Dynamic Type, good to see you. Lazy Stoneheart. My chapstick is somewhere in my bag. I'm not unpacked. We forgot the chapstick, I repeat. The chapstick is in the other room. What are we gonna do? We'll get it later. I'm sure I'll have to tinkle this morning. Tab Flava, good to see you today, my dude. Welcome back, Tab Flava. What's up, Fudge Monkey? Good to see you today, Fudge. Welcome back in here, Casino Roy. Good to see you here, March Marauder, Nana's Bananas. Welcome to the show today. We got Midge in the house as well. Raina B, Altanor, welcome to the broadcast. Good to see y'all here. Tara from Gaia, thank you for the gifted. Over to Nana's Bananas, thank you for popping off already. You bunch of hooligans, thank you so much for the support. Welcome in, welcome in. What's up, Donnell? Good to see you today. Bravo, Whiskey, Victor. Welcome back in here. Lenny Horizons as well. We made it to the bottom of the chat. Y'all didn't even make me work for it. Easy Kappas in the chat. Didn't even make me work for it. Psh, nothing. I'm not even stressed. It's not like I didn't even leave. What up, Kai Bells? Good to see you, Sweet D. Welcome to the broadcast, Sweet D and Kai Bells. Good to see you, M Bliss.
So happy to have y'all back in the daily routine. Such a deserved vacation and looking forward to a sick October.
Thank you, dude. Thank you for the tier 2 20 months. M Bliss coming in hot. The tier 2 20 months, dude. Thank you, homie. I appreciate you.
Let's freaking
Wavy with the tier 3 for 63, dude. Hold on. Does my button still work? Check. You never know when you get back from a break, man. The technology wants to break it, you know? The technology doesn't want to keep up. Thank you, dude. Thank you, Wavy, for 63 months. Tier 3. Chell Dog coming with the 41. Miss Bernia, thank you for the biddies as well. Good morning, everybody. We just got back. This is our first stream since last Friday. We've went full circle.
5 months already. Time really flies when you're having fun. Each day wiggle, each day love.
We've went full circle. Our last stream was last Friday. We're back. For those that weren't in the know, I took some time off. It was actually my first, let's say, the longest vacation I ever took for 6 years of streaming. Wouldn't say it's my first. I guess it just depends on your definition of a vacation. It feels like my first, but I've taken off like 4 or 5 days before. And that was pretty nice. So let's just say the longest. We just got back. I'm on like a couple hours of sleep, not much. I think I slept for maybe like 4 or 5 hours, but it was all chopped up. It was like an hour here, an hour there, 2 hours, like about an hour and a half when I got home. I got home at like 4 in the morning. I went to bed around 5. So I'm tapped, but we're here to vibe. It's going to be up to y'all to keep me alive. More energy in the room, the longer we can go. Otherwise, we're just going to be here for a nice little catch up, kind of get back into the saddle kind of broadcast, couple hours. Tomorrow we'll come back, we'll start hitting it hard again, all right? So not a lot of expectations going into today. We're on some low sleep. We're pretty sleepy. I almost didn't go to sleep because going to sleep for just a couple of hours can be brutal, like getting up. But we did it. We slept for about an hour and a half. We took our shower. We're here. We're doing what we can, baby. Thank you, Kai Bells, for the 25 months. 25 months already, yeah. Sincerely. Thank you again, Chell Dog, for 41 as well. Holy heck. It was quite a long week, but before we get into all my stuff, we'll get there. Just hang out. We'll get there. How have all of you been? What's everyone been up to? I hope everyone's had a great week. Again, longest week I've been away from the community, and it was a little surreal for me. That might be over dramatic, but then you might not know how much I put into all of this, you know? It was a pretty strange week, but it was chill. It was chill. Yes, new Halloween emotes, Raina B. We just clocked them in. Round 1 of new emotes are locked in. Round 2, maybe halfway through October. This is the Halloween edition. My first ever Halloween emotes here on the platform. I've never done Halloween emotes before, and I decided to make 2 of them follower emotes. So 2 of them can be used without even hitting the sub button. Speaking of, salutes to the hype train. Thank you so much, everybody. Oh, that hype train ain't going anywhere, dude. Holy heck. Cinnamon Stick with the tier 3 for 32.
32.
Two of them, I slid two of them into the follower slots so we can have some fun and you don't have to have that pressure of subbing. And then the other three are for the tier 1s. HDez lost, got a spooky makeover, and it's HDez dead. HDez good and bad are taking a back seat, and we got HDez scared. We also brought back HDez scream to the tier 1 as well. An old favorite, if you haven't seen our boy Chucky Finster in a while.
So glad the streams are back. I missed it. H-Day Wiggle.
We got a little bit of HDez ooh woo for you, and a little bit of HDez peak. The new HDez peak emote's super cute. I like that one a lot. And then Jack. I needed a Jack Skellington emote. Or not Jack Skellington, but Jack the King of Halloween, excuse me. Jack Skellington's the other guy. That's spooky and named Jack. Excuse me. I needed Jack. I wanted something Jack. So we had a cool idea for the emote. Jack with the piece of candy, the iconic piece of candy in his hand. It's a cute emote. It's very Halloween-y, man, and that's what we wanted. We wanted Halloween vibes. It's October, baby. It is October. I have missed the first day of the month. We're getting spoopy up in this piece. Fall is rolling in. The temperatures have felt great. I got 5 days of 80 degrees, and then it drops to 60 degrees for the rest of the 10-day forecast. I'm ready for that crisp weather, dude. Dude, there's nothing better than waking up on a fall morning and the air's just crisp, bro. Bro, I'm talking crisp, dude. I'm waiting. I want that crisp fall air. I am so ready, dude. Thank you, Scarlett, for the gifted community sub, and thank you, Tater Tot Soup, for the 35 months. Thank you, Mandy Bear, for 33 months. Love in the chat if you got a free end. Thank you, Cinnamon Stick, for saving the hype train. Tier 3 for 32. Insanity. Clover coming in with 78. You lovely bottom.
How's it going? I am loving this weather.
Yo, good to see you. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for 78, man. The weather's been nice for sure. I just got back in town. I was out of town. I just got back into town. Yo, happy Kylie, Mitzi Lee. Welcome to the show, Dee Dee. I'm scrolling up. I want to say hi to people. Dem Daliz. Tina the accountant. Well, how was the concert? It was good. We're going to talk about the concerts. We're going to share some pictures here in a little bit. So if you got some time, stick around and I'll share my experiences over the week. Ash Bash, welcome to the show. Cozy Assassin. Big shout outs to all the daily check-ins, by the way. Big shout outs to all the daily check-ins. And thank you, those of you over on YouTube. Don't be shy to hit that like button, and good morning, YouTube, as well. We're just coming back. It was a long week away, but we're locked in here doing our best to get back into the saddle, as they say. You know, it's hard for me to get back into the saddle even after a day off, let alone 6. Let alone 6. What's up, Jitterbug Jules? Thank you for 26 months. Good to see you here. Welcome back. How was the vacay? Pretty good. It was a pretty good time off. Saw some live music, ate some good food, watched some movies, some TV, played a ton of this game called Into the Breach, which I just really haven't had a chance to play like a lot in a while, and it was really fun. I love the game so dearly. It's from the creators of Faster Than Light. If you haven't checked it out, Subset Games. I call it space chess. It's chess, but with mechs and bugs and sci-fi. It's super dope. I absolutely love the game. Did a bunch of gaming, played some Astrobot. Didn't finish it, but I did play a bunch of it. And I played a bunch of Mario Kart World single player and enjoyed free roaming and getting blue P switches I probably played like a total of 2 hours of Mario Kart over the week. It was pretty nice. I really like Mario Kart. It's the open world vibe is pretty chill. Draco Fire, my birthday's on Monday. Nice, dude. Nice, Draco. Well, happy early birthday to you if we don't see you on Monday. I'll be here on Monday. You could pop in and get some birthday love. But it's good to see you here. Thank you so much, Aria Luna, for 28 months. Thank you so much for the love coming in here. I can't even begin to express my gratitude, especially coming after a vacation. Thank you, Dee for the gifted to Happy Kylie. I did not want to miss that. Thank you, Dee for the gifted subscription. Thank you, Aria Luna, for 28. I really appreciate the love. But more importantly, I'm just happy to have y'all back in here. I'm just happy to be back here. And I hope y'all are ready for some content today. We're going to play some Animal Crossing. I finally got the Able sisters to move in so we can start the decoration process, which is something I've really been looking forward to doing. And I think it'll fit the fall vibes perfectly because we're doing a farming themed island, and what's more fall than, you know, wheat fields and farming vibes. I think it's a pretty fall energy for sure.
Been super busy with a move, but all settled now. Hope you are doing great.
Yo, Figs and Roses, thank you for 30, dude. And no worries, man. You didn't miss much. We were gone for a week. I'm doing well, thank you. You turned 27 yesterday, and you didn't let us know in the Discord? What? We're gonna kick your butt, dude. Happy freaking birthday, man. Oh my gosh, dude. You know what? We're gonna do something special for that. We're gonna give out the rare, sacred 30-day birthday VIP badge. That doesn't happen too often. Enjoy it. 30 days, baby. Happy birthday. Yo, what's up, Moonlight Jelly? Welcome back in here. Good to see ya. G-Ski, good to see you as well. Thank you for 32, my dude.
Hello, Hylian and chat. So good to have you back.
Oh my gosh. What is happening? What is going on, dude? G-Ski, thank you for 32, dude.
Welcome back. Glad to hear you had.
Thank you, Dolore.
Glad to see you taking care of yourself.
Oh.
Thank you for all the content you
doing my best, man. Doing my best, dude, for sure. I needed the time off more than I realized. Needed the time off more than I realized. I was stressing a little bit. I was a little stressed, but we're good. We're feeling good. Got to get back to streaming. Did a couple of streams a month or two ago. Been just vibing a bunch with my GF. Congratulations, Clover. You'll have to send me a text and let's
This is epic.
We'll have to chat a little bit about it, all right? Oh, thank you, dude. Thank you for the 5-pack. Clover, stop it. You punk, dude. You know better, Clover. I'm gonna kick your behind, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna kick your behind, dude. I'm gonna kick your behind. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, send me a text. Let's get some lunch or something soon, Clover. Let's go. Let's get some lunch, all right?
6 years. H-Day Wiggle.
Yo, Buka. Wait, 6 years? Buka? Wait, what? Did you get the new badge? Dude, you got one of the new badges, I think. She's a huge stoner, plays MTG. I think you could be besties. Oh, dude, that sounds perfect, dude. Let's get some Magic the Gathering going. I love. Oh. Some cardboard Magic. The feel of the cards in your hands. Oh, sometimes you just want to like give it a little lick. Not just me. I mean, Banana Universe, thank you for 2 years. Banana Universe, thank you, dude. How you doing, man? Thank you for 2 years, homie. What's up, Rose? Watches Twitch. Good to see you, Rose. Welcome in. I only lick the fresh bones out of the pack. You didn't look tired, but you look refreshed. You know, that was a really kind way of you to say that. It was such a kind way to word that. Sometimes I think people don't realize that it can be kind of a accidental burn. What am I, Kelso? When you're like, yo, you look real tired. But people never like intend it to be that way, and sometimes intentions really do matter. So I never take it personal, but I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. Thank you for saying that. I feel refreshed. If it counts for anything, I feel pretty refreshed. Thank you, Buka, for 6 stinking years, dude. Can we get a round of love in the chat? You know what we need, right? I didn't know what the energy was gonna be like, so I went with a classic Windows 96, but you know what we could use just for a little bit of fun is we need some Spectra Ocean Dream Circuit. Let's get a little bit of jungle in here, just a little bit of jungle in here. Thank you, Wavy, for the gifted over to Jita Chan, bringing them in and badging them up and bringing them in, my dudes. Thank you, dude. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you, Clover. Thank you, Overused. Thank you, Dolore, for the kind words. Appreciate you, Banana Universe, and salute to the hype train. We got Cushy Bear in the house. Welcome back in here, Cushy Bear. I saw you got my full art Professor Oak. Dude, I was stoked about the oak. Dolores says my hubby went on vacation this week while we were... My hubby is on vacation this week while we were here for my kid's wedding tomorrow, and work has been harassing him the whole time, so it's good for you to take a break. That's a little frustrating. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope that your hubby's getting a good break in there. I hope so. Yo, thank you, Raina B, for the 100 biddies. They said, psych. Shut Dude, I don't think one of my ears have fully popped since the trip. Sometimes that's the worst. I'm gonna have to get one of these ears to pop. So I swear, I think my left ear hasn't fully popped yet. Dude, it needs to get in there, dude. What is going on? Thank you, Clover, for the gifted as well over to Sayumi. And thank you for the lurk, yo. It's good to see you in here today. Clover, enjoy the show if you're lurking. Have a great day today. And thanks for popping in. It's always nice to hear from you. I appreciate you sincerely. Holy heck. Squid's the thing. Kings of Arcadia's in the house. Chat, yo, show me your best dance moves, baby. What y'all got, dude? What y'all got? How was your week? What have y'all gotten into the past couple days? What kind of games did you play? You know, that's the first thing that I want to hear. What kind of games have you been playing, chat? There's a lot of games coming out right now. Has anybody been playing Sonic? Has anybody been playing Final Fantasy? I'm hearing stuff about Palia updates, DDV updates. There's stuff happening everywhere around us. And here I am back with my New Horizons. Isn't that how that always goes? Again, good morning, Moonlight Jelly. Again, happy early birthday, Draco Fire.
I'm about to back that thing up. I'm about to back it up.
Chewing gum should help, thank you. I got some gum in my bag.
Don't you challenge me?
Welcome back at Highland Essence. Also thanks at Cozyology for my sub gift.
Aw, thank you, Random 18.
So for this community, and you
Thanks for the 54, dude. Thank you again, Raina B. Thank you, Pixie Skies, for 36.
You're the hero of Hyrule. Yo! Finally, peace returns to Hyrule.
It gets me every time, dude. Yo! Every freaking time, dude. That alert, I love that alert, dude. Yo! Where's the other song? I like this one too. This song's the vibe, dude. Been doing a lot of Tears of the Kingdom. Just started a new save. I also saw somebody else. Runic, did you mention Tears of the Kingdom, Runic? The collector's edition? Something like that. Did you mention that, dude? Yo, I hope you're enjoying it. Yo, thank you for 3 years, Pixie Skies. I just realized 36, that's 3 years, Pixie. That's 3 years, Pixie. What's up, Burrito Salad? I saw your setup in the Discord. Saw your keyboard set up there. You've been playing some Warcraft? Nice. I just finished detoxing from Warcraft. I just spent 6 days away from World of Warcraft. I'm ready to get back in the hot seat. I'll actually probably continue to take a break for a couple days and do some other stuff. Your manager gave you the collector's edition guidebook. You got Breath of the Wild yesterday. Nice. Nice. Nicole J. Thompson coming in with the 28 months. Thank you, dude. Thank you so much, homie. Been doing DDV on your Switch too, and it's been good. Got addicted to playing Planet Zoo on console. Nice. Planet Zoo's dope. Did y'all see the Fields of Mysteria plushies that they announced? They are releasing Fields of Mysteria plushies. Smart move by that company. To release some merch, that's a smart move, I think. For sure, to say the least. Yo, what's up, Ponka? What's up, Mike84, baby? What's up, Mike84, baby? Welcome back, Ogre Daddy. Yo, we gotta wash that out of the chat, quick. We need more wiggles in the chat. We need more jiggles. We can't let Burrito Salad take over and turn this into a swamp. I don't like that. I don't like that. Been playing Spiritfarer. You watched the Frog on Time Island. What is it called? Time on Frog Island? It's a good playthrough, huh? I had fun with that playthrough. Hype train success. Massive hype train, dude. Holy heck, chat. Holy bananas gorilla. Yeah, that's right, Random. Oh no, Random noticed. Shh. Random, you weren't supposed to let him know, dude. What are you doing? You're on my team, Random. No, I was trying to be secret about it, dude. Nobody, you saw nothing, chat. You saw nothing. You saw nothing, chat. We temporarily retired H-Des Shrek. That's right. Listen, it's for the Halloween emotes. It's for the Halloween emotes, all right? We temporarily retired H-Des Shrek. We'll bring it back after the Halloween, all right? We still have the BTTV one. Oh, damn. Yeah, we still have the BTTV one, of course. How wonderful. See, I didn't leave you hanging at all. You see, I'm right here. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's of course. We still have the fucking BTTV. Of course that's still there. Why wouldn't it be? You know, to be fair, the tier 2s still do have H-Des Roar. So I guess we're just always going to be a little Shreky in this house. Especially with Burrito Salad's existence. Thank you everyone so much for such a hype return. I just want you all to know that it's never necessary. It's always appreciated. Thank you for all of the support. Thank you, Lucinda, for the 14 months. Thank you, Blue Phoenix, for 26. Thank you, Raichi, for 100 biddies. Thank you so much, Kaisky, for 27-month Prime. Thank you very much, everyone. I really appreciate it. I'm just happy to be back, man. It'll be a slow, even after a single day off, I need a slow intro. Today's gonna be no different. All right, so just a slow intro. We'll be back. The Steam. I'm kind of happy the weekend's gonna be here because we could take our time. Monday, I'm gonna try to make it a nice explosive broadcast, and then we can get into this month here proper. Fresh week, fresh month, fresh opportunities. All right, so I'm gonna be doing my best here, and we'll try to get into this month and hit it. We got a lot going on this month. It's gonna be a blast. The highlighter is Pokemon, but we got more than just Pokemon going on. But the highlighter is Pokemon. That's the 16th. We'll be diving into the new Pokemon ZA, and we're gonna play X and Y here as our kind of interlude, our prelude to ZA. We're gonna play X and Y. My first time ever playing X and Y. So it should be dope. It should be dope. Yo, Dee, I couldn't agree more. A little bit of ACNH to ease us in, right? And we got Able Sisters to move in. So now we can start messing around with patterns, which is super important. Isn't Dazabound's B-Day today? Dazabound's B-Day was the second close. I believe it's the second. I believe he's still on vacation as well, but make sure you give him some love if you see him, all right? Oh yeah, annual Luigi's Mansion will be happening. Annual Luigi's Mansion will be happening. I don't know if it's going to be closer to Halloween or if I'm going to do it soon. Like we might be easing in Luigi's Mansion next week, and to start the Halloween season off right. So it's either going to happen like next week or it's going to happen like the last week of October. I haven't decided yet. I'm thinking it would be nice to do it next week. What do y'all think? I think it might be nice to just splice in some Luigi's Mansion because it only takes us one day to play the game. Right? It's either 2 episodes if I'm feeling lazy, or it's 1 episode. It's a short game, so we'll probably slide it in next week, I think, dude. I think it'll be a nice way to truly bring in these October vibes. I love Luigi's Mansion so much. Sorry, I've been busy with wedding stuff. Aw, oh, you're okay, Delora. You don't need to apologize. We all got our own personal lives while we intermingle it into our community, and be easy, be kind to yourself. Yo! Raina B, little do you realize that you did just snatch that up from M Bliss, which is kind of poetic if you think about it. It's kind of poetic if you think about it. That's kind of a good one. That I like this. I like this. This is sick. Here, let's jump over real quick, baby. Let's get our VIP roulette going, baby. Passing the beautiful diamond. Yeah, dude, that worked out. They're sharing. Oh, and sharing is caring. How about that? How about that, dude? That's beautiful. That's absolutely beautiful. We love that. We love that. To be fair, M Bliss had it for 3 months. If he had it for less, I would have let him keep it since we had a vacation. But since you got 3 months, I think you're okay. But for the person who had the week VIP, we'll let him keep it because I wasn't here for a week. 1 diamond per household rule. What's up, Fruit for Life? Good to see you today as well. Welcome in. Yoinking this for B-Day month. Happy early birthday. I don't remember when your birthday is, Raina B. You'll have to let us know. Ba-na-na-na, da-na-na-na, da-na-na-na, na-na-na-na, na-na-na-na. Holy heck. Yeah, Zombies Ate My Neighbors will be our Halloween treat. That'll be our Halloween treat. Some Zombies Ate My Neighbors. It should be a good month. I got some fun plans. We'll lean into it. We'll talk about it as the month goes on. The table has arrived for my kitchen, and I have to put that together. I might try to do it tomorrow because I'm tired today. And if everything goes according to plan, well, let's just kind of leave that there. Let's just let that hang in the air for now. But I think it should be a pretty good month. I'm hoping everything works out the way it should here. How was the bus ride? Not too bad. Not too bad. Here, actually, let's go into the general chat and share. Let's share this video that I posted. This will be a good way to start my recap for the week here. Let's go all the way back to how my week started. All right, let's go all the way back to how my week started, actually. Because I know not all of you are in my Discord. And that's okay, because I respect my community. I respect you all individually, and I would never expect you to be in the Discord. This is why I try to create an experience that is focused on Twitch. This is our home base, and the Discord is secondary in my heart, but I do love the Discord, and I appreciate all of you that are in there, all right? Let's see. Can I? Oh, I'm still scrolling up. It's been a chatty week. I just want to say thank you to, by the way, to those of you that do call the Discord home. I'm going to tell you something here. There is no better feeling for me than seeing my Discord so freaking active and lively the past week. It really meant a lot to me. And I didn't want to say this because I don't want to put pressure on you all. This is a pressure-free environment. I don't want to put pressure on you all to engage with my Discord, but I want you all to know, like, that put a massive smile on my face. And like, that's cool, man. That's special to me. That makes me feel like the vacation was okay. It helped validate taking time off, seeing everyone take advantage of the offline chat and popping and saying good morning, or even chatting, jumping into the Stardew chat, jumping into the whatever chat you were in, the Animal Crossing chat, whatever. It was super cool. I really, really appreciated it. I just wanted to say that, man. That was so cool, dude. I want to be more involved in the Discord, but I get overwhelmed. That's okay. That's understandable. Discord's a lot. Discord's a lot. And that's why I don't want you guys to ever feel pressure. That's why we're here. That's why I stream so much, because you don't have to be in there. You could come hang out with us right here, dude. Good morning. We're here. Don't even worry about it, man. But for those of you that do jump in there and hang out, thank you. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up, Kat? Welcome back. Yeah, we made it back. We were gone for 6 days. All right, here, I'm going to play this video for y'all because this is really funny. So, for those of you that remember, you know, I had a little conversation about, you know, I had a little joke routine about kids in public, and then specifically we talked about the Greyhound, and you know, jokes aside, it was, there's some truth to that, right? There's some truth to that. You're on the bus, you're trying to take a nap. You know, I take night rides often. Then you got some kids screaming and stuff. It's like, oh, whatever. But you know, it's not that big of a deal. Usually the kids pass out, which in this case, they passed out 10 minutes after this video. 10 minutes after this video, the little bottom was snoozing. It's never that big of a deal, but I thought that this was literal poetry. This is irony at its finest right here.
Let's freaking go, baby!
All right.
Let's freaking
This
go, baby!
was irony at its finest. All right. Thank you so much, Lynn Love, for 24 months. Holy heck. She says UWU. She doesn't say ooh. We need to hire a new TTS. She doesn't say ooh. What the heck? What are we paying you for? Wait, hold on. We actually don't pay her. Yo, thank you. It's a queen for 7 months. Yo, loving the chat. Loving the chat. All right, here y'all go. Here y'all go. This was day one of my vacation last Friday. That was it. Yeah, that was how it started. What are the odds? What are the odds? What are the odds, huh? That is how the journey started on last Friday. And like I said, the little bottom fell asleep literally right after And I didn't hear a single peep out of them again the whole trip. And I think they got off at the next stop, so it was fine. And then on my trip home, we had a little rascal. But in this case, the mom was worse than the rascal. Because the mom's way of reprimanding the rascal was yelling at the top of her lungs in the middle of a night trip. And we're all like, we're sleeping, dude. And she's yelling at this kid. And it's like, do you not realize the irony, lady? That you are you're trying to get your kid to shut up by being louder than him. That's not how that works. Like, but you know what? I'm not a parent. And I shouldn't be out here giving out parental advice. But I'm just saying, I just don't think that's how that works. I don't think... I'm like, okay, all right, whatever, you know. They also got off at the first stop, and everything was pretty chill from there, so it wasn't too bad of a bus ride. I rarely get sleep on the buses, but I got some decent sleep last night. But as I said, I'm running on fumes. We're just here to reconnect, to catch up, and then we're gonna do our best to kind of get back into full form Saturday, Sunday, going into Monday, all right? So give me some grace today. Yeah, it was pretty ridiculous, but it was good. It was good. Yo, what's up, Mystical Whim? Welcome in. What's up, Leafeon? Good to see you as well. Welcome in, welcome in. As a mom, I get it though. Bless her. Exactly. That's why, like, we can all in our isolated moment here kind of laugh about it, be silly about it, but let's all be honest. Maybe the mother was going through something. You know, I learned in retail that when somebody comes in there yelling at you, treating you bad, you think to yourself, what are they going through? Right? It's like the idea of showing compassion to somebody who's hurting. And it's similar to this situation, you know? Yeah, at the end of the day, I just turned my music up and I was fine. It's never hard for me to just turn my music up. Yeah, you know, like, so it's fine. It's not that big of a deal. But I did find it ironic because I don't think that's the proper way to handle it. I don't think you yell louder than the kid, you know, in the middle of a bus full of people trying to sleep. It was a silly solution, but you know, but I digress. What's up, Gabby XO? Good to see you today. Welcome in. Yeah, you never know. Exactly. I learned that the retail, because sometimes people will be nasty with you. And instead of taking it personal, you have to realize, like, that person's just probably having a terrible day. And we don't all handle stuff the same. You know, we all handle that kind of stuff differently. Does it mean that it's fair for someone to treat you badly? No, that's not what we're saying. But it means a little bit of compassion goes a super long way in life. It's a form of kindness. And sometimes you being the kind and compassionate person is the thing that needs to happen, right? Somebody's got to break and just say, okay, right? Like, that's life. Like, somebody's got to say, you know what, I'm going to be the kind one here. Because, you know, that's how, you know, when I was standing outside the station, I saw some graffiti and it said, heart equals heart. Hate equals hate. You equal you. And at first, I didn't understand the last part. And then I decided to do that thing I do really well and think really, really hard about it. And it was actually one of the most beautiful messages I've ever seen. And this is why I've always loved graffiti my whole life. I was a graffiti artist lightly in my early 20s. Love equals love. Hate equals hate. You equal you. And it comes down to you to make that decision now, doesn't it? Very powerful message, and it was just scribbled on a pole, man. Very special, dude. I think that was the perfect way to wrap up that last thing we were talking about, right? Look at that. Look at that. Sometimes you find little messages in life, and at the time you don't think about it, and then it comes back to you later, and you're like, hey, boom, mic drop. Sick, right? That's cool. That's super cool. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back in here. Good to see you, Cincy Redlegs. Welcome back in, man. Random street art hits heavy sometimes. I love watching the trains for graffiti. Yeah, that's one of my favorite things to do. One of my favorite pastimes. I used to literally Buca, when I was in my graffiti era, I used to literally run out of my house when the train would go off and go on my front porch so I could sit and stare at the train every time they went by. It was one of my favorite things to do, man. I was so deep in graffiti. As soon as I heard the train, I'd run out to my front porch so I could watch and see the art. I loved it. Holy heck, dude. Do you have any Halloween related stream plans? Yeah, we'll be doing our yearly Luigi's Mansion for GameCube playthrough. We'll be doing Zombies Ate My Neighbors on Halloween. We always do something on Halloween. And that's all I can talk about for now. I will say this. I'm doing my best to make this a super fun month. Let's just leave it there for now, because I'm learning as a creator that I need to keep my trap shut sometimes. So yeah, just I'm gonna try to make this a fun month. All right. Now, again, we do have Pokemon. We're focusing on Pokemon this month, and that's gonna be a big part of this month. So I just want to make it clear, this is gonna be a Pokey heavy month. It's gonna be a Pokey heavy month. But we are going to be mixing in some spoopy Halloween, fall, autumn vibes and really try to lean into that. I will be playing more Story of Seasons Grand Bazaar. I already said I would before I left. Expect more of that. Animal Crossing and Zelda. Those three things are still going to be on the docket, the same that they were over the past month or two. So between those three big ones, all right, and then, oh, let me turn my alerts back on. And then we're going to be mixing in some other stuff as well. All right, so it should be a pretty good month. I will tell you this, and again, I don't want to oversell and underdeliver, but...
Welcome back. Hope you had a great vacation each day left.
Now, I'm a guy that goes with the flow, but I do plan to be here a good amount this month as well. So I would like, personally, to put in some extra hours this month for a couple reasons. Not to say that I haven't, I've been doing my usual around 180 average. I think the past 2 months around 160 average. So I know the streams have been a little lighter. I'd like to reconnect with my afternoon audience. I'd like to reconnect with my evening audience. So without over speaking, just know that my goal for this month, goals don't always work out, is to, be here a little bit extra this month as well. So look out for me. That's all I can ask for you, is don't assume I'm not here. Look out for me. I might be here in times that you don't expect me to be, per my past couple months of streaming. All right. What's up, Minty? Good to see you today. Welcome to the show. What up, Trickster? Welcome back. And Mandy Cat as well. Thank you, Cozy Tina, for 39 months. Welcome back in here, Cozy. We got Pixie Rose in the house. Good morning. Good morning, Cozyology. Welcome back in here. My dad and I always look for graffiti when we travel. Dude, it's so crazy how they get to some places, right, Pine Crossing? Holy heck. So I know some people have been asking about my trip. What's up, Titus? Let's go ahead and talk a little bit about the trip, and then we'll get over to some gaming, and then we'll get back to chatting about all of you and what you've been up to. All right, I know some of you, I know Tater Tot might have had to step away. So, I had a wonderful trip. I was taking a Greyhound, and I was going a good amount of time away, about 8 to 10 hours is my trip. And I did all sorts of stuff. I had a great time. I was going and visiting my partner, and she made a point to make it a wonderful visit. I mean, they always do, but I think they had a chip on their shoulder this time. I think I'm using that phrase right. And they wanted to make sure I had a good time. And I felt that energy. I think they were, in their heart, they wanted to ensure that it was a quality experience. Like I said, they always do, but like a little bit more than usual, which was just them being cool, knowing that I was a little extra stressed towards the end of September, and I just had a lot of personal stuff going on. And we started off our week by going and seeing 21 Pilots live. I've actually not even that big of a 21 Pilots fan going into this. I have heard their music. I like what I've heard. I never really dug into their music. I still haven't. I've never listened to their music voluntarily in my free time. Not yet, except for one album. And I like their stuff, but I haven't really given it a ton of time, but I really like it because it's unique. I've never heard a sound out there like 21 Pilots. Like, they are one of the most unique sounds in music. Sounds nothing like anything else. And if you know me, that's special to me. I love when stuff is unique, special, passionate. And I went to see them. It was actually the biggest concert I had ever been to. The biggest concert I had ever been to. It was massive. And I do have some pictures and stuff to share, so let's jump over. And I thought that I had gone to a big concert. All right. So I thought that I had gone to a big concert before. All right. But it hit me like a ton of bricks that I've never been to a big concert, because all of my concerts have been like underground hip hop. And I didn't realize that a show of like 1,000 people isn't necessarily big. This is a big concert. I wasn't even prepared for what I was about to get into. And these dudes ripped my face off. Holy heck, 21 Pilots are some of the most talented individuals I've ever seen play live. It was the best show I've ever been to. And it's funny because like, I have a lot of bias, man. I've seen a lot of really sick hip hop. I've had hip hop shows where I am right in front of the MC and I'm dapping them up while they're rapping. And you don't get that, right? My favorite artist right in front of me. 50 people in the room, 100 people in the room. And I thought those were my best shows. And then I had this. And this was the best show I've ever been to. It was insane. It was insane, dude. It was one of the most inspiring things I've ever been to. The amount of passion, the amount of effort, the amount of gratitude that these dudes, you want to know, this is a weird thing to say. Welcome in here, Buy the Brick Book. Thank you for 14 months. These dudes oozed gratitude. You could tell that they were the most grateful artist on planet Earth for their fan base. If they had the opportunity, they would have probably kissed every single person in this stadium on the forehead. Like it is insane. They oozed gratitude. They oozed care and love and passion for their art, their craft. It was just something that you can't really put into words. Like, you can't really put it into words. You kind of just have to experience it. That's just the truth. Like, I think you just have to experience these dudes. Because if I sit here and try to explain this to you, you're gonna feel like it's maybe close to something else, but I don't think that's true. I don't think there's anything like these two dudes on planet Earth when it comes to music. That might sound crazy, but like, hear me out. I don't actually think there's anything like these two dudes out there. So like, it's kind of hard to describe like the feeling that they give while they're playing music. It's pretty interesting. They have a very specific energy that was just like really cool. It was super, super rad. Yo, what's up, Bratz Bunny? Yo, welcome in here, Bratz. Good to see you, dude. Thank you so much for popping in today. What's up, Yum Springas? Yeah, 21 Pilots was the headliner. Apparently, they're the most popular band in the world right now. So yeah, they were the headliner. Apparently, 21 Pilots in this very moment in time is the most popular band on planet Earth. That's what I heard. I don't know how true that is. It might just be like Western countries. But like, regardless, these dudes are like the Beatles right now. And I swear, like, look them up, dude. Like, I'm not joking. Like, I looked them up after the show, and like, it's actually kind of true. Like, these dudes are like kind of like the Beatles right now. Like, they're nuts. Now, I don't know. You can't really say that without somebody going, really? So, nah, all right. The Beatles was like a whole separate thing. But still, like, these dudes are out there right now. Like, they're like taking over the globe. It's really crazy. And they've brought a lot of people together with their music, which is pretty cool. Yo, is that Mrs. Spankum Nasty? Mrs. is back, baby. Let's go. Let's go, dude. I love it, dude. I love it, dude. Thank you for 8 months, dude. Thank you. Buy the brick book for 14, dude. Let's go, dude. That's so funny, man. We are so back, dude. Holy heck. Holy heck. Holy heck, man. Yeah, dude, this was it. So this was the first thing I did. This was Saturday. And it was pretty cool, man. It was pretty rad, dude. I had a good time. I went to go see some live music. And it was the first time I got to see live music in a little while. I've been actually going to shows again somewhat recently, but they've all been pretty small scale. I saw Incubus not too long ago. I saw Bush. But this was pretty cool. And, you know, like I said, I was already kind of a fan, but they kind of hit me into instant fandom, which, like, as you would expect, seeing something like this, right? So from there, I spent a couple days chilling. I spent a couple days relaxing. I watched movies. I played video games. Again, I played my favorite game, Into the Breach, one of my favorite games, and I was jamming big time on that, and I played some golf with friends, and no, that's not called Golf with Friends. I don't know what it's called, but like the most recent golfing game that came out, and I went out and ate some, you know, went out to dinner, went out to breakfast. We did a little cooking. I went on a little picnic, which was fire. Ooh, I actually shared that picture in the Discord. Let me go grab it. I went out and had a little picnic, which was super nice, and the weather was just chef's kiss, dude. It was like the perfect time to be outside. Yeah, let me go ahead and pull this up as well.
H-day arrive, H-day arrive, H-day wave, H-day wave, H-day wiggle, H-day wiggle. Good morning, Hylian, and happy Subiversary. Glad you're back. The week has not been the same without you.
Subiversary.
I had to resort to reruns and Murdermeister podcasts H-day LUL to get through. Glad you're back, and I hope you enjoyed the time off.
Yo, Blood Raven with the tier 3 for 39 months, dude. Thank you, Midna, coming in with the 14 months as well. Yo, we got some new Halloween emotes, by the way. New Halloween emotes are in. Mills Art Nook killed it again with a lovely, lovely selection of Halloween emotes. I hope you all enjoy them. They're all Animal Crossing related this time. However, I have another batch of emotes on the way, and they're not just Halloween set up this time, and they'll be here probably like halfway through the month. The goal is to have them before the Pokemon game comes out, and that's a little bit of a spoiler. So hopefully we get those out, but those will take a little bit longer. So enjoy these for now. This is our first ever Halloween emotes on the channel. First ever Halloween emotes on the channel. I'm pretty happy. Yo, what's up, Columbina? Good to see you in here. Is there a concert you wish you had gone to now that you know what an actual big concert is? Personally, I would have wanted to see Lady Gaga Mayhem Copacabana show in Brazil, because I think it's currently the world record for the biggest female artist show. The only concert that I regret was my favorite artist on my birthday. And I didn't buy tickets because my favorite artist was like very underground, but apparently he blew up from the last time I had seen him. So I showed up at the front doors on my birthday thinking I didn't need to have tickets, and my little artist grew and they were sold out, and I didn't get to see my favorite artist on my birthday. And the worst part about that is that's the last time he toured, and I have yet to see him. So they just announced tour again, but we don't have dates, and I'm gonna try to see him more than once. I'm gonna try to see him maybe 2 or 3 times. I'm gonna blow out because I want to make up for lost time. I'm gonna try to go to multiple shows. I'm gonna be a little roadie, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna try to be like a little roadie or something. See if I can catch more than one show. Like at least 2 would be sick. That's what I would like to do. So, but yeah, I there's not many concerts I think I'd say that I wish I'd gone to outside of like that. But I'm sure if I had some time to think about it, there's probably a show that happened at some point that would have been like iconic that I would have loved to gone to. The first one that comes to mind is Incubus at the Red Rocks. I've heard tale of Incubus at the Red Rocks my whole life. I've always wanted to go to the Red Rocks and hear live music. And that's probably the only concert that I can think of that's like massive that I would have had gone to, but I don't even know how old I was when that happened. So I'm not even sure if that makes sense, but just know I'm missing the new Taylor Swift album to listen to you this morning. Aw, thank you. Name drop. Oh, my artist is Aesop Rock. My favorite music artist is a guy named Aesop Rock. He's not ASAP Rocky. That's a different guy. He's an indie alternative hip hop artist who really can't be described under any genre. He's his own thing. He's super, super creative, super unique, and he's just my favorite musical artist. From just no contest in my life. No contest. I'm obsessed. I also want to read a couple other messages about some other people's concert experiences, since we're sharing here, and I want to hear what you have to say. I saw Alto Girl. They said they felt that way about seeing Fall Out Boy live. Sorry to hear you had that experience by the Brick Book, by the way. And then somebody asked, do you have post-concert depression? No. And I think because this wasn't an artist I was too attached to before the show. But I have had post-concert depression before. I do know that vibe for sure. I'm from Colorado. Red Rocks is a cool experience. Yeah, Duel Master. I commented on that earlier. I'm super happy that you checked it out, dude. It was a fun playthrough, for sure. I was keeping up on the Discord, so I saw you chatting about it throughout the week as well. You said you were also checking out some of the Nuzlocke. Yeah, the Nuzlocke was super rad. Yeah, no problem. Of course. I'm glad you reposted. I wasn't sure if you heard me reply, so I was like waiting to see if you said something, so I'm glad you reposted. The Nuzlocke's crazy, dude. It's nuts, man. It's actually nuts. Yo, what's up, Sith Angel? Good to see you here. I get to experience my first ever concert this weekend at Country Calling to get to see multiple artists. Country Calling. Yo, Spicy Sinbun. That's so cool that you're going to your first ever concert. That's so rad. That's absolutely so rad. So this is my picnic picture. And, so I went out, I spent a lot of time outside. I went antiquing, and I went and got some nature in me, and was like bopping around a little bit. But I also spent a good amount of time just kind of like hanging out and relaxing, and lounging, some good lounging. Again, I played Into the Breach a bunch. I almost had a super sick victory, but I got greedy, and that was super cool. And if you don't know Into the Breach, I'm not going to describe it, but it's super chill. It's like a chess kind of game. Grid-based strategy. What's up, McBritches? Good to see you today. Welcome in. I was in PA. What's up, Ditsiv? Good morning. And welcome to the broadcast as well. What's up, Mei Chi? And good morning as well. My first ever concert was 2004, Avril Ravine. My first concert was Linkin Park, I believe, at the Hall of Fame. they played us a mini concert at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame way back when I was a little kid. And then the first concert that I really remember, like well, it was this guy named Brother Ali, and it was at the Grog Shop in Cleveland, and it was really cool to see that dude live. I did end up playing Astrobot, so I played Astrobot for a couple hours. I didn't end up finishing it, but I did like what I played. Astrobot's a really strange game, man, because Astrobot was everything I thought it was going to be gameplay wise, and nothing that I thought it was going to be everything else wise. It's like the game got Game of the Year, so I had some high expectations for the game overall. And I knew it was going to be this super sick platforming experience, and I really had fun playing it. They introduced all this really cool stuff throughout the whole game, all these cool little systems. None of the little systems like overstayed their visit. It was really cool. But I noticed something about Astrobot. It didn't have like a ton of like world building or anything like that. Like it was as if they were like, hey, we got this idea for this robot that's based off of PlayStation 5. And they were like, yeah? And they're like, let's make a game about it. And while they made a super sick game, I feel like Astrobot didn't have a lot of character outside of a cute little robot. And like, I found that to be interesting because like, I think this was by design. I think they wanted the game to just be, it's like partly a love letter to PlayStation fans. So first off, it has a lot of like, if you've been playing PlayStation your whole life, you're really going to enjoy this game kind of energy. So it's like a love letter to PlayStation fans. But then like, I was personally kind of missing like a world. Like I was missing that feeling of being in like a universe. Like, for example, like Spyro the Dragon. Or like Mario 64. I was missing that. I was missing this energy, like a connectedness. It didn't feel like there was like a connectedness in the game. Instead, it just kind of felt like this really, really well put together platformer. It wasn't like, I don't know, it's hard to describe, but like Astrobot was a strange experience for me. I wasn't necessarily criticizing the game, but I felt like the game still felt like it was the tech demo. Like I still felt like I was playing the tech demo, Astro's Playroom, but just more. And it was a little weird. Like for example, like let me just give you an example. Like the first boss of the game is like this big monkey, but the big monkey just comes out of nowhere and it's all out of context. Like you have no, like there's no reason or anything while you're fighting this thing. He's just this big monkey that doesn't like you or something. And he's just punching stuff and then you beat his ass. And like, that's it. like there was no like reason behind anything really. It was just like, here's a big monkey. Now you gotta fight him. And I was like, wait, fight a big monkey. And then after I fought him, I was just like, wait a second. Where did this monkey even come from? I was just like, wait, like, who is this monkey? Why did I just beat his face in? Like there was just like no follow-up. There was like no story. Like, I just like, it just like, I was just so caught off guard by that. I guess I went into Astrobot with a little bit of bigger expectations because it won Game of the Year. And I guess, and hear me out. I'm not saying it didn't deserve Game of the Year. It totally did. The gameplay is some of the most crisp gameplay I have ever played. It was really good feeling. The game felt so good in your hands. I just thought there was going to be more to it, and there really wasn't. The game was 100% designed to just be like a small, lighthearted, like one-off experience. Like they just wanted you smiling and bopping the whole time, and then you put it down, and then you like don't even think about it again. Like it wasn't memorable. It was just fun. I look back and it was just fun. It wasn't memorable. It didn't stick with me. Like Astrobot's not the kind of game, and I can't speak for everybody, that you're going to be thinking about in 10 years. It didn't have any character. You're just like, in 10 years, I think we're going to forget about Astrobot. Like, I swear. Like, it's just going to be another game. But like but it was good enough to win Game of the Year, which is cool. But it didn't have like any character. Like it was just strangely a little off. Like, I don't know. Yeah, like but it was fun, man. It was a blast. But like, I don't know, it just threw me off. And then if I were to criticize the game just a little bit, I'm not gonna lie, the music made me feel old. I haven't played a video game that ever made me feel old. The music in Astrobot made me feel like I was gonna have an aneurysm sometimes, and I felt old playing the game. The whole time it was just like, sometimes the music hit, like when the music hit, it hit. But sometimes it was just like this weird, just like, meow, 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 and then you hear like voices in the background, like, and I'm just like, what is this? Like, I just feel like, I don't know, they really wanted this game to be played by children. And I was like, this game is a Zoomer game. I was like, the whole time I'm playing it, the little bots are doing Fortnite dances, and I'm like, oh my God. I'm about to get a headache from playing this. I don't know. I do think that the music was actually more of a miss than a hit. But again, I liked the game overall. I'm sad that I didn't finish it. Do you want to know what stopped me from finishing it though? And I think that this is partially my fault and a skill issue, but also kind of theirs as developers. I couldn't progress because I didn't collect enough Astrobots. And I didn't feel like backtracking, so I put the controller down and I didn't pick it back up again. I don't know, man. I think it's hard to say if it's a good or a bad decision for developers to gate the levels with collectibles that are hidden, because I didn't want the game. So like, listen, the game is really fast paced. We're talking about Astrobot for those that are tuning in. So the game wanted me to be moving fast through the game. Like if anybody here played it, the game is very fast paced. Like they want you cruising and jamming the whole time. But then I get to this point to where I couldn't progress. And I feel like that was contradictory to each other, because the game was like pushing me along the whole time at a really fast pace. So I wasn't trying to stop and collect everything. And then I get to this point to where I'm like 15 Astrobots down, not even just like 1, 2, or 3. Like 15 down from what I was supposed to be at. And I felt really bad. And other games do this, but they do it better. Like Kirby and the Forgotten Lands did it, and I never once hit a wall by just playing the game casually. I know Mario games do it. I never once hit a wall in Mario Odyssey playing the game casually, because the game was paced around the moons. But Astrobot was like really fast paced. So like I felt a little bit put off that they were like, nope, you gotta go back. Gotta go back, dude. You missed some stuff. And I'm like, but well, you kind of pushed me into this, man. Like, this was a fast-paced game. And they wanted me cruising, and I just kind of felt a little bit off about that. And it did kill my urge to keep playing at the moment. I would have gone back to play more if I had time, but that was off-putting, and it was enough for me to put the controller down, and then I ran out of time before I came back home. So that's my little mini review of Astrobot. I didn't get a chance to finish the game, but man, I had so much fun playing what I did. Some of the platforming was some of the best platforming. I will say this. Some of the best platforming I've done ever. Whoever developed that game really knew platforming. It makes me wonder if they did other platforming games before, because it was probably better than like a lot of Odyssey's platforming, if I had to be 100% honest. Odyssey's a very different game though, so we don't need to compare, but like, I'm telling you, like, it was really good platforming, man. It felt so good to play. I think my favorite tool that I discovered was the chicken that gave you a boost, or the clock that slowed down time. But I don't think I saw all of the super cool tools and goodies. And I'm sure there was more that I missed out on. There was also the dog that you could boost from behind with the dog. That was, and then the frog hands where you punch stuff. The frog hands were so satisfying, dude. Just sitting there hitting the triggers, going nuts, dude. Oh my gosh. Man, that was fun, dude. If I had a PlayStation 5 myself, I would finish the game, but I didn't feel like backtracking, man. Sometimes backtracking can be super off-putting. Yo, what's up, Ann? Good to see you. I just played the free built-in PS5 version it came with. Felt nice in your hands for sure. Yeah. So yeah, that was Astrobot, and that was like the highlight of my gaming. Again, outside of Into the Breach, which doesn't really need to be explained, but it's just a fun little puzzle game I play. Thank you, Crystal Alpaca, for 4 months, by the way, and thank you, Sith Angel, for 21.
H-Day Love 2, H-Day Love 2, H-Day.
And thank you, Midna, for the 14, by the way. I didn't think I missed it, but just in case. Good to see you here. Yeah, that was my experience with Astrobot. I wasn't planning on talking so much about it, but I'm tired, and I was like, screw it. I'm going to share all my thoughts that I had over the week. Because, like, even though I wasn't streaming, I was still kind of in my little mini review mode. And I was like, I have some good thoughts about this game, and I'd like to share them. I think not finishing the game is a little bit of a tragedy, but that's all right. We'll get back to it eventually. Yeah, I think it's a game that was deserving of being finished for sure. They were trying so hard to be Nintendo. I think Nintendo is so strange in their magic to make games for kids, but that are also really, really palatable for adults. And I think for Sony, they didn't quite execute that vibe. And that's okay. Like they made a game for kids, but I don't think it was necessarily as balanced as a Nintendo E for Everyone game. I think Nintendo's E for Everyone still is the king, still the crown. Nintendo still holds the crown of E for Everyone games. But Astrobot was a really good attempt by Sony to bring that E for Everyone energy into their library and to make it work. That's what I think. They got pretty close. But I don't know if they can't snatch the crown from the king. I think Nintendo is still the king of E for Everyone. Hope you're doing well today, Random Reject. I appreciate you. What's up, JJB and Pandora Perks? I had a good time off. Yeah, we're talking about my time off right now. Squishalicious says their biggest concert was Pierce the Veil. It was overwhelming and lasted so long. Dude, 21 Pilots played for 3 hours. 21 Pilots played for 3 hours, dude. That's an insane amount of time to play music. Yo, Mills, thank you for 44 months. Game made for
Cheers,
kids?
H to shoe.
Well, it's like game targeted for kids. That's a better way to word it. It's obviously E for everyone. That's always such a tight conversation to have because like E for everyone doesn't mean for kids. But I think you can tell that Astrobot was targeted towards the younger audience, which is fair, right? No. Oh yeah, I have listened to Snow the Product. Yeah. I haven't listened to Snow the Product in a really long time, so I don't have much of an opinion. But I remember somewhat liking their music, if I remember correctly. Yo, Mills, thank you for the 44 months and welcome in, Mills. Hey, our artist is here. Everyone share your favorite new Halloween emote from the collection. Remember, we have 2 of them that are for the followers that you do not have to be subbed to use. But if you are subbed, you can use them anywhere. And the other 3 are for tier 1 subs. What's your favorite one? We got HDez Dead, HDez Scared, HDez Peak, HDez Ooh Woo, and HDez Jack for Jack the King of Halloween. What's up, Mills? Good to see you back in here. Thank you so much for 44, dude. Yo, there they are. Yeah, dude. I like them, dude. We did a good job. Mills, take a bow, Mills. You did a wonderful job, man. Take a freaking bow, dude. You did a wonderful job, man. Here, let's mix up these jams real quick. We've heard the Meow song once already. Gut it. Gut it and cut it, dude. Gut it and cut it. Holy heck, man. For those that are just tuning in, welcome to the show. I haven't streamed for 6 days. My longest vacation. We're back and we're just chatting about my trip and where I've been. We're just chatting about my trip and where I've been and what I've been up to. And this picture right here was from my picnic. I went on a picnic. I made sandwiches and we had it was a beautiful time and we went around hiding rocks and we found somebody else who was hiding painted rocks and it was super, super cool. And to get back to some of my stuff, so let me go in and do a quick recap here. So I went on my trip last Friday and I saw 21 Pilots live. Biggest concert I've ever been to, best concert I've ever been to, beautiful show. I spent the next couple days relaxing, playing Astrobot, chilling, having all sorts of fun. I do all sorts of little things, you know, the stuff that really matters in the moment, you know, just lounging, laying about, doing a little bit of nothing, not having a care in the world. I went out to eat a little bit here and there, went on some adventures, went mall ratting. Did a little bit of mall ratting. I love a little bit of mall ratting. And then Wednesday rolled around and your boy got to see the Stardew Valley Symphony of Seasons. And let me tell you something, chat room. My whole life, ever since it became a thing, and when I say my whole life, I'm talking since like 6th grade, I've always wanted to see a live orchestra play my favorite video games music. Like I'm talking, when I was a kid in my fucking Walkman, I had a CD of live orchestrated Smash Brothers Melee music, and I listened to it every single day going to school. In fact, on a kind of silly note, that CD was in my ears when I walked into health class for my where were you when like 9/11 happened stuff. That is how weirdly like connected and like the memories I have with this orchestra music. All right. I'll never forget that. I'm walking into listening to Star Fox's freaking Corneria play and I look up at the TV and I'm like, what's going on, Teach? And I never got a chance to see the Hyrule Symphony. Hopefully they go back around one day. Hopefully I can. I wanted to see the Sonic Symphony. I never went. And I finally got my chance to see a live orchestra play my favorite music for the first time ever. The Stardew Valley Symphony of Seasons. And let me tell you, it brought me to tears more than once during the show. Seeing Stardew Valley, hearing Stardew Valley's music get brought to life in front of me was one of the most beautiful experiences I've ever had in my life, dude. And I'm not over exaggerating. It was so beautiful. It was a small little venue. Concerned Ape wasn't there, but he did do a little video intro talking about his passion for music and talking about Haunted Chocolatier, nothing new, and just saying the book on Stardew's never closed. And then they started off with Arrival. And in fact, we'll play it just for a second because of how iconic it is, right? They started off with Arrival. And then they went into spring songs, right? So they started off with Arrival and they went into spring songs. So this played, right? They played Overture, but then, and like, seriously, like, it was awesome. Just to give you like a quick taste. So they did all the seasons, about 2 or 3 songs for each season. And they did a little story as you went. So they played footage in the background and it was super cute. They were like, now you're just getting into your farm and your first spring. And then you went to the flower dance. They did the flower dance. And then the MC, the conductor would go on, grab a microphone and go, all right, now we got turned down at the flower festival, but all hope isn't lost. Then they went to summer and then they did some summer stuff. And they did a couple love sequences and heart events. And they featured Elliot, Maru, and Harvey. So for those Harvey, Elliot, and Maru fans, you all won. They featured those 3. It was super special for all those fans. And then they took an intermission. They came back and they did Fall. And Fall was probably the most powerful segment they did. It was beautiful. And then they did a whole section of nothing but cave music. And it was so sick, dude. It was so sick, dude. It was like, whoa, because the cave music's my jam. Then they did Winter and they started with the night market. And I was like, they're going to do the mermaid. And they did the mermaid and they had this crazy scene with this big, like, polygon fat mermaid on the screen. It was like almost creepy. It was great. And then they went through a bunch of the really somber winter tunes. They did Ginger Island, I think, in the middle. I missed it. I think Ginger Island was before Fall or after Fall. They did Ginger Island. They did the cave music from Ginger Island, which was so, dude, they did Rob Boss's theme. Like, chat, like, dude, they did Rob Boss's theme, dude. They did this song. And they pulled out the electric motherfucking bass, dude. They jammed, dude. I was like, what? Like, the electric bass, dude, it was killer, right? I forgot to mention, during this, they played, guess what, chat? They did it. They actually played Empanadas, and they pulled out the electric bass for Empanadas. They took Empanadas, and they put it on the electric bass, dude. It was insane. I was so unexpected. Like to hear Empanadas in this like almost like rock and roll like path, like it was, I almost like screamed in this like quiet, like you're supposed to be quiet, right? I was like this close to being like, I love empanadas. Like I was like so close to going in on the empanada song, dude. I was so close, dude. Here it is, Tropical, yeah. So like they played empanadas, dude, and I was freaking out. I'm like, dude, I wanted to scream it so bad. But here, you hear the bass in this? Imagine this bass, but it was an electric guitar. Listen. So like this part was a standing bass. And they were plucking the standing bass. Doom 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 doom. And then they jam out, right? And then they get to the chorus. Right here. And then they would bust out the electric bass. Dude, it was so gnarly. They actually played my favorite song in all of Stardew history. Well, second favorite. They played the Wizard song. And on the screen, they put the tree. They did the whole tree sequence on the screen. And we all had straight acid trips to the Wizard song, dude. It was so good. And it was like, it wasn't just gameplay. They also had like unique visuals, dude. Like every once in a while there was like, quote, Unreal Engine 5, quote, Stardew scenes that would pop up, and it would be this like beautiful scene of like a reimagining of Stardew Valley, but not pixels. And it was like really cool. And then sometimes they would put like this like almost like fan art on the screen. It almost looked like it was somebody's fan art that like Concerned Ape was like celebrating. And like, so it was like really unique. They did a bunch of really unique stuff. And then then they did summer, they did the night market, they did winter. And then these mother truckers, I think, oh, they must have skipped Dance of the Moonlight Jellies. I'm thinking to myself, they skipped Dance of the Moonlight Jellies, right? I'm thinking, you know, oh well, like that's fine vibes, because it would have been a summer song. And at the end of the concert, they're like, actually, we're going to go ahead and it wouldn't be a concert without Dance of the Moonlight Jellies. And they played at the end of the concert. And it was just perfect. And then for me, this was very unexpected. They wrapped up the show with the Perfection song. I didn't expect this. For some reason, this didn't even cross my mind. They wrapped it up, dude, with the song Forgetting Perfection, dude. Like, it was like, and all the characters are going across the screen, and it's just like you beat the game. And it was just like, oh my God. Like, it brought me to just grown man tears, dude. It was so freaking sick, dude. Like, it was like, wow. Like, wow, dude. Like, holy heck, man. It's bringing me to tears thinking about it again. Yo, what's up, Farrells? Welcome in. Yeah, dude, it was, I swear to gosh, everyone else was sitting in their seat kind of like just enjoying the music. I was the most annoying person to be sitting next to, because the whole time I was sitting here like, like I literally almost apologized to the person to my right, because at the end I'm sitting, I looked over, I'm like, I felt so bad because I'm sitting there like it's a freaking hip hop show the whole time, like, cause dude, this is my life, man. I listen to this stuff every day. Like, again, you don't realize, like, I've always wanted to hear my favorite video game music in orchestra form, but I always thought it was gonna be like Zelda first. I always thought it was gonna be like Sonic first. But there was something really really beautiful that it ended up being Stardew. This game, and I said this on Instagram, if y'all don't follow my socials, I've been posting on those. I said it on Twitter. This game has brought all of us together for years on this internet. This game, Stardew Valley, has brought us all together for years on the internet. And it's such a beautiful thing. And it hit me in that moment, in the concert, like how these songs are like ingrained in me. Think about it. Like if you watch my show regularly, like these songs are ingrained in me. They're ingrained in my show. Like they're like a part, like Highly in Descent and Stardew Valley go like hand in hand with each other. You know what I mean? Like you, if you really think about it, Stardew and my show are like two like wonderful like things that are like connected, right? Like, and I didn't all the way like appreciate that fully. Like I did obviously, but like when I saw this live and I'm listening to the orchestra, I'm like, dude, this is my life, dude. Like this is insane. Like it's more than just a video game. Right? It's like more than a video game. And then at the end of everything, chat, they ended on Grandpa's theme. And then they went to the summer crescendo. Sorry, they did the summit song after this. They did Moonlight Jellies, Grandpa's theme, then they did the summit song and wrapped it up. That's how it went. That was the order, my bad. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. And it was just such a full circle, like special thing, dude. Like it was like, wow. Thank you, 10 Lobster, for the 10 pack, man. How you doing, buddy? Like, dude, thank you so much. And I said this on X, and I had a little surprise when I went, chat. I had a little surprise. I showed up at the venue, and there was a whole pack of our community there. For privacy, I'm not going to call anybody out individually, but this game brought us together on the internet over these past 5 or 6 years, and then it brought us together in person. And I thought to myself, why does that make so much sense that this is the game that brought us together? Like, why does that make so much sense that this is the game? And it was just like, wow. Like, wow. This is the game. This is the game that brought us together for years and years. Animal Crossing's right there with it. But Stardew was one of our most played games on the channel. It's brought us together for years, and then it brought us together in person as well. It was just so cool, dude. It was so rad. There was a bunch of people there. We hugged, we shook hands, we took a bunch of pictures. And again, I don't want to call anybody out individually because for privacy's sake, but you know, if you want to call yourself out, you're welcome to. Yeah, it was super cool. So that was Wednesday. This is how I wrapped up my vacation. I spent yesterday just getting breakfast and stuff and chilling, and then I came home, and here I am. So that was my journey. That was my week off. Thank you again, 10 Lobster, dude. I appreciate you, buddy. What a squad. Yeah, dude, look at that, man. And one of the individuals even made us custom prismatic shards. And I have to go get it out of my book bag. I really should because it's in context right now. But we have these, we got these prismatic shards that were custom made, and they were given to all the individuals who showed up. And they were super, super cute. Okay, there they are. So Tara from Gaia made us all custom prismatic shards, and there's actually a picture in the Discord if you want to go check out the media share. And I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna put it up on screen here so I don't have to get up because I'm lazy. And here you go. Look, my own prismatic shard. Chat. I can get the galaxy sword. I can go do it, dude. I just got to go find some random pillars in a desert. I got a prismatic shard, dude. Think about that, homies. Yeah, I know Spartan. I could speak for Spartan. Spartan was there. Yeah, Spartan's there. I don't want to call everyone out, but I could speak for Spartan for sure. Spartan's the homie reppin' HGG. Alto Girls here. Cozy already called themselves out. Tara called themselves out in the cute patchwork dress. Again, you know, just out of respect. If they're here, they could call themselves. But Spartan is chill. I know Spartan. He's cool. So don't donate it to the museum. Yeah, look at this, dude. Yeah, how cool is that, man? That was my trip, dude. That was my journey, chat room. That was my week off. Man, the waterworks were flying this morning. I wasn't expecting to get emotional. I wasn't expecting that, dude. I got. I walked straight into that one. Oh, also, I ran into another creator. So randomly, as I was walking out of the concert, I ran into here. Let me fix this real quick. As I'm walking out of the concert, like I'm talking like not even out of the building. I'm walking out and then I hear, is that Hylian Descent? And I turn around and it's a creator named Min's Meadow who's actually been here before. And they've raided us and they've been here before. And they were at the same concert and we were like, hey, what's up? And it was just like super dorky, super nerdy thing that out of nowhere. So that was cool. So like that was like a 1 in a million right there. That randomly I just ran into somebody I knew on Twitch and in the Twitch space, which that was just a super strange thing to happen, I felt. All right, let me go ahead and close this. I think this might need to be closed out. She just left for Japan. Yeah, that was cool. I ran. It was just to be called out like randomly, like after meeting all of the community and stuff, and then to randomly just have somebody say Hylian Descent like that was like such a strange icing on the cake. You know what I mean? I was like here I am. I thought I had already met everybody in the venue that knew me, you know, and then to randomly be like, "Is that Hylian?" I'm like, "What?" And I turn around, they're like, "I know that beard." I laughed so hard. I was like, my beard is my biggest identifier. Let's be real. And then we got a quick hug. And unfortunately, we didn't get a picture. I would have actually liked to get a picture, but we were all like funneling out of the place. And then like we ran into another member of the community. And then I turned around and they were gone. So I would have liked. So if you're out there, Mins, we'll have to get it next time. Yo, Kellyanne, thank you for 41, dude. Good to see you, homie. Yeah, that was cool. That was it. So, man, the Stardew Valley Symphony of Seasons was probably my favorite thing from the weekend, but from the week off. But it's hard to say because 21 Pilots was pretty epic as well. But Stardew just meant more to me. Does that make sense? Whereas like 21 Pilots was like explosive and hype and the biggest show I've ever been to. But Stardew Valley made me cry grown man tears. So like, I don't know, like it's hard to say, but I think Stardew ended up taking the cake for me this weekend. Yo, what's up, Bella Bun? What's up, GameCube Fox? Good to see you, dude. Yeah, man, it was super sick. Again, you can find more pictures. People had been posting stuff in the Discord, all right? So join the Discord if you want to go check out the media share and some of the stuff that was shared from the concert as well. But I shared everything of my own. here live as far as my concert pictures and stuff. Yo, Kellyanne, good to see you. Yeah, it was pretty epic. Yo, what's up, Exhaustion? Welcome in. Yeah, we had a good time. For those that are just tuning in, we're a little low on sleep. I just got home at 4 in the morning. I went to bed at 5. So we're just here to reconnect and to chat and to yap, but patience is appreciated. And today's the soft opening of the week. All right, today's the soft return. Tomorrow we'll try to focus, and then going into Monday,
Got
you know.
married and home from a 2-week honeymoon. Missed y'all. Sounds like you also had a sick week off, Hylian. Love to hear it.
Yo, Jordan with the 53 months. Congratulations, dude. That's amazing. Oh, dude. Congrats, man. Yo, loving the chat. Congratulations. I hope you had a great honeymoon. If you want to share where you went, we'd love to hear from you. Holy heck. Yeah, what a great week. It was super sick, dude. It was super, super cool. What's up, Shin Jack? Good to see you, man. Thanks for popping in today. Oh, LPK, no worries. There'll be future opportunities. We're going to make them happen. I have met more members of this community in the past 2 months than I have in 6 years in person. And it's been really special. And it's something that I want to do more of. And we'll have to do our best to make it happen, all right? Thank you, everyone, for your continued support and patronage, because this wouldn't be possible without all of you. And the truth is I've wanted to meet up with the community ever since I started streaming. We've had dreams of Hylian cons and stuff, and so it was pretty cool, and hopefully we can do more in the future, man, and we can make it happen. It was really fulfilling. It really was. The job interview before you left, I was offered the job. I start on October 20th in my husband's company, ratified, and they didn't strike. Yo, Nick 82, it seems like everything worked out, dude. Nice, man. Welcome in here, Fat Cat Plush. Dude, very nice, Nick. Good to see you back in here, man. Holy heck, it was so cool. Yo, thank you, Coco Winning, for 32 months. Thank you so much, dude. It's like having another family. True. Well said, Alto Girl. Well said. I couldn't have worded it better. Yo, what's up, Craws? Good to see you. All right, we're gonna play some Animal Crossing. I'm gonna get up real quick and blow my nose because I'm a H-Des baby, and then I'll grab my prismatic shard to put on my desk, and then we're gonna play games. We're gonna keep chatting. So if you're just tuning in, don't go anywhere. Yes, chapstick and gum. Thank you. If you're just tuning in, don't be anywhere. I'll be right back. Give me like 3 minutes, not even. Give me just a sec. Now, I owe Mr. 10, I believe I owe Mr. 10 Lobster a little something here. If we can get some energy in the room. Thank you again for that 10 pack. I know your hype got a little squelched. I was yapping. Let's get some energy in here, baby. Listen, I know I just got back. I know I'm a little tired, but doesn't mean it ain't Friday, baby. And we got to get through this day together, baby. I might have been on vacation, but not all of y'all were, baby. It's fucking Friday, baby. Let's go, dude. Let's get it, baby. The weekend's here. Thank you so much, 10 Lobster. Thank you, Coco Winning. Thank you for the support, Jordan Afternoon. That's right, Chad. I want to see it, baby. I want to see it.
This is epic.
Ah, there's my gum. Couldn't find my gum, baby. Thank you, Pixie Skies. All right, we're all set, chat. Look at that beautiful energy in the chat. Yo, enjoy the new emotes. Shout out to Mills Art Nook. Happy freaking Friday, baby. Shout out to Mills Art Nook. Thank you for the new emotes, man. They're beautiful. I think we got one more, chat. Y'all got one more in you? Y'all got one more in you? I think this is your last chance. Are you about to get in here? This is your last chance, dude. I think this is it. This is what you get. You gotta hit it now. Are you gonna hit it now? You gonna do it? Hope you enjoy the new emotes, chat. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the broadcast.
Day browse, day wiggle, day wiggle, day wiggle.
True. Giggities. True. Yo, look, I got it. Look at my prismatic shard. Oh, here, here, let me jump over real quick. I'll show y'all on the big screen just super quick. Hold on. Do. Look at that. Look at my Prizzy, baby. Look at my Prizzy, baby. Think about how much luck it takes to get a prismatic shard in Stardew Valley. And now imagine getting one in real fucking life. Dude, we hit the luck gamble, dude. We hit it hard. We hit the jackpot. We hit the jackpot, dude. Holy heck. Shout outs to Tara, dude. It was wonderful meeting you, Tara. Tara, if you like the selfie, you'll have to send it to me, all right? I'd love to have it, but we don't have to share it, okay? I wanted to get more one-on-one selfies with everybody, but I couldn't. We were just having so much fun talking with each other. It was just important to be in the moment and just enjoy each other's company, you know? But Tara was the only person I got a one-on-one with, and I'm pretty proud about that. That's pretty cool. All right. Well, I'll send it over to Discord. Yeah, whenever you get a chance. No worries. No worries. So, we have to time travel one day here real quick, and then we're ready to go here. Thank you, Saidi, for the 100 biddies. Yo, Saidi, I saw 21 Pilots live, dude. I was thinking about you all morning. I was sharing my experience. I'll have to share some of the pictures in I need to reload. Oops. Yeah, I saw him live. I was thinking of you because I know you're a big fan, and they ripped my face off. Literal face melters. Best show I've ever been to in my life. I'm not even that big of a 21 Pilots fan, so like when you're there with all of their actual fans, you feel like a poser because their fans are so dedicated. But you better believe it, like by the end of that show, it's like, you know, as soon as I'm in the mood to listen to new music, I know exactly where I'm going, because, you know, it's like when I say I'm not a fan, I just mean the difference between me being a fan of something and not is consciously putting it on in my free time and not having somebody play it for me. And I've only ever done that once with 21, and it was with one of their albums. And this is a while ago, maybe 3 years ago. So when I went there, you know, it was pretty blank canvas, you know, like I wasn't one of those people who knew every word, you know, like, and they absolutely ripped my face off. It was so cool. Why is it taking so long to load? Aren't I on a Switch 2? What's going on here? Yo, what's up, Nembo Tavi? Good to see you. Thank you, Giggities. Thank you, Pixie, for the 5 gifted subs. Whoa, Pixie! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, dude. What the heck, man? I'm sorry I missed that. I know we were in the middle of getting hype. Good to see you back in here, Pixie Skies. And thank you again, Giggities, for the 43. I appreciate that. We'll see you later. We'll see you later, Alto Girl. Welcome in. If y'all are just tuning in, we spent the last 2 hours just talking about my experience with my 6 days off. Yo, what's up, baby? Oh, to make it on my own. You keep the money. 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 We also brought back H-Dez Scream, by the way. So H-Dez Scream is back from the collection of Tier 2. And then you have 5 new little cute Halloween emotes, our first ever Halloween collection of motes. And we have more on the way. So just a heads up, we have more on the way. I do have another batch later this month. And they're gonna be just as good. I mean, I don't know, Mills is pretty talented, but they'll be good. Gigs slipped a tenor in your G-string? Wait, how do you know I'm let's move on. Yo, thank you for the 1,000 biddies, Giggities, dude. Thank you so much, man. Yo, what's up, Dude Supreme, by the way? What's up, dude? Yeah, some new emotes for y'all to play with. More stuff on the horizon. It's gonna be a nice month. We're back. We're gonna ease into this month though, all right? So I appreciate your patience. Thank you, GameCube Fox. We're gonna ease into this month, all right? We're gonna ease in. Take our time. And it all starts with today. So I'm on low on sleep. I traveled overnight. So we're just gonna be here for a bit today, all right? So I know for those of you watching in the future who might be watching this VOD later, the PS tiers, can we get some love in the chat for the VOD frogs? I think this is gonna be a pretty VOD frog heavy VOD. Let's get some love in the chat for the VOD frogs, man. Thank you so much. Don't worry, we'll be back tomorrow for a bit longer. Sunday a bit longer. And then Monday we'll be back to our regularly scheduled program, the Monday morning show. We'll do our best to hit it nice and hard. But I'm gonna ease back in, you know, that's just how I roll. I need to ease in. I can't just go back from no work to work. I just can't do that. I need an ease in. I need a nice little boom tap. Kind of get me back in, you know? What's up, Spunky? Thank you for 21, dude. Good to see you, man. Thank you again, Giggities. Yeah, I did take photos at the Stardew concert, but not much. I don't got much to share, but I'll go ahead and make sure they get shared in the Discord for you, Casino Roy, and I'll at you when I share them. All right, so you can get pinged for it. What's up, Lillian? Good to see you today. Welcome in. Overnight travel's the worst. Yeah, it can be rough. It wasn't too bad, but it's never that good. As you said, it's never that good, right? So. Oh, it's Goose's birthday. Nice. Yo, Enchanted Ascari coming in with 20 months. Welcome back here, Enchanted. Thank you. Yeah, I got home at like 4 in the morning, so we're just kind of vibing, dude. Excited to get into some gaming. We'll be getting into some variety as well as, you know, our we got Pokemon coming out. We got some other things to look forward to. The more I see of Sonic Racings, the more I do want to play it. So we might actually take a dabble into that. I wasn't sure if I wanted to. We'll see how we feel as the week and stuff progresses. Yeah, it does look really good, actually. What's up, Gil? Enjoy your lurk, man. All right, nice. All right, we got Abel's. I forgot that there was a day where they had to build the building. So I did this in my free time. I logged into Animal Crossing for a couple times over the past week so that we can make sure Able Sisters gets in, and everything worked out. So what that means is while we chat and connect here today and continue to yap about the past week, I want to hear about what games you've been playing and what y'all are looking forward to as we go into October. And we also are going to be doing some decorating. We can finally start messing around with some patterns and stuff. You know, when I come back after some days off, I want to do something that feels pretty consistent with my audience, and Animal Crossing is always a surefire answer to that question. So here we are. Let's see. I'm wondering if we are going to be able to go download the kiosk app now. Let's go find out. We might have to wait till tomorrow. All right, let's back out of here now that we've used it once and go see if it's an option to purchase. Any thoughts on the Galaxy games? Yeah. I'm gonna buy Galaxy 2 because I have the 3D All-Star collection and I'm okay with playing one off of that. And then as far as playing them on stream, I haven't quite decided what I want to do with that because we have a lot of games coming out this month. But just know that, like, I've never played Galaxy 2 first off. So I'd like to play 1 and then 2 in a row, and I just want to find a little window in our schedule to do it. Maybe this month, maybe November would be better, like maybe after Hyrule Warriors, but before Metroid Prime. So that's just to be as transparent as possible. That's probably what I'm looking at, either at some point this month, but more likely because Pokemon's coming out. I'm thinking between Hyrule Warriors and Metroid, we should be able to fit some good juicy Galaxy, right? Doesn't that sound like a good little window? I think so. I think that might be where we Galaxy it up. We'll see how things go. Maybe even before the movie comes out if you decide to wait. Right, yeah. So that's what I'm thinking right now. We'll see how November goes. You know, we could get surprised with a couple games. You've been avoiding the internet because of Hades 2 spoilers, still grinding to beat the story. Dude, I wonder if the story's going to be as hard to beat as it was in Hades 1, right? You had to beat it 10 times, which was brutal. Redeem Nook Miles. Mega Man and the other DLC characters like TMNT won't have their voices except Hasun Miku. Oh, that's okay. I guess I wasn't expecting that. But that's actually really cool to know. Nice. I do own the 3D All-Stars card. I ended up buying it again because I bought it once and gave it away. And then I realized I wanted it, so I bought it again for like $20 more because I'm a boob. I ended up spending like 80 on it, which, not gonna lie, 80 isn't bad at all because that game's overpriced right now. So I have played Hades 2 in early access, Steph, but I haven't played it since release. I'm actually waiting for the physical copy of it now. So here's the deal with Hades right now. I own Hades 2 on PC because I bought it early access. But I'm gonna buy the physical for Switch 2 in November. but so I can play it right now if I want. But I'm kind of waiting for the Switch version, maybe. We'll see. I might not be able to wait too long because I've been champing at the bit for that game. Big time. Gaming ruts plus a little mental thing. You got this, random. Take it a day at a time, bud. Take it a day at a time. All right, here we go. We got the custom design portal. And now we can start looking for roads. Now, there's a couple fall roads I'm looking for, but there's a set of roads that are beautiful that I think I'm about to just go and use those. They're some of the most popular designs in Animal Crossing New Horizons. I mean, some of you might already know what I'm talking about. That's how popular these are. Let me see if we have it bookmarked. No, we do not have it bookmarked in the Discord. Yo, thank you, Oversoul. Thank you so much, man. So I don't remember this artist, so we're gonna try just searching for the word road real quick and see if that brings him up by chance. The cow villager was named Tipper, which is a fitting name, to be sure. All right, there's 100. So this is brutal. So hold on. I'm going to scroll through the Discord for just a second because this design is very popular. And I would like to use this one because it's the one I've had in mind this whole time. But if I can't find it, we'll just scroll through here because we're just here to chat today. So here, hold on. Oh my gosh, look at these. These are gorgeous. Whoa. Here, I'm going to pull these up so you guys can see them too. Give me just a sec. Oh, I found them. Okay, I found some of these out autumn roads. All right, so we have options, chat. We have options because I think I want autumn roads. I think I'm going for an autumn vibe. Nice. I love our Discord. It's so useful. We have so many lovely channels and just good stuff in there. If you're ever looking for designs, check out the custom design channel in the Discord. We have so many beautiful designs linked there, and most of them are probably still active and still, you know, something that you could have access to here. Now, I might end up mixing in some dirt roads as well. That would make sense because it's a farm. So we want a main road and then we want some dirt roads to kind of connect them. Oh, we have a summery leaf road here. This looks pretty. Let's go ahead and pull this up. I'm going to pull up all the designs on stream and you guys can check them out with me. Give me just a second. Let me just keep scrolling in Discord for just a sec to see if we get them all. Ooh, there's a snowy road as well. We go all out for autumn. We're from Ohio. It's so true. It's too true, actually. All right, I think this is it. I think this is good for now. All right, let's go. Let's get this out of our face. I got to get sub and I wasn't even here. Thank you, Clover. I'll make sure I let Clover know, all right? Clover is a friend of mine. Thank you for saying that,
Welcome
Arquette.
back, Hylian. Hope you had a great vacation.
All right, here you guys go. Let me show you. And I did have a great vacation. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for asking that. It was a great time off. It was a nice refresher. It was something that I think I needed more than I realized going into it. What's up, Jess? Thank you for 22 months. Enchanted Ascari came in with 20. And thank you again, Spunky, coming in for the 21. I hope you're doing well, Spunky. So here's a couple of the ones I picked up. This is a summery leaf road. And it's a recolor of Colin's Autumn Road. So Colin's the guy that we're going to be focusing on. And here's Colin's work right here. This is the Autumn Road. And this is the one that we're going to be using today. Again, all of these are found in the Discord. And then look at this gorgeous road right here. Now, this is a little bit too civilized for what I'm doing. So we're not going to be doing this one, but I thought I'd show you this as well. This is pretty, right? This is a nice road design. So we're going to be going with this one. And Colin has one that can be changed for different seasons, which will be nice. And other fans have stepped up and helped. I think there's a winter, a summer, a fall. I don't know if there's a spring. Yeah, so we'll be using this one here. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's plug in this code and hope that it's still functioning. Every once in a while, these codes will die out, but rarely do they. Rarely do they here. It would make a good album cover. It would, actually. Did you guys clean up after the Rager? Or, I mean, the group nap? Dad is back home. What's up, lemons and limes? Dad's home, dude. Did everyone clean up? That's pretty funny. The Rager. Oh my gosh. Nah, I'd be like the dad and Mrs. Doubtfire. I'd be supporting the Rager and then getting yelled at by the mods, who in this case are the moms, I suppose. Welcome back. Thank you, Baxter. Thank you, Zaradu, as well. All right. It looks like we got our roads here. So I think it would start... I guess we want all of this. Yeah, I guess we want literally all of this. Everything that's labeled road. I'm not even sure how we're going to put this together. I've never done anything like this in this game. I've used patterns, but I've never used like this big of a pattern set. So let's go ahead and get these downloaded so we can start messing around. KK Slider tour when? I'd like to go see KK Slider live. KK Slider's done live music in Japan. I don't know if he's ever came to America. Please do an Animal Crossing symphony. Dude, that would be amazing. Did all the streamers on Twitch get together to plan the vacation at the same time? I know about 4 others who are just came back from vacation. No, I don't think that was the case at all. However, I do find it funny that I noticed the same thing, actually. Yo, Baxter hit us with the 6 months, dude. What's up, man? Dude, I can't believe it's already been 6 months, man. Thanks for sticking with us.
H-Day clap.
Let me turn on this music a little bit. What the heck, man? Thank you. Yeah, I noticed that as well. I was poking around the internet. You know, I took off some time, so I'm like being a little bit nerdy and poking around socials and stuff because I didn't need like a social battery. It wasn't that kind of break for me. I was okay with like being on social media and stuff. Exclamation point socials. I have posted a little bit on Insta and stuff if you want to check it out. And I noticed through that there was a couple creators who took breaks, and I did find it funny that it was all pretty well timed, I suppose. And here I thought I was the only one silly enough to take off during the last week of September. Turns out, nope. A baby's got to do what a baby's got to do. And that's just how things work out sometimes. But I thought I was the only one who was like being that ridiculous. Like, why would you ever take off on the last week of September where they do all the free gift subs and yada, yada, yada? Nope. Turns out a baby's got to do what a baby's got to do. And a whole bunch of people did the same thing I did. They said, I'm going to prioritize myself and my health and my life over gift subs, which is obviously the play, right? So, yeah, I guess it worked out that way, huh? A whole bunch of babies did it. Holy heck. Good morning, everyone who's just rolling in. We've been yapping for a couple hours. If you missed the beginning of the show, you can go back and watch the VOD. I did go over my whole vacation. You're welcome to ask questions, though. If you are just tuning in and you just want to know about something, ask. Feel free to ask, and I'm down to continue chatting. Of course, it being my favorite question, I love to hear what you've been gaming on the past couple of days and what you've been getting into, chat room. Have you been watching any new shows? Have you been diving into any new media? As I said, I played Into the Breach a bunch. I chose Into the Breach as my vacation game. And it's a grid-based strategy game that I love dearly. It's very difficult. It's very, very... It holds no quarter, right? It holds no bars. And I got my butt kicked the whole weekend. I finally had a run that was going to be a massive success. and I got greedy. And the whole run fell apart due to greed. And I lost. But it wasn't all bad. Because I did manage to salvage a really good time traveler, but I'm not, obviously you don't have context in the game. So I'm kind of just talking, but either way, I got greedy and I ended up losing the run. And it was such a good run, dude. It was so good. So the game's kind of like a rogue-like. So when I say run, think like Hades. And every run can take about an hour or two. So it's a bit of an investment, and I ended up getting greedy. What's up, Nia? Hey, welcome to the chat here. Good to see you. The game is called Into the Breach. And if you've ever heard of a game called Faster Than Light, it's the same developers. FTL Faster Than Light is a rogue-like experience where you are trying to get through space and you have all these different ships and stuff. And Into the Breach is the same developers, but a different style game, but it's still a roguelike. And more of a light because you keep some of your progression. And it's really fun, but it's very nerdy and it's very tactical, and it's a strategy-based game, so you have to be into some gritty strategy games that will kick your butt and not at all care what you think about it. You know, it doesn't help that I play on the harder difficulties, right? So you've been getting back into JoJo's Bizarre Adventure and watching baseball. Yeah, apparently October baseball's been happening around here, GameCube. That's what I heard. And I've been watching Dragon Ball Z. That's my anime. That's my my rebuttal to what you just said. I watched Dragon Ball Daima, and I'm going back and watching Dragon Ball Z Kai because I never watched Kai, which is just a remake of the original series with no filler. That's what I've been doing as far as like anime style stuff. No gaming this week, just homework. I went to see the new Demon Slayer movie in theaters. Nice. Very nice, very nice. I watched all sorts of goofy movies, a lot of Halloween vibes, some spoopy stuff. I don't usually get into that too much, and it was fun to get a little bit spoopy. And I watched a lot of The Office because I hadn't had access to The Office in a while. And I watched some Hey Arnold. What else did I watch? Great British Bake Off, which a new episode just came out today. And oh, I watched Pokemon Concierge. Dude. It was beautiful. Oh, the new episodes were so fun, dude. That was a good one. That was fun. Exactly, Lemons. I have seen Parks and Rec. Yeah, not all the way through, but most of it. Gonna pick up the new Digimon game today? Yeah, apparently there's a new Digimon game coming out. Oh no, did Cleveland get knocked out by Detroit? Did they? Oh, that's sad. I didn't know Cleveland got knocked out. Oh, there's always next year, I suppose. Who's this stranger? Hey, we're back, baby. You got Story of Seasons Grand Bazaar for your birthday? Dude, are you playing it? Are you enjoying it? Animal Crossing has officially come back for me. I'm working on making a brand new island named Dinkum. Dragon Tamer Mum, one of the most creative members of this community, just finished with Leviathan Skyward Sword and loving ACGC Deluxe. Yo, Exhaustion, you figured out Deluxe, dude. I was so proud of you, dude. I was so proud of you for figuring that out. I'm glad you've been enjoying it, man. Just make sure you save often, and the creator's still putting out updates, so every once in a while you are going to want to go back and update and go through the process again, but just patching the game, you don't really have to do it that often. You could probably never patch it and you're going to get a pretty dope experience. But just a heads up, you are going to want to maybe go back and update it every once in a while. And if you just keep up with the stream, I'll let you know when there's substantial updates. Good to see you, Chaos Queen. I hope you're feeling good. Appreciate you being here. Currently working on your wedding dress. Aw, are you making your own wedding dress? What's up, dude? Welcome in. That's the Cleveland motto. Yep, always next year, dude. Finished watching a Cozy Slice of Life anime from one of my friends on Discord that introduced me to it, and I loved it. And then I played more Final Fantasy 1 Pixel Remaster. On the Switch 2, I was enjoying a new patch on Star Rail, but parked myself on story. I can't wait in 12 days to get my hubby Don Hang Terra and finish the rest of the story with him. Anybody else a fan of the Star Rail and Hoyoverse games? I'm not too acquainted myself. Gaming on Tactics. Ooh, dude, how is Tactics? How is Tactics, Chad? Oh man, I want to play Tactics so bad. Actually, let me send this message out really quick. Thank you again, Jess MP. All right, cool. I was reaching out to my mods. So what we're gonna do, team, is we're gonna do it in Twitch. Thank you, mods. I was reaching out to Cozy. We're gonna run a poll for a Halloween movie this next week for a movie night in Discord. So if you have suggestions, now would be the time to put them in. We're not going to do anything spoopy. We're going to keep, or sorry, not scary. Spoopy is welcome. So you're welcome to put suggestions. I'm going to let Cozy decide what movies to put on the poll, but you're welcome to put suggestions to help him out right now. Go ahead and fire off anything you would like to watch with the community this next week. Again, we're not going to do anything like dark and scary. I had enough of that this past week. Dania, welcome in. Thank you for 3 months. Can we get some love in the chat? Welcome in, Dania. Good to see you. I actually watched It the Clown for the first time, dude. So listen to this. My whole life, I've been afraid of It the Clown. I swear. Now, I say my whole life. I'm talking about when I was a kid. Terrified me. The original. I'm talking Tim Curry bit. And I never even watched it. I never even finished it. I couldn't. Well, I watched a documentary on the making of it, and it was amazing. Check out the documentary. I think it was on Netflix. It was super cool, and it wasn't scary at all. It was just about the making of it and how amazing it was, and how they took this massive novel and broke it into 2 movies for TV. Then my partner talked me into watching the new It the Clown, and she doesn't know I didn't sleep all night. I just kept seeing Periwinkle's face appear in front of me while I was trying to sleep. I didn't want to tell them because they were going to feel bad, but it fucked me up. Dude, it fucked me up, dude. I couldn't do it, man. I was like, oh my God. I was like, dude, what is this? Oh, sorry. I said Periwinkle. That's the name of like a fish in Animal Crossing. What's his name again? I don't even know. Yeah. What? What's his name again, dude? Periwinkle? Pennywise. There it is. Yeah. I can't believe I said Periwinkle. I can't believe I said Periwinkle, dude. Anyways, yep. So I watched the first episode. I didn't watch the second act with the adults. I'm actually kind of interested in watching it because I want to finish the journey. But I watched that this past week, and it was super crazy, dude. I wasn't ready, dude. It was a creepy movie, man. Honestly, the guy who did the modern It did a really good job at being creepy. I still think Tim Curry did it better, but that's so easy to say when you grew up with Tim Curry. Like, I'm a huge Rocky Horror fan. But the guy who did Pennywise did an amazing job. It was actually creepy. Like, Tim Curry's was funny creepy. It was like that Freddy Krueger, but then also scary. Whereas Bill from the new one was straight, pure, unadulterated creepiness. Like, he wasn't funny, he wasn't silly, he was just terrifying. Whereas Tim Curry made it a little silly. Sometimes you could laugh, like, this is kind of silly, and then he scares you, you know? Dude, the new one had none of that. It was pure terror. Like, it was not fun. Like, at all. The whole time I'm like, oh my God, this needs to stop. So yeah, that's my take on it. But like I said, I haven't watched part 2. Terror, okay? Terror. Yeah, and we could do the poll on stream. Thank you. Whenever you get a chance. I know you might be busy, Cozy, so no rush. And feel free to run the poll for like 10 minutes, all right? I'll even type that to you just in case you're busy. Yeah, and then we're gonna do a movie night. And sure, we can do it on the weekend this time. We haven't decided a date yet, all right? So I can even run a poll for the date in Discord once we have the movie decided. Does that sound good? So I'll run a poll in the Discord later today, tomorrow, maybe Monday, and we'll decide what exact date we'll choose. And we'll try to go with majority, but we'll try to make it the weekend this time. I know last time I literally said word for word that we'll switch it from Friday to the weekend this time. So we'll make it Saturday or Sunday. All right. So this next Saturday or Sunday, we'll do some a movie night in the Discord. All right. And usually I do 2 viewings. I do a movie day for those that are overseas, maybe around 9 p.m. Central European, maybe 10 p.m. And then I'll do a second viewing closer to midnight Central European, which for us is like 6 p.m. All right. What's up, Devo? I was talking about how I watched It the Clown this weekend and how I couldn't take a shower for 3 days during my vacation. No, I'm just kidding. It didn't affect me like it did as a kid, but I'm not gonna lie to you, chat room. As a kid, it terrified me. Like, I couldn't take a shower. I couldn't take a bath. My mom had to like force me. My brother messed me up. My brother was like whispering in my ears. Like, I had an older brother. He better watch out for that drain. And like, he like fed into it. Like, it was bad. Like, I was terrified. I'm not even terrified of clowns. It wasn't even like it translated to clowns. Like, I'm fine with clowns. It was just that movie and drains. The scene with the drains and the kid in the bathroom absolutely destroyed me as a kid. It really did. It was bad, dude. What was your favorite part in both versions? So again, I only watched part 1 of each. My favorite part of part 1 of Tim Curry was the book, where he's dancing around the book and then he puts his hand comes out. My favorite part of the new one was what a good question. What a good question. My favorite part of the new one is probably it's got to be the beginning, the very beginning with Georgie. It's hard to say because there's actually, I actually didn't like the very end, the very end. I actually really liked the beginning with Georgie. I think it set the pace for the whole movie in a really effed up way. Yeah, I think that actually might have been my favorite part, which is kind of weird to say, right? It's not a big part, but I think it's one of the most iconic parts. And I think the actor just killed it. Yeah, hiya, Georgie. Like, yeah, I think it was just really good. Invasion of the Body Snatchers scares me, dude. I don't blame you for that, man. That's so funny. I haven't thought about that movie in a while. All right, now hold on. Let me go back to this. Now, how are we gonna do this? Because maybe I don't understand exactly. Maybe I didn't realize, but we might have to use a different road pattern because I didn't realize something just now, but it doesn't seem like this road actually goes up and down. Is there a way for me to make this road go up and, well, there is, there's this. Where's just like the sides? I guess I would be using these. probably Maybach, maybe just a little mean. Maybe just a little. Yeah, strange. I don't know if does this road go down? Or did I not download everything? I just need to understand how to put it together. Usually it's just an understanding thing. Because like in the screenshot, it doesn't actually show it going north and south. There's sides with leaves when you use the sidewalk piece next to it, okay? Sides with, oh, these right here. Okay, so would this be the edge of my road then? And then there would be another thing right here. So like you would use this. Thank you for your help, by the way. I've never done anything like this. So like, I just needed to like help wrap my head around this. Like, is this what I'm supposed to be doing? I think it's the singular side. Yeah, okay. And then you would go down like this. Okay, and then we build the road from here. Okay, cool. Thank you, chat. Yeah, it's gonna take me a second to wrap my head around this. We're gonna probably end up redoing this design multiple times, and that's okay. But I'm just trying to get some foundation down. You know, like an easy breezy cover girl. That's your sidewalk with the road, okay. This part's the most stressful. Yeah, we'll figure it out for sure. It took me a while to figure out the roads. Thank you. At least I don't feel bad now. Thank you, chat. Good to see you, probably Maybach. Welcome back. Currently dog sitting in a house that was featured in a couple scary movies. Thankfully, I haven't had any creepy encounters. No problem. If I join the Discord, I can share a t-shirt that I think you get a kick out of. Yeah, feel free to join. You can also just message me on any of your social medias of your choice, by the way, dude. So like if you have an X or if you have a Instagram, you can just send me a DM with whatever pictures. I try to be pretty open to give people options. So if you're not really into Discord, you can use other methods, whatever you want. Just let me know where you post and I'll come check it out. My wife has listened to the new Taylor Swift album 5 times today. I finally got a chance to listen to the newest A$AP Rock album for like an extended listening. I listened to it the whole trip there and back. And man, there's a reason why that dude's my favorite artist. Like, holy heck, man. Aw, Strawberry Faye. All right. We don't have room. We have to break this wall, but we're not going to break this wall for now. We're just going to leave it like this and we'll fix it later. Right now, I'm just trying to get the foundation because I want to see how big this road is going to be. I want this road to be pretty big. I want it to be the whole the whole square. Words. So you see this square right here? I want this whole center column. So what is that? Column 4 to be all road directly down the middle. That's what we're doing. So I'm just trying to lay the foundation here. And then from there we can start. So it's going to be a pretty big road. Like, look at this. It's going to be a massive road. It might even be too big. We might end up sizing it down later. But for now, let's just go with my original vision. Okay, polls up. If y'all want to join us for a movie night, what movie would you like to watch to get this spoopy season underway? And it'll probably be Saturday or Sunday, all right? What are our resident services? We're going to stop the road there. So once we get to resident services, we're going to stop the road and we're going to kind of let it bleed into just like paths. So like right at that line right there, you see that line, like right at that line, we're just going to turn it into like paths, right? I think so. I think technically the road will end. No Baby Park movie. But again, we're gonna figure this out. This is the way, the kind of creator I am, Lemons, and maybe some of you can relate to this. The kind of creator I am is I just need to like throw paint at the canvas before I can really get an idea of what I'm doing. I just have to kind of throw paint at the canvas and just like hope that it works out, and then I'll slowly get a vision, and then we'll start to like think about it like I'm chiseling stone. This is my act of like chiseling. I just need to like, it's not going to look like anything, and then we'll slowly structure it and figure it out. Yeah, feel free to get your poll up. It's a 10-minute poll, so take your time. Do not question the master. Far from a master. This is where a lot of you outclass me as a decorator. Oh, sorry, Crawls. Yeah, it's here on Twitch. Why you're not putting the sidewalk? Because technically I want the sidewalk to be here. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you know what? You know what? No, I don't. Maybe that's a little too big. You know what? You're right. You're right. Let's actually just... Let's do the sidewalk right up to the edge here. You're actually right. You're actually right. I was thinking a little bit too big. Good call. Good call, actually. Let's do that. You're actually 100% right, Cherokee. Yo, what's up, Peaches Danny? Hey, thank you for 38, man. Thank you again, Dania. I hope you're doing well. I'm not big on social media. I think Discord would be best. I'll send it when I can. Yeah, you could send me a personal DM if you want. Or you could just post it in the general chat, wherever. If I missed any messages in the chat, you're welcome to repost your messages. Do an @HighlyInDescent. Highlight your messages. Don't be shy now, all right? I'm going to scroll up, though. Good to see you, Lith Arwen. Just scrolling up, just see if I missed anything. What's up, Slay Manara? Welcome in. I'm glad you're enjoying that Jack emote. So I also went antiquing, and listen to this. I didn't take a picture, chat room, but listen to this. So I went antiquing, and I went to a super cool and very eclectic antique shop. It had everything, you know, everything you would expect. The toys, the games, the Pokemon cards, the trinkets, the candies, the doodads, the bimbweps. And one thing I saw that I wanted to comment on is we saw a full-on real-life payphone. Like a payphone from when I was a kid checking them for quarters that was purchasable for $150 that you could put into your house in your real life, your real house. Like you could just have a payphone sitting in your pad. And I freaked, dude. I wanted this phone so bad. But it was so heavy. I didn't know how I would get it in my house. It was so heavy, dude. It was like just not like normal. Wait, yeah, $150 for a genuine article payphone. Like I'm talking, this thing was straight off the street, chat room. It was straight off the street, dude. It was crazy. And I thought you would appreciate that, especially if you grew up in the 90s like I did, where I used payphones. Remember, as millennials, a lot of us grew up in the in-between era, where there was a freaking rotary phone on the wall of my apartment building when I was 3. We had corded phones. Then we had cordless house phones. Right? Like it was the thing. Like I grew up in that era. Like it was a part of my childhood, you know? So to see a real life payphone sitting there, like it was like, what? I was taken back by it. I really was. Somebody probably did steal it. Yeah, that was the first thing I thought. It's like somebody ripped this out of the ground. My last memory of using a payphone was trying not to let the dirty earpiece touch my ear. You know, it's so funny because we didn't even think about that back then. Did y'all? Think about how dirty payphones were, and I swear that wasn't even a thought growing up. I don't know, what was it about the 90s that like we were just so much more welcome to germs. We were just like so much more welcome to grody-ness. I definitely never thought of that ever, but you're right. Like payphones were nasty. Ugh, like think about that in 2025 terms. I wouldn't even go near a payphone in 2025. Like that's disgusting. Like remember the era of using public drinking fountains? I don't know if I get freaked out using public drinking fountains. I don't know about y'all, but when I go up to a public drinking fountain, I'm always like kind of sketched out. I'm always like, do I really want to be doing this right now? Like, is there an alternative here? Yo, what's up, Aelith? Hey, welcome in. That payphone better have a speakerphone. Yeah. How was your holiday? It was good. Thank you for asking. How was your week? What have y'all been up to? How was your week? Save some for the fish. Dude, I'm so thirsty. I've been yapping. I'm so thirsty. I've been yapping, dude. I didn't even like public drinking fountains when I was a kid. Yeah, I didn't think too hard about it. I was actually the punk who would put like a piece of paper. I would jam like a piece of paper in there so that the water would shoot out. But I wouldn't do it so it would shoot you in the face. I would do it so it would shoot far enough so I didn't have to put my mouth close to it. Anybody else? Like if the drinking fountain was like just a little teeny dribble of water, I was like, screw that. I don't want to get my mouth near that thing. So I would like jam something in there. Like one time I used a stick so that the water would shoot further out. So I didn't have to put my mouth near it because it was like gross. Like I'm not going to put my mouth near that. All right, we still have the poll up. For those that don't know what's going on, we're running a poll right now to decide what we're going to watch for our first October movie night. Emphasis on first. Get your votes in. 2 minutes left. 1 minute left. What do you want to watch this upcoming weekend for our first Halloween movie night? The spoopy season is here, baby. Obviously, we're not going to do anything super scary. It'll be spoop. Please look at the memes real quick. Okay, I'm going. We're memeing. We're memeing. Thank you, YouTube, for hitting that like goal today. Thank you very much. It's me, Periwinkle. Stop. Oh my gosh. I'm never going to live it down. I'm never going to live it down, dude. Periwinkle. I'm never, ever going to live it down. I can't believe I said Periwinkle. I thought, you want to know the worst part? Is I said it with confidence. I thought that was his name. I really did. When and what day are we going to watch October movie? It'll be either this Saturday or Sunday. Either this Saturday or Sunday, we're going to watch, it looks like we're going to be watching Hocus Pocus. And then we'll probably do another movie night on the second half of October, all right? We'll probably do another movie night the second half of October. That's my plans anyways. So if you're not in for Hocus Pocus, don't worry. We'll probably watch another one in the second half. I want to do at least 2 movie nights this month. And we can hang out and we can get spoopy. Oh my gosh, Planet Kitties, that's terrifying. You mean like tomorrow? Oh no, sorry, we're talking about next week. That's my bad. I forgot that today's Friday. So we're talking about 1 week from today. So let me give you a date. So we'll be watching Hocus Pocus on the 11th or the 12th. And I'm thinking the 11th. All right. And we'll talk about it on Monday. We'll make it official on Monday. We'll make a command. We'll make an event in the Discord, all right? We're talking about the 11th. And then the week after that is Pokemon week. Pokemon comes out the 16th. And then I'm thinking the week after that, we'll do another movie. So the 25th maybe, or whatever day we decide. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Hylian Periwinkle descent. Yeah, my bad. We're talking about the 11th for this movie, chat room. So that gives you some time to maybe break your plans to not make plans so you don't have to break your plans tomorrow. Yeah, I'm still going to need a little bit of recovery time the next 2 days, by the way. Also, good morning, Rachie. Good to see you. I saw you sneak in. Wait, Vanessa Elizabeth with the 30 months? They said blep? Yo, why was I thinking about you, Vanessa? Why was I thinking about you? Oh, because you commented on my photo on Instagram about your concert. Yes. Yes, good to see you. Welcome in, chat. What's up, Ali Bobali? Welcome to the show. I hope your rest was full of I hope your week was full of love and rest and some adventure. I couldn't have said it better myself. My heart in this moment is very full. Michael Scott. Yeah, it was a very wonderful vacation. I still need a little bit of a time because I had to travel overnight. So I'm really tired. So even though I'm rested, I am very exhausted right now. So today's going to be light. Tomorrow will be a little bit better. Sunday will be a more full broadcast. Monday will hopefully be hitting it pretty hard. All right. So just a heads up for those coming in. Give me some grace. This weekend will be a little bit of an ease, and I'm calling it a soft return this weekend. A little bit of a soft return this weekend. I also want to take some time this weekend to provide a good week for next week and the week after. So I want to take some time to do some work. So the truth is that I think some work out of stream is in order this weekend. I'm thinking tomorrow and Sunday, I'm going to be setting up that new table. I repeat, the kitchen table has arrived and I just have to put it together. If everything works out, I don't even want to say anything else. I'm just going to leave this in the air. But the kitchen table has arrived. So I don't want to just come back and start streaming 8-10 hours a day because I want to do some other stuff. I want to get that table built. I want to get computers and stuff set up. And I want to get this next week, nice and hype. I got some stuff I want to do for the channel and so on and so forth. So yeah, we'll ease in this week. I'm not going to go as hard. And then once we hit Monday, my goal is to have a nice explosive week next week. We'll probably take a day off next week just to be healthy, but we'll figure all that out once Monday shows up. All right. Table building stream. I was thinking about doing a table building stream. I was thinking about it. We'll see. I am considering it. Yes. Let me open up the box and see how complicated it is first. Because if it's overly complicated, then it's really good for content. If it's super easy, then it might not really be worth our time. So yeah, let me see what we're working with after the show today, and then we'll decide. But if it's not really that complicated, it won't be fun. It won't be really worth it. I wasn't expecting you back till Monday. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you for giving me so much grace. I wanted to be back as soon as I can. A spare Espeon EX. I might have one. I have to check for you, okay, Chaos Queen? But I can send you a message. Feel free to message me and remind me, or at me in the Discord, okay? Ohio guy streams himself struggling building a table. Yo, what's up, JR Prisma? Yeah, I missed y'all for sure, man. I want to get back. That's my thing. I want to get right back. I want to get right back into the hot seat. I love hanging out with y'all. I love gaming with y'all. And it's, it goes without being said, but it's nice saying it regardless. All right, that's not going to go there. That doesn't make any sense there. All right, let me just get the foundation down and then we'll make it all cute later, because my brain is tired and I just need to get patterns on the ground, and then we'll fix it later. I'll send in a DM now before I forget. Yeah, I might have one. I don't know if that's one of the ones I had extra, but I might be able to get you one through somebody else. I know a little birdie with an extra account, and they might have one laying around that they could trade you or trade me to trade you. in the middle of refinishing my kitchen table. It's been a massive project. Oh, hopefully it comes out great. You have to take a picture. You have to take a picture when it all turns out. But yeah. So it's nice to be back. It's always my priority. To be fair, the only reason I didn't do a little sneaky stream throughout the week, well, I shouldn't say the only reason, because to be honest, I was completely content not streaming during the week. Once I was on vacation mode, I was tapped out. But we didn't have a microphone for the PlayStation 5. It wasn't until later that I realized that there's actually a mic built into the controller. But I imagine that would have sounded terrible anyways. And so we didn't do any little sneaky stream. But again, like I said, as soon as I got into vacation mode, I realized I needed it more than, and we don't have to go into these details because that's not what today's about. But, I was a little stressed towards the end of the month for a couple reasons. And I think it was affecting me a little bit. I think some of my diehard, I always like to say my diehard audience, because maybe not everyone tunes in every single day. You might not pick up on little things, but I think the people who watch me regularly might have noticed. I always like to think that, because I know I wear my heart on my sleeve, and I was like, I talked about it before I left. I was like a little burnt out, but not even of streaming. I was kind of a life burnout, which is way worse than a stream burnout. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. Like, work burnout, cool, that happens. Life burnout, I think, is just like another term for depression. And I've battled with it my whole life. And I needed this week more than I realized, and it's been really nice.
Off. It looked like y'all had a blast at the concert.
Yeah, it was fun, dude. Yo, what's up, Flip Toast? Thank you, man. Thank you for 25, dude. Yeah, it was a blast. It was super cool. I was like really nervous about going. I was all up in my head about going to the concert for multiple reasons. And I remember at the end of the concert, I said it to Min's Meadow when I ran into him. I was like, and to think, I was thinking about not going to this concert. I was going to let anxiety win. And holy heck, would that have been a tragedy, because it was phenomenal. Like, it was so good. So yeah, good to see you, Toad. Welcome back in here. How you doing, Toad? Hope you're doing okay. Hope you've been on the mend. Hope you're feeling all right. Hey, Squishalicious, nice. Welcome in. Yeah, I don't really know much about physical Pokemon cards either. I've been playing Pokemon TCG Pocket mostly. Glad you pushed yourself and it paid off. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Aelith Zana, it's tough, right? And you have to remind yourself of your tools and stuff like that. And, music is one of my biggest tools, as well as my friends and family, and nature is a big tool of mine. And that's what I did. The way I recovered for myself was nature, music, filling up my heart, with love and food. And it turns out that's all I really needed, was just a breather. And I'm just super happy that's and I'm back. But the truth is that before I move on, it's still something that, breaks and vacations aren't miracles. So, and this is something I just want to say out loud for anybody who needs to hear it. The truth is that you still got to follow up. So now that I'm refreshed and now that I'm feeling good, I still got to follow up. And I got to make sure that this next week is good and it's healthy and I'm treating myself the way that I deserve to be treated. And then I'll ease into a beautiful month. I think I'll be coasting. But if you don't follow up a refreshing break with good, healthy habits, it doesn't work. It's just going to go away. You're just going to throw all that in the garbage can, So the follow-up week is just as important. In my case, I can't speak for everyone. For me, I got to make sure this week is a great week. I'm going to get some really good sleep. I'm going to treat myself well. I'm going to be going on walks, just making sure I'm continuing my nature vibes. Yeah, you gotta lock in, dude. You can't just be like, okay, I'm okay. Like, coming back home from vacation is always a little bit weird anyways. Thank you, Rachel, for the raid. You joined us at we were gushing a little bit. And thank you for the 44 months, man. How are you, dude? The follow-up is super important. It really is, right? You gotta follow up, because if you don't, I feel like it's you gotta build up. You gotta build yourself up, you know? Going to nature is so therapeutic. I'm such a nature boy. Don't call me Ric Flair, you know? I'm good, but a little brain fried. Same. Welcome to the club. I traveled all night. I'm sleepy. Thank you, Jordan Afternoon. I appreciate that. Worked for almost 8 hours straight. Ooh, freaking wee, dude. Oh my gosh. Well, I hope you had a good stream. I hope you had a good show. This is the Brain Fried Club. Yeah, it is. We're doing some decorations for the Animal Crossing fans who might be lurking about. We're finally decorating our island. We're finally decorating the island here and locking into our farming themed island. And right now we are laying the road that's going to be Route 86 or whatever the frick it is in Ohio that goes straight through Ohio. I don't know why I just did that. And this road is going to go right down the middle of our build. And then on each side of the road is going to be massive farmlands and some farmhouses and some prairies and some pastures. And I have some visions. I think it's going to be a really cool design, but this is just the humble beginnings here of our project. It's going to take a while. Summer's always a crazy time. Fall's where everything goes back to normal for me. You know, I think a lot of us can relate to that here, especially in Ohio. I'm right there with you, man. I think to some extent, summer's always been an anxious time for me. Yeah. I really do agree with that, yeah. At the raid and run, hey, no problem, dude. Thanks for thinking of me. Thanks for thinking of me, man. Thanks for popping in here. If I missed anybody rolling into the stream, I have hit the points where I'm not scrolling back as much. So please don't be shy to repost your message, all right? You're always welcome. You know, just give me a couple minutes. If I don't reply to something, go ahead and repost, all right? It's not a problem at all. It's never a problem as long as you give me just a minute here. And if you ever think you're spamming, the mods will let you know. Don't worry. You know, we're a pretty awesome community like that. You know, we'll let you know if you're pushing it, punk. I know that one tile. I know it's so dumb. I know. What's that icon in your phone? The red one? This is Happy Home Paradise.
It's been a while
Happy
since
Home
I
Network.
made it to a stream.
This has to do with the Happy Home stuff. Since I have the DLC. Hey, what's up, Flower Child? Thank you for 16, man. We prefer Pocket as well because it keeps us from spending the monies. Yeah, Pocket seems to be the play for me, Squish. It's nice. I'm trying not to be... My first year of TCG Pocket, I want to collect everything. I'm going to go into the second year of TCG Pocket, and I'm going to be a little bit less of a collector bug. And I'm going to let myself miss some stuff. I'm still going to be playing the game regularly, but I want to take a little bit of a breather from trying to collect everything. I think I'll take a breather this year. But the first year of TCG Pocket was beautiful. Let's talk about that for a second. Y'all realize that this month, at the end of the month, we are probably going to be getting the first set of the B series in TCG Pocket. We have been playing this game for a year. Has anybody else here been playing with us, man? It's gonna be cool, and I'm gonna keep playing. I think a year was enough for me to be the mega collector, and now I'm just gonna chill and open up my 2-packs a day, and I'm still gonna give them my premium pass, which is $10 a month, because I do like having that extra 3rd pack a day. And I love it, man. I think this game's really cool. I actually like this game a lot. I really do. I do a little bit of battling here and there. It's nice to have a little bit of collecting here and there, and yeah, it'll be a blast. I'm pretty stoked about seeing what they do for the next big year. I think it's going to be a triple pack. I'm convinced it's going to be a massive triple pack, just like Genetic Apex, and it's going to be super epic. I'm convinced, anyways. you're kind of over it for a year. I respect that. Yeah, that's why I wanted to talk about it. I imagine some people might be kind of over it at this point, right? Which is totally cool. I get that for sure. All right, now that we have this road laid out, we need to figure out where we're going to be putting the dotted lines, and we want them to either be dead center, or we're going to do 2 lines if we can't get it to be dead center. And I think we got it to be dead center. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nope, it's not center. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what we'll do is we'll put it here and here, right? And we'll do 2, which won't look necessarily like a regular road, but I guess we could do 2 lanes. Actually, I guess we could do 2 lanes instead of 1. Ooh, actually, so hold on a second. Now I feel like I'm playing Minecraft, because this is the kind of stuff you do in Minecraft where you're like counting squares. You know what I mean? Like, this is what you do in Minecraft, dude. I feel like I'm Minecrafting it up. You don't even keep up with Wonder Picks anymore? That's fair, dude. Wonder Picks are always a disappointment. You can do a bike lane on the sides. That's true. I like that as well. It's the life of a pixel-minded person. Some roads have 2 strips and are 2-lane roads. All right, I think this is what we want, right? Let's see. 1, 2. 1, 2. Okay, cool. Wait, did I just turn it into a 4-lane road? Oops, I wasn't thinking. I kind of just turned it into a 4-lane road. But that might make sense because the cars are pretty big in the game, right? Like, I think the car might actually fit right here. So actually this might work really well. All right, let's keep building the road from here, and we'll decide as we go forward. Again, we're just in foundation mode. We're gonna end up adjusting this multiple times. I love the bike lane idea to just make things work. I also love having the 2 strips in the middle. Oh, we could have a fence in the middle. Yes, like a partition. Oh, and we could use the old rusty one, like the rusty fence. Okay, lemons. Okay, lemons. Yes, yes. We are cooking. Let me fix this before somebody actually gets mad at me. People have got mad at me for worse, to be fair. Classic Ohio style, exactly. Who said lemons can't cook? Thank goodness, I was about to scream. I know. I'm sorry. I'll fix it. H does stabby. Thank you, Hylian. This latest pack's gonna drive me mad. This latest pack sucks. I'm not gonna lie, this latest pack is the most boring pack to pull. It's so boring to pull this pack that they just released. It's like, well, specifically for somebody who's been playing for the whole year. I should clarify that. It's so boring to pull if you've been playing the whole year. It's like, dude, what is this? Like, it's kind of sucky, actually. I'm pulling older packs. Yeah, at this point, I really just want the immersive. If I get the immersive, I'm going straight back to older packs. I have yet to get the immersive. I've had a lot of really good luck, though. I've got Giratina twice shiny. I got Darkrai shiny. I got Full Art Lily and Full Art Professor Oak. So, like, to be fair, I've had, like, really good luck. I just want the immersive, man, and then I can move on. Because I love Pikachu. Popping in the work lurks. Yo, thank you, work lurkers. I appreciate you sincerely. Thank you to the daily check-ins, by the way. You pulled the immersive on first pull. Hey, you're back. I hope your vacation and you came back feeling rested. Yo, I had a great vacation. Thank you, McNug. Thank you. We talked a lot about it this morning, and you're welcome to go back to the VOD and check out my thoughts on the vacation and what I did. There are tears, warning, grown man tears when I described the Stardew Valley concert. So I know some of y'all like that. In the words of 21 Pilots, I know some of y'all like that crying stuff. Some of y'all are weird like that. Cry, darn it, cry. They said that at the 21 Pilots concert, and I looked over to my lady and I'm like, why can I relate to that? My community loves making me cry. I laughed so hard. I'm like, why can I relate to this? I'm like, dude, my community loves that. It was pretty funny. You're seeing them tomorrow? Nice, Jules. You're in for a treat, man. So but I had a good time. I went and saw 21 Pilots live. I went and saw the Stardew Valley Symphony of Seasons concert. I relaxed, I ate food, connected with nature, watched movies, played games. Oh, nice, Chaos Queen. Did you go for it and not get it? Breaking a streamer is a sport in Twitch. Yeah, it really is. Third time? Oh, nice. It was my first time and they melted my face off, dude. I reserved that term for very specific moments and it was a face melter of a show. Be prepared to cry on the 29th. Got it. The Stardew Valley Symphony of Seasons made me cry, dude. It was so beautiful. Especially if you're a music appreciator. Listen, I don't expect everyone to cry during Stardew. Let me get some water. Hold on a second. Not everyone might be as connected with music as me, but I'm a bit of a musician myself. I'm a bit of an artist in my soul, and the connection of like watching the actual instruments being played and seeing the passion behind it, even though I was kind of far up. But like, so that was special. And that added a layer to the feelings. But really, as I said this morning, the feelings really came from me realizing how important Stardew Valley has been in my life and how it's brought us all together as gamers over the years. And it's such a beautiful thing. And I've always wanted to see live orchestra music of my favorite video games. It's been on my bucket list. And during the concert, I realized that it was actually poetic beauty. That it was Stardew first. You know, everyone knows me as a Zelda fan first. But as on Twitch and as a content creator and as a community leader and community builder, I'm known for Animal Crossing. I'm known for Stardew. And it's been a tool, it's been a game that I've used to bring this community together for years. And while I was watching the concert, that all came rushing to me. All these thoughts, all these feelings hit me at once, and it made me realize that I've listened to the Stardew Valley music on repeat for hundreds of hours on this channel. Do y'all like realize, like a lot of you know, you've been here for it. Hundreds of hours of my life, those songs have been in my ears. And then hearing it live and orchestrated, it just took me to another planet. It hit me like a ton. The realization set in, and I'm getting emotional again. It's like, I don't think I understood that fully until I was there, and like how much the game has affected my life and like how incorporated the game is into my life. Like it is really a big part of who I am at this point. And it was really special, man. It was so crazy. Yeah, it was so cool, dude. What's up, Aubrey? Good to see you. Yo, Treasure's coming in with 9, man. What's up, dude? What's up, dude? Good to see you, bud. What the heck? Thank you again, Flower Child, for 16. Here, let me grab All right, we're watching Hocus Pocus. So I'm gonna get the
Hello, everyone.
we'll post it in
I am
Discord.
glad to be back. It's been a hectic month.
Yo, glad to have you back, Treasure. We'll watch Hocus Pocus. I think we're gonna watch it on the 11th of October. So come on by if you want to watch Hocus Pocus in the Discord. It'll be a Discord call. It'll be really fun. Come on by if you haven't been around for movie night before.
75
All right, let's change up the jamos. Let's change up the jamos. Thank you, Alts, for 56. Thank you, Treasure, for 9. Yo, for those just tuning in, we do have new emotes. By the way, spoopy season, our first ever Halloween emotes. They're in. Our first ever Halloween emotes. We got 5 of them, 2 for the followers, so you don't even need to be subbed to enjoy them. Good morning, Water Lily. 3 for this tier 1 subs. And guess what? We're not done yet. I have another batch of 5 on the way. Maybe within the next 2 weeks, you're gonna like the next batch as well. Shout out to Mills Art Nook. They're so talented. They put in such beautiful work. They were so excited, and you can see the excitement and the passion in the emotes. And that's what I love about an artist that gets excited to work with me. That is such a blessing. That is such a gift. That when an artist isn't just like, let me collect this commission, but they're excited to create, and they're excited to see you all enjoy the emotes. That's what they said in those DMs. They could not wait for you to have these emotes. It was so much deeper than just an exchange between streamer and artist. And you can see it in their artwork, man. They really cared about what they did. Our first ever Halloween emotes, man. It was a beautiful journey. Thank you so much, Mills. I'm so proud of them, dude. They're so cool. And we've never done Halloween emotes for some reason. We've done Christmas. We've never done Halloween. I thought y'all deserved that this time around. Here, I'll pull up this picture for Aelith and anybody else. I did end up meeting people, and I said this on X. I know that you're not everyone's on social media, but I posted this on X, and it was really special to me. I said, quote, Stardew Valley as a game has brought us together on the internet for years on this channel. It's been a part of my journey since the 2nd month of streaming. Isn't it so poetic that it also was the game to bring us together in person? How fucking rad is that? It made so much sense. It made so much sense. Yeah, Animal Crossing would have made sense as well. Zelda, Nintendo, but this game weirdly made the most sense. I don't know why. I feel that way. I just do. It was really cool. Hey, Calico. Hey. It was really, really cool, man. I'm not gonna lie. I really love this picture because I'm gonna get a little ego, a little bit of ego. I really love this picture because I feel like Big Papa, and I feel like it's like my people, and like I'm like, hey. I really like this picture because I feel like Big Papa, and like I'm like behind everybody, like, yeah. I don't know. I never said that out loud, you know, but, and then here's one more with a little less of that Big Papa energy and just a little bit more fun. Yeah, what a lovely bunch, man. What an absolute lovely bunch, dude. These are also in the Discord, by the way. So if you're go to the media share, you'll see all sorts of cool pictures and stuff for those that are here late to the show. Yeah. Meeting you in person must have been awesome. I'm not gonna lie, I was really nervous. It's funny, I was so in my head about meeting people. I was really, 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 really nervous. I got super anxious, you know, and I started letting anxiety get louder than my heart. And if you have anybody who ever dealt with anxiety, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Sometimes anxiety can be loud. And I'm so proud that it all ended up working out the way it did, and that it all ended up happening. It was really cool, man. It was super, super cool. Only sometimes? Well, yeah, I mean, I guess all the time, but anxiety, I guess there's different degrees, you know? True, though, true. Yo, thank you, Midna, dude. What's up, man? Thank you for 20. How you doing today? I bet you could hear Sparty laughing a mile away. Best laugh ever. Oh, dude, and then we were together. Yeah. They put us both in the same building. I promise you, dude, all you heard was our group, dude. like, dude, and here's the crazy part, because I tried to meet up with Spartan ahead of time, like days before, but it didn't work out. So all of a sudden it ends up being like Spartan was there, and I'm not gonna lie, like Spartan and I instantly walked up to each other and connected, and it was like super special for me. We connected with everybody, but it's just funny that you mentioned that, because it was like I've known the dude my whole life. Like as soon as we walked up, you know, we gave out hugs and everything, and I turned over to Spartan, and then before I knew it, we were sitting there yapping for 10 minutes straight, just going back and forth, laughing, hugging, and it was just like, so it was cool because like Spartan and I tried to meet up years ago. He reached out to me and he was like, do you want to meet up? And I was super anxious. I was in a really dark time in my life. I was still a streamer, but like I was losing my home, and like it was like scared. Like I was at a time I was like unsure about if I was going to be able to like have a place to live and stream, and I was just like, nah man, I can't do this, and I let anxiety win. So this weekend I heard he was going to be out in that area, and I reached out and I was like, yo dude, let's do this. And it didn't work out. It just didn't work out. I had a concert to go to, so we sadly were like, better luck next time. All of a sudden, a couple days go by, somehow Spartan gets wrapped up into the concert. He gets invited by the other people there. Boom, boom, boom. Before I know it, he's there, and we get to see each other anyways. And it was just so iconic, dude. So like, not only was it so cool to see everybody there, and some of them were unexpected to me. So there was like a big surprise. I actually got to meet up with Spartan that I wanted. And like, it was just like really special. Yeah. And then you met me, and I wasn't crazy and decided to meet others. Dude, Wavy was the catalyst. Real talk. Real talk, dude. I said it earlier. I've met more people in the past 2 months than I've ever met in 6 years of streaming. And going out and meeting Wavy was the most calming. Like your energy, and I hope you don't mind me saying your mother's as well. It was the most reassuring thing I had ever felt. You really need to know that. I think I told you this already. I think I've said these words to you already, but like, just in case I haven't, like, you're right about that. Like you really, because like when I got to meet you, it made me realize like how okay it was gonna be. And from there I got excited. Then I got to see Dr. Mario, and it was just like, we were like brothers. It was like, wow, I could have lived with this guy my whole life. And we known each other for 6 years. And then from there, it just kept snowballing. And even though there's still anxiety there the whole time, like, yeah, Wavy was definitely the catalyst. To be sure, dude. It was cool, man. It was cool. Oh, Tam Perp, dude, I'm so glad that you're home and you're relaxing. Hopefully you're feeling okay, dude. Yo, loving the chat for Tam Perp, man. I'm so happy, dude. Tam Perp, just proud of you. You're on the mend. You have the best attitude of anybody I've ever met in the universe. Some of the people in this community that are going through trying times, you wouldn't even know they were. And you know who you are. I don't even want to call everyone out. I know there's a couple people in this community that I know of that have been going through some tough stuff, medical stuff. So I'm just going to speak to you directly and frankly, but not call out names. And I just want to say, you are all so inspirational, man. And you show up in the chat, you know, and you have such good energy. You're in the Discord. You have such a positive mindset. And it's just like super special, man. Like, dude, that's so cool, man. Like y'all are just something else, man. This community is just something else, dude. So, and that goes to everyone. Again, you know who you are. I don't want to name names, but you're welcome to jump into the chat and let us know if you know I'm talking to you, and you probably do. You're probably not wrong if you're thinking I'm talking about you. But I really do hope you all had a good week, man. I definitely missed you all. But it was nice seeing little updates in the Discord and stuff, and seeing what y'all been up to. It definitely made the week go by a little bit smoother. You know, I wasn't stressing out too much. Holy heck, man. Yo, good stuff, dude. It was a great week. I blame you, Hylian, for getting my AC and Ace itch to come back. Dude, I do it sometimes. Also, Talnov, I missed you popping in. I saw you, but I missed you. Good morning. And I want to go ahead and read your message. Your Talnov says, I felt that way when I met up with an online friend when they came close to me for the eclipse last year. Dude, the eclipse last year was sick. I felt him like his sister, and I had inside jokes, even though I had never met my sister, and it was just so fun exploring the town we were in after the eclipse. Yeah, it's so powerful, man. I've met a couple people online. I think once before I had a meetup with somebody from a video game, and that was years ago, you know, so well before I ever did anything like do streaming stuff. And yeah, it was cool, man. Yo, Flower Child, have a good day today. Thanks for coming and popping in and chatting with us. We're just having a little catch-up stream today, man. We're just chilling. You're not missing too much. Mahogany Chica, welcome to the show today as well. I met my ex-partner online, and meeting them for the first time was really special. Yeah, it's pretty cool because you realize, you know, I've said this on the channel before, not to continue in the sap here, but I've realized that in this day and age, what I do is even more important. And, you know, this isn't to say that I think I'm all high and mighty and stuff. The truth is I'm a very humble individual, even though I'm not being humble about being humble, if that makes sense. But I do identify where I bring value into the universe, and I'm proud of that. And I've realized this is a really recent thing. I woke up one day within the past 6 months, and I was like, you know, at some point, people really try to push this idea that online connections aren't real. And nowadays, I think that's so wrong. I think nowadays, more than ever before, we all could use, not every, you know, I can't speak for everyone, but you all or we all could use a place on the internet to connect with humans, because we're starting to lose that in our personal lives. And while internet stuff is never going to completely replace in-person connection, I think we all could still use that in our lives to some extent. I can't speak for everyone again, but I know for me. But I think that what we have here in this community is an example, and there's plenty of these little communities around the internet, of a place where you really can get that connection with people, and it's very powerful. And I think in this day and age, it's something that we kind of need sometimes, you know, like it's so easy to just be distant from humans, and you can really build some powerful connections. And my point is that when you actually meet up with somebody that you've been hanging out with for years on the internet, you realize that actually the connection's the same. Like you realize, like, and that's what Lemons and Limes was just explaining. That's the special that they mentioned. You realize, and same thing with Talnov, right? It's like once you come together, all of a sudden you're like, wait a second. It's like I've been in this person's energy the whole time, even though you technically haven't. But that is how powerful the energy between humans can be. I say it all the time on this channel. Sometimes I feel energy through the chat, and you can call me crazy all you want. I don't care. I can feel your energy through the chat, and maybe it's because I'm a little bit more susceptible to energy. I'm a little bit more of an empath in that sense, but I feel it and I talk about it. I don't care. And I think that translates, man. And then when you meet somebody, you're like, wow, like I feel like I've been in the same room with this person, and I haven't, but I feel like I have, you know. It's really cool. It's a really interesting concept that I just wanted to yap about. Yeah, you know, it's really cool, but some people will try to tell you that it's not a real connection, but I argue that it is. I argue that we're actually building very real connections online. And again, the only thing I think that maybe people are right about is, you know, to some extent, I don't think they should ever be a replacement for real connections. in-person connections, but I certainly think it can be a supplement, and a healthy supplement at that, right? I think so. Appreciate you, Sammy Dot. Good to see you, Doomed. Yeah, it's possible to balance it out. Exactly. And it is up to the individual to draw the line at some point. Holy heck. Good morning, Alt075, and probably Minda. Thank you for the support. Enjoy the new emotes. I'm pretty proud of them, and I hope the artist is as well. We had the same energy we had online. I didn't feel awkward around him and his family, and I felt very welcomed. And when the eclipse happened, it felt so profound. Heck, I even had a conversation with his brother about him playing Stardew Valley because I happened to be playing Stardew at that time. That's so cool. That's super rad. Yeah, dude. So here's a random thought. Let's switch gears for a second. And yeah, so listen, I'm a hugger, and I just grabbed everybody up and hugged them. I think there was only one or two people who didn't get the double arm hug from me. Some people nowadays, I think like hugging is like a little weird, and some people, they don't want to do it too much. And I told myself I would ask for permission if I was going to go in on someone like that, but I didn't. So I will say this, during the meetup, more than once when I was meeting up with people, they went to give me this little one arm hug, and I straight up was like, nah, and just like went in. I don't think I did it to Calico because they just had like a really nice dress on and I didn't want to mess it up. I don't know, maybe not Tara, but everybody else, I was just like, get in here. I couldn't remember. Yeah, I just like went in like, and I realized after the fact, I'm like, oh, maybe I should have been a little bit more respectful because not everybody likes that. So I hope not everybody, like I hope nobody was off put. I smelled good. But and here's the funny thing about that. When Min's Meadow in the hallway. So for those that didn't hear the story, as I was leaving the venue, randomly I ran into another creator that we had no plans to like meet up with. And all of a sudden I hear my name. They're like, is that Hylian Descent? And I turn around and it's Min's Meadow, and they're like, hey. And I'm like, what the heck?
Good morning, all.
Why was the first thing I did, like I'm talking, I've barely even interacted with this person on the internet. I've just a couple times on Twitch. The first thing I did, I just grabbed him and hugged him. And I thought back about it and I'm like, wow, that was very forward of me. Like I straight up was just like, hey. And I'm thinking back about it and I'm like, like I didn't even think about it. It's like my natural instinct. I just grabbed him. I'm just like, oh, hug time. That's so funny. So I don't know what they thought about it, but I thought that was a pretty funny thing to share. I'm like, I don't know, man. That's just who I am. There's not enough hugs in 2020, dude. Yeah, it was really funny, dude. To me, I'm like, I hope I didn't piss anybody off. I don't want to smell you. Hey. Honestly, if we met and you didn't give me a bear hug, I'd complain. Oh my gosh. What's up, Strawberry Grass? Hey, dude. And thank you, Lawsith, for 5 months. Have you looked at memes? Yeah. Are you talking about the Periwinkle meme? I did see that one. I did see Periwinkle. But I've never been a fan. Here's a secret about me. I've never been a fan of half hugs. Also, welcome to the show today, Alley Cat. I don't like half hugs. I'm a half hug hater. So when people try to give me a half hug, I get a little offended and I just instantly derail it and just turn it into a real hug. Don't you come at me with no half hug like I'm some diseased human being or something. You better come over here and get the whole thing, dude. I don't want no side hug. But again, you got to respect people's space, so it would be proper to ask first, but Dude, I walked up to Alto Girl, and as like we're meeting each other, everybody's meeting each other, and Alto Girl goes, "Hi, I'm Alto Girl." Like as if I haven't met her once before, and as if I didn't know who she was. She was trolling. And she's like, "Hi, I'm Alto Girl. Nice to meet you." And she goes to give me a half hug, and I push her away, and I'm like, I gave her a straight up H Des what? I was like, "What are you doing?" And I just grabbed her up and gave her a big old hug. I'm like, "What are you?" And I'm like laughing, like, "What are you doing, punk?" I'm like, you troll, you little troll, dude. She's like, "Hi, I'm Alto Girl." I'm like, "You better get over here."
Doing the work, Lurk. Happy to be here. Happy Friday.
I don't know. Yo, thank you, Meg Petrowski, for 3 freaking years. Holy bananas, gorilla. At my high school graduation, my principal was giving a hug to each graduate as they came on stage, and I was the only one who gave the most awkward half hug. Those half hugs will get you, man. No, I respect it. I respect it. At the end, jokes aside, everyone has different levels of hugging. I get it. Did you say I'm a pop star? No, but I should have. What's up, Duvor Dwarf? Welcome back in here. This is the only FOMO from not being in America I've had in a while. Aw. Man, I'd like to get overseas. Hopefully one day I can make it happen. That would be super special if I could make it to like a TwitchCon over there or something. That'd be really cool. If I can give you a design tip, don't forget the potholes from Lorraine. That is an amazing thought. That is we're gonna definitely make this road look frumpy as all heck. Yes, that is an amazing thought. We are definitely gonna give this road some dirty potholes for sure. I like that Richard Scarry references thrown in randomly. Dude, I love Richard Scarry. I grew up playing stupid Richard Scarry games at the library, so nobody ever really catches them. I appreciate that treasure. Dude, I was on the bus and I met this family of people that were actually from Cleveland. And I get on and some guy's sleeping in my seat, and I actually buy 2 seats at once because it's an extra charge, but you get to ride alone. And sometimes you can get lucky and just steal an empty seat, but I don't play that game. So I buy both seats, but people never know that you can do that. Like nobody else ever knows you can do that. And I think it's because I buy my tickets online and I don't use the app. So I get on the bus and I'm like, "Yo guy, you got to get up. This is my seat." And he gets up and he goes to sit down and I'm like, "Yo man, sorry, I paid an extra $20 for both seats. You ain't sitting next to me. You better figure it out." And this family turns around and they're laughing. They're like, "You bought both seats?" I'm like, "Heck yeah, $20? Easy for peace of mind, sitting alone." I'm like, "I'm gonna be real. My booty barely fits in one of these seats. I want both." And everyone's laughing. I'm doing my thing. I'm a silly guy, even outside of stream. And this older lady looks at me and she goes, "You look like Jelly Roll." And I about died. So if you don't know who Jelly Roll is, he's actually a musical artist. She looks at me and she goes, "You look like Jelly Roll." And I about died because the way she said it and everything. And she was so serious. So this is who Jelly Roll is. I don't even really know who he is, but somebody else has said this to me before. Somebody else has told me this is one of my... Now, I regret that in the moment, I didn't say that. This is what I should have said in the moment. "Nah, B, Jelly Roll looks like me." But I didn't have that much wit at the time, right? So I just laughed and was like, "I've gotten that before." And we chatted. Well, guess what happens? This lady ends up, that's my nickname for the whole rest of the trip. Every time she wants to refer to me, she's like, "Hey, yo, Jelly Roll." The whole trip, she's like, "Jelly Roll, come here." She's like, "Can you sing as good as he can? Because he makes beautiful music." I'm like, "No, I can't. I'm sorry. I'm not as good as him. I never heard his music." But I was just like, nope, certainly not. They were so nice though. They even offered me food, man. This is Clevelanders. As soon as a Clevelander discovers another Clevelander, we instantly connect. At one point, they were like, hey, you want some chicken? They bought some Popeyes at the rest stop. They're like, you want a piece of chicken jelly roll? And I was so shocked by that, man. Think about that. A stranger. Just because we were Cleveland. I'm telling you, this is the Cleveland love, man. People don't realize, man. Cleveland is such a beautiful place. We stay together. And as soon as they found that out, they were so chill. They offered me their food to break bread with me. I turned them down because I wasn't trying to eat greasy Popeyes at 3 a.m, but I was like, wow, that was so kind. Thank you, ma'am. I told her that. I'm like, that was such a kind thing for you to do. Thank you for offering that. They might not even have thought of it that way, but for me, that was so kind. Like, what? You're offering me your food? Like, thank you so much. They're like, I'm good. And it was just such a fun little ride. She was so funny. This lady was so funny, dude. So there was this mom on the bus who was like kind of wild, right? She was like, we talked about it earlier. She was kind of like screaming and stuff. And like, we're trying to sleep. And at one point we're trying to get on the bus and the whole bus gets stopped because this lady forgot her dress. So the mom forgot her dress. So another lady got on the bus to give her dress. And as she's like, sorry, everybody, I'm a bus stopper. I'm a stopper of the bus. And just to give this dress to this lady while we're all trying to go. And this lady was killing me. I never got her name, but she's sitting there ragging on her. She's like, bus stopper, you better get the off this bus. I'm like, oh my God, we're all dying, dude. And she's going in on it. This old lady was going in on this lady on the back. I'm dying, dude. She's going in on it. She's like, bus stopper, you better figure it out. I'm like, and we're all just, yeah, dude, it was just the Cleveland sass, dude. We were seriously just cackling, man. It was honestly so much fun, dude. Yeah, my ride home wasn't that bad at all. And then eventually everyone started sleeping, which is like what I really wanted. But like, it was pretty funny, dude. It was just funny because there's just like a certain, like, once you get to a certain age, and like, I couldn't tell you how old she was. She looked pretty young actually. But once you get to a certain age, like, you know, you're just out here like whatever, you know, you just kind of talk smack. You just don't even care. It was pretty funny. Being a mom doesn't automatically make you a good person. Yeah. No, yeah, she was an okay lady. The mom talk from earlier was just, it was a lady that she was just loud. Like her kid was like being loud at one point, and then she was like kind of being louder than the kid to get him to be quiet. And I just found that ironic because I'm like, I don't know if that works that way. Like if everyone's trying to sleep on the bus, why would you start yelling at a kid? Like, lady, it's like 11 at night. The lights are off. I think there's another way to do that. So that's like one of the things that this lady was kind of ragging on her about, and we were all kind of laughing. It was, you know, it wasn't like we were making fun of the lady to her face. You know what I mean? Like it was all kind of our own little group at the front of the bus. It was funny. Have you had a good time? Yeah, it was chill. It was chill. So that was all last night for the record. Like that was on my way home. Yeah. Oh, dude, I all I do is turn my headphones up. Exactly, dude. Blast the ears, blast the music, and I wasn't even in that universe anymore. Yeah, super chill. But yeah, that was my nickname. I'm Jelly Roll now. That's what I'm gonna be known as through Cleveland. The next time they see me on a billboard in Cleveland, they're gonna be like, "Hey, that's Jelly Roll from the Greyhound." That's exactly what's gonna happen. Oh my gosh. I would never turn down Popeyes. Yeah, no, I was trying to make sure I was feeling okay today. So I was like, no, we'll pass. I got home and I realized I let all my groceries go to zero. So I had to order coffee this morning because I have nothing in my fridge. So that's what I'm going to do today. I'm going to go out and grab a couple groceries to get me through the next couple of days. No, Concern Dave wasn't there, sadly. I think the truth is that where I saw the Symphony of Seasons, it was actually a very, very small venue. I got a hot chai with a shot of espresso in it. Dirty chai. Yo, Mama, tell her. What's up, dude? Good to see you. Yeah, dirty chai, baby. Yeah. I thought Eric went to every show as well, and I realized that I think that was a Festival of Seasons thing. I don't necessarily think that's what's going on with this concert. Because you gotta remember, Toter Todd. Also, good morning, Toter. I haven't hit you with an official. I hope you're doing well. So good to see you, Recyclops. You gotta remember, this is actually his second concert, and I think the first one, he went on tour the whole time, I would imagine, but this time around, I think he's like keeping it a little chill. So I know he's went on tour this time, but it was a smaller venue. Like, I guess we couldn't really expect him to go to this tiny little performance theater. You know what I mean? Like, so he did play a video message though. He did play a video message, and he gave us all a cute little message. He talked about the future of Stardew a little. He talked about Haunted Chocolatier. He talked about his love for music and how happy he is to be able to see his music come to life. And it was a really cool video message. But yeah, he wasn't there. How would you recommend trying chai for the first time? I say hot and with no doctoring. Just hot chai latte and with your milk of choice. And it's one of my favorite drinks of all time. Now, what I used to do is I used to put a little bit of cinnamon and nutmeg and mix it in as well. That was like something I used to do at the coffee shop I used to go to, but that's not necessary. I would just, if it's your first one, I would go for just like a standard chai. I don't even think you need sweetener or anything. Like, you literally, like, anytime I've ever ordered chai, I literally just order a chai latte with oat milk or almond milk, done. I don't ever get, like, because I think chai naturally has a sweetness to it. Now, different places might have different styles of chai, so be careful, because maybe you might have to like go a little further and say, like, somebody said sweet or spicy, or maybe you like it a little sweeter and you could add some sweetener to it. But I've never done that. I've never added sweetener to chai ever, personally. Yeah. Any updates on Haunted Chocolatier? No, but he just mentioned it, which was like enough for everyone to freak out, right? Like, he just mentioned it and like was like, as you know, I'm working on Haunted Chocolatier. We're working hard. He's like, but the book on Stardew Valley is never gonna close, so you might very well see 1.7, and everyone's cheering. And he's like, now I'm not saying it's official, but you're probably gonna see something in the future, so look out for that. It was just a cute little message he sent us. But I'm right there with you, Toter Todd. I'm not gonna lie to you. When I went in, I was talking to my lady friend, and I'm like, hey, I think that he's here. And she looked at me and laughed. She's like, you think he's in this little baby venue? And I'm like, yeah, I think he is. And then they're like, we have a video message from Concerned Ape. And I looked over at her and was just like, I hate you. I hate you. I was convinced he was there. I was. And I realized, like, this is his second ever tour. Like, you got to realize, like, unfortunately, if you wanted to guarantee that he would be at your concert, you needed to go to the first one, or it needs to be a pretty big venue like Philadelphia or something, right? No, I didn't get any merch because all the merch is actually on a website as well. So Stardew Valley concert, is that it? Yeah. So the lines for merch were massive. Like, the lines for merch were insane. So instead of picking up merch, I got something to show y'all that are just showing up. First off, I got something better than any merch I could have ever purchased. Listen to this. Oh, sorry, I pressed the wrong button. One of the members of our little group made homemade prismatic shards and handed them out to everybody. Their own hard-earned cash and creativity. And they brought prismatic shards for the whole group and they designed it for us. Look at that. Yeah, our friend Tara from Gaia. Look at that. It was so cool, man. I don't even know how they made it. Nothing. I don't know how they did it. Nothing. All I know is they did it. And it was super, super, super cool. And then here, let's take a quick look at the merch website because you can help me all decide what I want to buy. So I decided I'm going to get my merch online and I'm thinking about getting the hoodie, the same as Calico just mentioned. All right. And then there's also this super dope shirt. That's the back of the hoodie there. The front's the blue chicken. Oh, I need to zoom out here. Then they also have here. Let me hide my screen to make sure I don't get doxxed by something stupid. Sometimes it'll just like something will pop up. All right. Then they have this shirt right here. Now I'm not a big fan of white shirts necessarily, but I do love the Junimo design here. I don't know if it comes in other colors. It might actually, but yeah, it might actually come in other colors. I'm not actually sure. No, I don't think it does. And then there's a bag, there's a tote, and then there's a hat. And this is actually the thing that I would have bought and that I am 100% buying. You better believe it. Think about me as a person. What is the thing that would most work for me to purchase? It's the hat, dude. It's the hat, dude. I'm getting the hat. So I might grab the hoodie as well. And the prices are the same on the website as the concert, so you don't feel like you're missing out. That was the first thing I asked. I was like, is the merch $75 on the website? And they were like, yeah. So I'm like, oh, so it doesn't matter if I buy the merch at the concert. Because it's not really, yeah, sure, you know, there's the whole experience. Coming home with the piece of merch feels really good. But really, the prices are like the same, so it doesn't really matter what you do. Here's a hand-drawn shirt. It's a hand-drawn shirt that the conductor himself was actually wearing. Yo, GameCube Fox, have a wonderful day, man. Thank you so much. Looking forward to seeing you over the next couple weeks. Whenever you get a chance to pop in, always wonderful to have you, man. Cheers. Have a wonderful Friday. Yo, Gemini Puppy and L Rob, welcome in. This one's super cool. Then they have the poster. Then they have a nice little booklet, tour booklet. And then they have a music box for $30, which surprisingly, the music box is only $30. It's small, but it's really nice. Then they have some keychains and a pin. So you can actually all go pick this stuff up right now. Just for the record, StardewValleyConcert.com. You don't have to have a ticket to go do this stuff. And I'm going to be picking up this hat. I'm actually about to buy it right now, I think. Like right at the end of the show today. I want this hat so bad. But, you know, Tater Tot Salad Bug, the truth is that we all know why Concerned Ape didn't show up to the concert that I was at. Because I scared homie by threatening him with kisses on his forehead. I get it, dude. I get it. But he better know, if you're out there, Concerned Ape, where else would you be for the Hylian Descent show? That kiss is coming. That kiss is coming, homie. You can't, you can run, but you can't hide. And one day I'm going to see you and I'm smooching that forehead. Homie think he got away. He ain't got away. Yeah, exactly, Mama Teller. I only had so much room in my bags, right? Town off. Oh, nice. You were doing the pure defense build in Fields of Mystery. Did you see the Fields of Mystery merchandise? Chat room, there was a lot of stuff that happened in the gaming industry the past couple days. So Game Pass split into tiers. Does anybody care to enlighten me what the $10 tier now holds? So it used to be it's $10, $20, and $30. And the $10 called Essentials. The $30 called Ultimate. Is this 10 still worth it? What did they do? How did they split it up? What does Essentials mean? What does Essentials mean? Is it really bad? Did they gut it? Is it like real bad? You guys don't even have to tell me. I'm just like kind of feel it out, you know? Yeah. Friends of Mineral Town merch here. Let me pull it up for you. Or not Friends of Mineral Town. I'm talking about Fields of Mystria. Yeah. I'll pull it up for you real quick. Take a look at these cuties. Take a look at these official fan. It's done through Fangamer, but it was actually announced by the Fields of Mystria team. So this is official merch. Oh, you're okay, Steph. You're fine, dude. Yeah, no worries. I think we do have a permit command. Are you in? If you're in are you in Nightbot Random Reject? We should probably set the permit command up if we don't already have it set up. I think we do. But here, I got it. I'll post. Thank you, Random, for reminding me that even exists. So yeah, take a look. The Henrietta, the Dozy, this is the cute one. Juniper's Bathhouse Bomb, and then 2 pins, yeah. Yeah. So it's actually official merch. You see what it does? Look, you hover over it, and it goes naked. Yeah, official merch, man. It's pretty cool. I think that was a smart move by them. Gooner pins. I think that was a very smart. Petite, hey, what's up, Petite? I think that was a smart move by the team, man. I think that was a good idea by them. Oh, nice. Let me grab this article and just take a quick read at what happened. All right, let me just take a quick read here. To justify the price increase of Ultimate, Microsoft has increased the number of day one releases per year to 75 and has added Fortnite Crew and Ubisoft Plus Classics for the first time ever. There's also upgrades to Xbox Cloud Gaming and Streaming. Ubisoft Plus Classics, valued at $7.99, is now part of Ultimate starting November 18th. Fortnite Crew itself is $12.99 or $11.99, and that's also a part of Ultimate. So they're trying to justify all these little things that are in. Microsoft said the new $30 a month Ultimate price reflects the expanded catalog, new partner benefits, and upgraded cloud experience. Xbox Game Pass Essential $9.99 a month is the same as the old core subscription. So did they make the 10? So did they make it worse? It sounds like it's the same. So it sounds like it's not bad at all, right? It sounds like the $10 one is still worth it. How do you all feel about that? Planet Kitty says, I have Game Pass PC, and when I check my renewal price, it still has the old $11.99 or whatever the new one is. The new one is $16.49, so I might be locked in. Yeah, you might be like grandfathered in. Right? So I don't really know. I don't know what the core subscription was before, but that was the one that most people had, right? Most people had the $10 subscription. It sounds like the $10 subscription is the same. Right? It sounds like it's the same. Yeah, I'm very curious how much this is ruffling the feathers of Game Pass fans. You know what I mean? Like, I'm very curious, like, how much is this ruffling the feathers of the Game Pass fans? Like, if you're a Game Passer, like, are you missing out by not upgrading to Ultimate? Or are you going to still be able to play the same stuff you were playing for $11.99? That's the question that should be answered. Are you going to still be able to play the same stuff for $9.99 that you were playing for $12? That's the question that I'm curious about. Right? Because wasn't there... Before there was... How many different versions of the pass was there before? Just 2? Very interesting. I mean, Game Pass seems like it's value no matter what. But, you know, people are a little upset, which is, I guess, fair. What's up, Legend Steven Tyler? You could probably compare it to PS subs. Yeah, it's like, I don't think it doesn't seem like it's too bad. It doesn't seem like it's like too different. It just seems like maybe... I think it's limited now. I thought it was 200 games for the basic and 400 for the ultimate. Well, what are you getting for $10 now? Are you not getting 200 games? Are you just getting like 100 or something? Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think most people expected this to happen. 50 games? Ooh, they gutted it then. They gutted it. What the heck? Okay, thank you, Abyss Sans. Hylian, would you please explain how you put a new Animal Crossing save on New Horizons on your Switch 2, but kept your old one on the old one? Okay, I got you. So this is how I did it. Now, the big thing you need to realize is I did this at the beginning of getting my Switch 2. This is the big thing. All right? So when I first bought my Switch 2, they will ask you if you want to transfer everything over from the Switch 1. I said no. I'm not sure if you've done that yet, but for right out the gate, I said no. And I've been transferring everything manually, one game at a time, one save file at a time. This was the first step to make this easy. Once you've done that, that means that your Animal Crossing save is still on your original Switch. You're already halfway there. From here, this is what you want to do. All right, you want to go into virtual game cards. And this is going to have a list of all of your games. So now you're on your Switch 2. And this is a list of all the games you own. You're going to want to go to Animal Crossing. And let's just use Pikmin 1 for trial. And you want to click on it. Now, this has a couple options. You can load it on this system. You can load it on any other system, lend it to a family, or you can go to options and you can say download data. If you don't have this download data option, we could talk about that. It's a completely separate thing. That's not actually at all what matters for your question. I just wanted to let you know this exists. You have about 3 or 4 different options here. For your situation, you just want to say load on this system. And when you go to load this up on the system, your save file is not going to be there at all. Because the thing you need to understand about Animal Crossing specifically is that if you don't do the auto transfer when you buy the Switch, it will not transfer over automatically. That's not how Animal Crossing works. So you'll notice if you go to your cloud, your save data here, Animal Crossing's not in here because Animal Crossing is not backed up on the save. It is only on the hardware. It's only on your Switch 1 in your situation. So Tay-Ray, your life is easier than you realize. In theory, if I understand your situation, all you need to do on your Switch 2 right now, that's completely a blank canvas, right, is go to game cards and just load Animal Crossing up on your new Switch. You're done. Load the game up, and you should have a brand new island to start. And to explain why this is happening with Animal Crossing but not other games, if you load up another game, it'll say, hey, I found a save file. Do you want me to download it? It's not going to say that with Animal Crossing because Animal Crossing is not attached to the cloud the same way that the other games are. So you're actually way better off than you realize. If you said no to the initial transfer, your island should be safe and secure on your Switch 1. And you should be able to load up your copy of Animal Crossing on your Switch 2, and it should be a complete blank canvas. And you should have no worries whatsoever. Brand new save file. Because again, Animal Crossing and Pokemon are two very special cases in which they don't connect to the cloud, so you don't have to worry at all about those save files. Now, what if I want to play my old island again? I just loaded up on my old Switch. Bingo bongo. Exactly. Now, here's the thing. If you owe the game digitally, you're not going to be able to load them up at the same time. If you own them physically, you would put them physically into each Switch. If I had my Switch here, I would even show you. Let me see. Is it over here? No. It's plugged into my living room. So yeah, you're good. You should be good to load up both on both Switches. You'll be fine. Just keep in mind, you're not going to be able to do them both at the same time. It's one or the other at the same time because technically you only own one copy of that game. Does that make sense? So it's okay. This is a really, really good question because this is a very scary thing. It's your island here. Will the DLC transfer? Yes, but not your progress on the DLC because that's attached to the save file. Your DLC will transfer if you purchased it or if you have the Nintendo Switch Online. Because here's the thing you got to remember, and if you haven't already done this, your Nintendo account controls everything. And you're still going to be logging into your Nintendo account on your Switch too. That's how you're going to have access to all your juicy games. Your Nintendo account is what controls the DLC. So when you install Animal Crossing via the virtual game card, it's going to include the DLC, but no save files. Save files have to manually be transferred via the island transferring tool. And while we're talking about this, if you're somebody who's already transferred your island to the Switch 2 and you're bummed out, you do technically have options. This is a little scary, but what you could do is you could use the island transfer app and you could transfer your island back to the Switch 1. And then you could have a fresh canvas on the Switch 2. So if you're someone out there who would like to start a new island on Switch 2, but you've already transferred all of your data from the Switch 1, you can actually send it all back if you want to play that new island on the Switch 2. Or if you're following here, you could just load up a new island on your Switch 1. Because again, you transferred it over. Hopefully that makes sense. If anybody has any questions, you're welcome to ask. All right. And Tay-Ray, just to be safe, maybe go ahead and load up your old island on your Switch 1. Make sure it's there. Play it for a second. Save it. Once you confirm it is on the Switch 1, go ahead and load up your Switch 2 and you should be good to go with everything I just told you. All right. But just to be safe, maybe go load up your Switch 1 first real quick and just make sure it's still there. Because if it's not, then maybe we can figure out what happened and we can go move on from there, all right? I did, she's there. Okay, you're good then. Yeah, you're green light going from my perspective. Yeah. I'm glad you were comfortable enough to ask, Tay. That makes me happy. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, dude, I guess we all should be expecting price. So to go back to Xbox stuff, no problem that we broke from it. You know, I didn't have much else to say. I think we all expect these price hikes, and having all these extra tiers is just how they scam us. It's kind of bullshit, right? Let's just be real. Let's be frank. It's bullshit. We all know it is. What do you need? 18 different tiers, dude? What are you doing? But I see some people a little sad about it because people are looking at the year value and they're saying $30 per month, right? What's 3 times 12? You're looking at $360 a year for the Ultimate. And people are saying, wow, that's a lot. Sony is like 200 something dollars for a year. And then everyone remembered Nintendo is literally $50 a year. All of a sudden, everyone remembers that Nintendo isn't always the bad guy, huh? Right? I'm not saying, I just want to be the voice of reason in the room, please. Right? Like, just a reminder, now, is Nintendo's online service worth more than $50 a year? Not really, because their internet blows. But you have to admit that all of these games that come with your Switch subscription for a year, there's a lot of games. There's hundreds of games. Now, albeit a bunch of them from 1990 and not necessarily the coolest games, but there's like hundreds of games included in your $50 subscription. So I just want to throw that out there because there's a lot of negativity around Nintendo, deserved, fair negativity about them just getting a little greedy nowadays. But then when you see Xbox raise their prices and start charging $360 or something a year for their subscription service, you get a little bit of a reminder that Nintendo's not necessarily always coming at us and robbing us blind. Now, I'm not, to be clear, I am not comparing Xbox Game Pass to Nintendo. That they're uncomparable because Xbox offers day one games that are $70 a pop. You cannot compare them. Xbox Game Pass is a massive value if you are a big gamer. If you play even one game a month to completion, you are getting your money's worth, are you not? Think about it. $30 a month, but you pay a $70 game a month. Think about that. So like, it's funny because when you put things into perspective, it's really not that bad if you are a gamer. If you're gonna take advantage of it, it pays for itself very fast. So I don't think Xbox is doing anything bad, man. I think it's actually probably the most valuable service on the internet. I think it's the most valuable service in gaming, and it still is, even after the price hike. I don't pay for Xbox Game Pass, and I haven't, only ever for the free month, way back in the day. But to be fair, like it's still the best value on the internet. So that's my take on it. I know some people wanted me to talk about it. That's my take. It's still the best value if you're going for that big boy $30 a year. I can't tell you if the $10 is worth it. I can't tell you if the $15 or the $20 is worth it. But I can tell you that it's still valuable. I agree that companies shouldn't be raising prices because it's not a good time in anybody's lives all across the planet for prices to really be increased. I do agree with that. I think it's a bad decision. And I think it's kind of an unnecessary decision because the truth is that all of these companies make enough money. And it's garbage. L. Rob's just calling it for what it is. Did they need to raise the prices? No. Were they going to go broke if they didn't raise the prices? No. Did they? Yeah. Why? Gotta move the needle. Gotta make sure Daddy Microsoft is funding you. It's greed. Let's call it what it is, right? It's greed. But that conversation's heavy and it's hard to stay focused on the greed side So I like to give my takes in a more like, well, here we are. This is the bed we're in. And let's talk about if it's worth it to lay in it or move on. But I think it is always important to have a conversation about that little elephant in the room. Is this even necessary? Well, the answer is no. It's not. Was that a random toilet? What do you mean? Random, dude? You think you got a bunch of animals living on an island? Where are they gonna poop? What do you mean, dude? I got 10. I got a cow. I got a pig. I got a chicken. What do you? What's going on? What do you mean? You know? How else are you going to fertilize the fields? Oh my gosh. Yeah, Planet Kitty's right. It was like a different time. It was like a different era, but it's still worth mentioning. I agree. I actually am a fan of that conversation personally. Like, if I were to argue price stuff, I would probably be one of the people that would bring that up, but not as a main point of argument, but more so as just a conversation piece to add to the conversation. Like, you know, video games have always been expensive, but it doesn't mean that what we're feeling right now is invalid, because in our current economic landscape, things feel really bad. But I think it is important to have perspective and to remember that, like, this has always been an expensive hobby, man. You can't forget that. It's always been an expensive hobby. Dude, look how massive this road is. Look at the road. Oh my gosh. We've been working on this for 2 hours and yapping, dude. Look at my road. This is going to be a sick project, dude. This is going to be so cool. I'm starting to get really excited about this. Ready to drive into the ocean? I guess what I could do is I could use a perceptive build on the back row, and I could make it look like you're driving into the sunset, right? So you know how you could use panels and put designs on them? I could use some form of panels or something, or a tunnel. Ooh, a tunnel could be cool too. Something to kind of make it seem like you're going. Honestly, a roadblock would be cool as well. Yeah, just like a set of roadblocks would actually be really cool. Interesting. Yeah, we're doing a farming themed island. So my island is going to be, so we have this road that's going to go straight down the middle, all the way up to resident services, and then we're going to dissipate the road because resident services is going to cause problems, obviously. You know, I didn't think that hard about this island when I set it up. So, like, you know, I'm not going to, what are we going to do about it? Resident services is there. So we're going to have the road go all the way up to the square where resident services starts. And then we're going to have it just kind of turn into dirt trails. So there's a road going down the middle. Our build is Ohio/farming themed. And then on each side of the massive road are going to be farms. Massive farms and crops and barns and farmhouses. So I want you to imagine, and you can kind of already get a taste of it on this side of the road. Look. So as you go down this road, it's going to be fields of wheat and fields of crops. And again, we're going to have barns and pastures for Tipper the cow and stuff like that. So this is kind of the vibe we're going with. And this road's going to be kind of the centerpiece. And we'll have cars and traffic and stuff on the road. Down the middle here, we're going to put a fence. We've decided. I think we're going to put a fence here down the middle. Let's see if we have an item we could use real quick. Let me go check my storage. We might be able to put a fence down just as a dummy right now. I like that idea, Aelith. Yeah, so right now all we're doing is putting the foundation down. This build is very far from finished. We're just trying to get a vision down to see how we want to handle the road. From here, we can start to decorate. We'll be decorating the right side first. We'll be decorating the right side of the island first because the left side we're still going to be using for science. We have some science we're going to be doing later this month. And then once we're done with the science, we can decorate the left side. So we kind of have a vision. We kind of have a flow we're going to be following. It should be fun. I'm just excited to be excited about decorating again because it's been a while. Good to see you, Artifice. Hope you're feeling good today. What's up, Whimzu? Welcome back in here, Whimzu. And thanks for tuning in today. Yeah, what other gaming news happened this week, chat? Anything else that I missed? Here, let's go take a quick look at gaming news in Discord. I know there was some stuff that I wanted to talk about, some stuff that we missed. So Game Pass was the big one, going up in price, and yeah, jumping 50% does feel wild, but it seems like it's still going to be worth it for some. EA is officially going to be acquired, and you know, I shared my thoughts in the Discord without knowledge, so let me just go over my thoughts and then we'll actually talk about it. So for those that don't understand what's going on, I'm going to try to put it in like Hylian terms because, you know, I don't know what I'm talking about. Essentially, EA is selling their company, and the people who are buying it are private equity groups. Something along those lines, and this is the key here. So my initial reaction was, at first glance, this doesn't seem good. But everything I know about public trading sucks. Every company that goes public always ends up sacrificing quality, and that blows. So my initial thought was, maybe if they're going back private, the games could actually get better, because I think that public blows, but private companies usually actually thrive. Think, what's the big example of a private gaming company that does really well for themselves? Frick, it was on the tip of my brain. Frick. You know, indie developers, whatever. So this is what I thought. All right. But my comment here was wrong. They're not going private in that sense. This isn't like the company is going to be pulling away from having people to adhere to. Like, the difference between a privately traded company and a public is that a publicly traded company has to make money by law. They have to do everything they can to make money for the people who invest. But a privately traded company doesn't have to follow those same laws necessarily, and they have more freedom to do what they want. That's not what's happening here. This is private equity, meaning this is a group of people that are going to be buying this, but I think it's still going to be like in the public trading space. You're still going to be able to own stock of it and stuff. See, I didn't know all this. Again, I don't all the way know what I'm talking about, but I have a point that I'm getting to. The point that I'm getting to is my comment in here was actually way off base because I didn't know that this was different. Private equity is apparently very bad. And it usually, apparently, again, usually leads to the shitification of the product. That's what I've heard after doing research. Does that mean that that's what's gonna happen with this company? We don't know right now. But generally, in the past, what happens with private equity is they tear the company apart, and the companies, the developers, everything just gets completely destroyed. And that's just basically how this almost always happens. And now I've realized this is actually a pretty big deal, and this could be really bad for anybody who cares about EA. Good thing I don't. but that doesn't mean I don't feel for you Sims fans and that I don't feel for those of you that care about this company and these games, rather. This could be pretty sucky. And all you need to take away from this is that if a game was developed by EA or is owned by EA, it could end up being really bad for that game or that IP or that franchise. It could. Now, let's not be doomers. It could. Or they could just not touch anything. Is that going to happen? I don't know. We don't know. The likely scenario is stuff is going to start getting ripped apart. People are going to lose jobs. We're going to lose our favorite games. But let's not jump off the ledge here right away. Let's just wait and see. Because we don't know. Nobody knows right now. The group of people buying it, let's not get into politics. But it's a group of people that are not known for doing good things with their private equity. Let's leave it at that. So, it's starting to look a little bleak. That's all I know. And now you know all I know. However, there is a silver lining that I heard about. And here's what the silver lining could be. During the pull apart of the company that could happen, the IPs could get sold off. And EA has potentially been sitting on a bunch of IPs that have been untouched for years. And we could see those IPs come back in the form of selling to another company. They could get auctioned off. They could get sold off. So the silver lining here for some of us as gamers is that maybe there's a universe in which we see some of our favorite IPs. Again, IPs are intellectual properties. We're talking about game franchises. We could see maybe some stuff kind of appear. And some old, maybe one of our favorite companies, maybe Sony will pick up a couple IPs. They've been looking for IPs. Maybe Bethesda will pick up a couple IPs. Maybe, Nintendo. Yeah, right. They don't ever buy anything. But you know what I mean? Like, there could be a positive side to this. They will be selling these intellectual properties off to other companies, and we could get some games again. After a long time, we haven't gotten games. Think about it. We could get some games. Maybe Sims gets sold and maybe a better company buys it. I doubt that one because it's way too lucrative. But you see what I'm saying? There could be a not so negative situation here. Yeah, imagine if Larian Studios bought Mass Effect. You see, thank you, Fat. You see where I'm going, Fat Cat Plush? Before we get too scared or worried, just know that the silver lining as gamers is like, hey man, what if a good studio picks up an IP that you love? And you end up getting the best version of a game that you've had for years that maybe that's been dead, that hasn't gotten a new game. Like, who knows? So that's all you really need to know about it from a layman's terms, from a layman myself. Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? Don't overthink it too much. If you're a Sims fan, you are validated in being worried. I do think that there's some overreactions happening right now, but I don't think it's fair for me to call it an overreaction. So I'm going to take that back. And I'm just going to say, I think that we're jumping the gun a little bit. But I think all the reactions are fair and healthy. And I think Sims fans are justifiably worried that their favorite game is going to change. And yeah, I mean, but I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if it could ever be worse than EA. Like, from my perspective, EA was one of the worst companies in existence. So if you're worried that Sims could get worse, you're justified in that worry. But I guess I'm kind of here to remind you that I don't know if it could be worse than EA owning The Sims. I don't think it could be worse. I don't think so. I don't know. I don't have a lot of faith in EA. I think EA is garbage. So, like, I don't know, man. I just don't think we need to jump and get prepared for the worst. You know what I mean? Like, I think maybe there's a chance that things could be okay. I don't think this group is better than EA. Probably not, that's the problem here. Right? Like, there is a worse than EA, but from my perspective, there couldn't be anything worse than EA, right? Do you get like the commentary here? Like, no. There couldn't be anything worse than EA, right? Like, no. No, I guess we'll just have to wait and see. No. No. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Yeah, don't overthink it too much. We'll see what happens. Yeah, don't hold your breath. Be careful what you say. What's up, Ryan Perp? I know, right? I don't want oil princers after me, dude. Listen, I'm just chilling, man. But if you want to sub to my stream, you're welcome. And then, of course, the new president from Nintendo we talked about right at the end of last week, and Pal Farm came out. So that's about it for gaming news. And then my own little bit of gaming news is I played Astrobot. For those that are just tuning in, I played Astrobot, and it was probably one of the best platforming gameplay I've ever played. Like, it was seriously fire. Every step of the way. I'm really sad I didn't finish it. I will say, though, that Astrobot made me miss... It made me feel old in the sense that it made me nostalgic, and it made me miss when games were treated a little bit more like an art form, man. And like, this isn't me talking down on Astrobot. We already talked about it earlier. I'm not even criticizing the game. These are just my thoughts. But I feel like it made me miss Spyro the Dragon. It made me miss the era when games companies and games like were designed to be a full encompassing experience that you could like grow with, and like there was voice acting and stories, and you cared, and when you were fighting a boss, you cared about the boss you were fighting. Nasty Nork made sense in the context of the game. You were doing like it all like Astrobot kind of felt hollow in that sense. And to be fair, that was the point. They didn't care. They just wanted to make a good game that was fun, and they succeeded. It was totally game of the year. Yes. But part of me feels like, man, like, but where was the story? Where was the substance? Where was the charm in that sense? The game was charming. It's so hard to describe my feelings, but like, it was charming in a throwaway sense. It was charming like seeing a dog on the street that's not yours, but you look over and you say, that is one cute fucking dog. I love that. And then you go home to your dog, and your dog is obviously way more charming because it's your dog. That's like almost how I feel about it. You're not going to think about that dog on the street after about a week, are you? It was a great experience. You got to interact with one of the best creatures on the planet Earth, a beautiful, charming little husky. And in the moment, it was awesome. And in the moment, and for maybe a week, you're like, man, I love that little husky. But it doesn't stick with you the way your dog at home does. And I feel like Astrobot was the dog on the street. But I feel like I grew up playing games that were the dog at home. And like, I think that's where I lost. Like, I feel like I'm not going to remember Astrobot in 10 years. I don't even know how many people will. Unless they keep pushing the IP, obviously, and making more games, then it'll be easier. But like, if they never made another Astrobot game, are you telling me you're going to think of that game in 10 years? Some of you will. Because maybe the game, you liked it that much. I didn't finish it, to be fair. But I don't think you're going to remember. I don't think so. I think most people, it would just dissolve. Whereas I still remember Spyro. I still remember Little Big Planet. I still remember Mario 64. I still remember Croc. I still remember Gex. These games were like universes that pulled me into them and built a universe. Astrobot just kind of felt like a fling. It was like a one-night stand. It was just like, ooh, cool platforming. This game is badass. And then it kind of just went away. And I really don't feel like I'm gonna remember the game outside of the moment that I played it. And again, I'm not like talking down on the game. I just found this such a perplexing thing to me, because I wasn't expecting to feel this way, because I went into it thinking this is the game of the motherfucking year. And I was like, this is about to be amazing. And then like, as I'm playing it, I just felt like it wasn't memorable. And I was just like, why do I feel like everything I'm doing doesn't matter? Like there was no weight behind anything I was doing. But it was super fun. It was a blast. It deserved Game of the Year, and it was some of the best platforming I've ever played. Isn't that just like a weird dynamic? Like, isn't that like the duality in my soul with Astrobot is so hard to describe? It's like I don't know what to think. The game left me just confused. And then again, it just left me feeling a little old. And that part was due to a little bit of the music, but then other things I described. It just, for some reason, it made me, for the first time in gaming, I swear to you, I swear when I say this, in the first time in gaming, I felt old. I was like, this game makes me feel like a grandpa. Like, I felt like the game was gonna give me an aneurysm. It was like loud. It was like in your face the whole time. Like alien boop doop. Like I remember at one point I'm running through the level and I'm listening to a dude like sing lyrics to like hold on, let's see if I can find the song. Hold on. Hold on. Astrobot soundtrack. Like I'm like listening to the music as I'm playing, and I'm like, dude, like this doesn't even feel like it's in context with the game. Like it felt like the music was like a separate entity from the actual game. Like somebody made the music but never played the game. That's what it kind of like felt like. Like let's see if I can find it. But sometimes the music hit. And when it hit really hard. Like this song right here sounds dope. This sounds like a classic video game song, right? But then like sometimes it would just like I'm just like looking for a specific song. I'm just clicking through them. This sounds like a boss song, right? This is a boss as well. This song's sick. I like the octopus boss. I got to the end of the second world, and then the game wanted me to backtrack, and I wasn't in the mood. Is this it? No. This is it. There was a specific, I remember, I wish I knew the level it was in. Yeah, this is it. And as I'm running through this level, I just remember kind of thinking to myself, like, what is this? Like, I don't know, like, it just felt out of context for a video game. I don't know why. And I'm like climbing up this mountain, and I'm just like, what am I listening to? Like, I don't know, man. I just like, but I will say the music fit the pace of the game. and that's what they were going for. The game was like really like fast paced, and like the music fit the pace of the game, right? Like it did fit the pace of the game, and like it had me shaking in my seat and moving fast, but like I don't know, it didn't really do it for me. It just didn't really feel, I don't know, like I said, it made me feel old. It made me feel old. I don't know why, dude. And like I said, sometimes the music hit, and when it slapped, I was like, dang, I had to stop and listen. And then sometimes I was listening to it and I'm like, this makes me feel old. Like, yeah, I did enjoy him Coco winning. Yeah. It sounds alien. Yeah, it's just like weird. Like, let me give you an example. Let me just cleanse your palate real quick. All right, let me just cleanse your palate really quick. All right. I think this is it. It just like it just feels like more tame. Right, like, and now obviously, if you haven't played Spyro, you don't have the context, right? But like, it just feels like I'm listening to real music. Like, I don't know. I just, there's like a vibe shift for me, man. Like I said, first time I ever felt old as a gamer. First time I ever felt old as a gamer, man. Yo, what's up, Mugford? No, I've never heard of a Bolshoi. Sounds like something I need to get hip to. But I'm not so naive to not call myself out for when I'm maybe not accepting something because it's new versus something I'm used to. So that's why, like, part of me is okay with that. Like, part of me is 100% okay with the idea of like, yeah, obviously I'm gonna like Spyro more. But I think that my feelings are still valid because I've played a lot of video games in my day. And I think there was a disconnection between the art, the gameplay, the world, and the music. Sometimes it was perfectly in sync, and then a lot of times it felt like it wasn't. It felt like there was a disconnection. It felt like their departments weren't talking to each other a lot. It's one of those situations where I wish I was like a fly on the wall. It kind of felt like their departments didn't interact with as much as they should have. Or like the people who maybe like they didn't all play the game or something. But I'd like to go back and finish it, man. I'd really, really like to go back and finish that game sometime because I know it's only going to get better. Yeah, the time trials and the speed levels definitely challenged me a couple times. They were super fun, man. One of my favorite things about a video game is when they introduce like systems, but then they don't make them be the focus the whole game. And like, I love that the game wasn't afraid to shake it up. Like, they were always giving you a new toy to play with. Whether you were punching things with the hands, boosting, hovering, like there was always a new toy to play with. The time slowdown toy. It was so fun, dude. It was such a whimsical game. And that's it for gaming news for me. That's about it. That's all I have to say for gaming news. Thank you again, Meg Petrowski, by the way, for 36, man. All right, I got distracted, but I'm good. The music in Astro's Playroom was better. I think I remember playing Astro's Playroom, but I didn't lock in too hard. I think I watched somebody play it is what happened. But yeah, like I said at the beginning, it's not even a criticism, it's just some thoughts that crossed my mind. I'm not even sure if they're valid thoughts. But I really wanted to share them because, like, rarely do I play a game off stream and then, like, do, like, a little review for it. And I was like, dude, I kind of want to share my thoughts about this because I wonder if anybody else felt this way. And, like, you know, maybe had a similar experience with the game that I had, where they were having so much fun, but while they were sitting there having so much fun, it was like, it was just like a little weird. It was like there was like a little bit of a disconnect or something. You know what I mean? Like I kind of felt like a little bit of a disconnect. Megabonk? I never heard of Megabonk. Welcome in. Welcome in. If y'all are just tuning in, I'm back after the first time in 6 days, what my biggest amount of time I've ever taken off. It's not as bad as Horizon's music. Horizon, like Zero Dawn or whatever. So it looks like if I want this to be even, I'm going to have to put a double fence up. But a double fence actually does make sense. Now we're going to use the rusted metal fence. What's up, Testonomics? Yeah, jump in the chat. Let me know you're out there, man. We're just yapping and rapping today. Yeah, Cozy gets it. Cozy gets it. You just didn't gel with it completely, and that's A-okay. Yeah. I got a Switch Pro controller. I think it's a knockoff. When the screen goes dark from waiting, shouldn't I be able to use the controller to wake it? For the Switch 1, yeah, but not the Switch 2, correct. Yeah, so I think we're going to do a double here. And it looks like we're going for a 4-lane road, 2 lanes on each side. So this seems like it's coming together pretty well. So we're going to have to get access to that recipe, and we're going to have to start crafting a bunch of fences, and I can even start doing that on my other account. Meanwhile, we're going to need cars and stuff. Let's go ahead and get these trees cut down. I'm excited to get your thoughts on Hades 2, whether you play it on or off stream. Yeah, dude, I'm excited to play Hades 2. Walmart selling scam stuff. Huh, I wouldn't put it past them. It's weird because Walmart actually has a shop like Amazon. Did you know that? Like Walmart has like, people can sell stuff on Walmart that aren't official retailers. So you actually have to be really careful. I found that out about merch because one day a streamer I was watching was said that somebody posted his merch, like his designs on shirts, and posted them on Walmart. And he had to like tell his community that they weren't real. So it's like, yeah, you have to be super careful about Walmart. It's like Amazon in that sense where like you can just have complete scam. What the heck? Seriously? 2 in a row? Oh, well, failed that one. You think Target has that too? Wow, I didn't know that. Are you pre-ordering ZA? I will be buying ZA on day 1. I don't usually pre-order until like the day before, but yeah, I will technically pre-order, and I will be playing ZA on day 1. Yeah, we will be day 1ing Legend ZA. And for the Pokemon fans, we're doing our own little pseudo Pokemon week in which we are going to be playing a bunch of Pokemon the week leading up to ZA. I'm doing my first ever my first ever X and Y playthrough. I've never played X and Y, and I thought how fitting it would be to play it first before ZA. So we're going to be playing X and Y for the first time ever on the channel. I'll be emulating it. And then we're going to play ZA on release on the 16th. Should be a blast. I'm very much looking forward to it. I have not seen the Star Path. No. How similar to ZA do you think will be to Arceus? And I don't think it's going to be too similar at all. In fact, I think they're changing up the formula a lot from Arceus. So let's talk about what I think is going to be big and different. Well, first off, we know the battle system's going to be very different. The battle system's going to be an active battle system, but it's going to have a similar energy to the mainline series. Second, I don't think you're going to take damage as the player. No more fall damage. No more getting attacked as the player. I don't know if that's a thing that's coming back. You can totally tell me if I'm wrong, but I don't think you're going to be able to die as the player this time. I could be wrong about that, but I don't think so. And that's a big deal. That's a big difference. Secondly, there's going to be a lot more battles in this one with trainers. So this time around, at nighttime, the city's going to be full of trainers. And you're going to be able to do a bunch of trainer battles, which Arceus was lacking. Arceus was more focused on Pokemon battles and boss battles. That comes to my next point. I don't think there's going to be boss battles the same way that there was in Arceus. Instead, I think the boss battles are going to be alpha Pokemon. Apparently, alphas are going to be very tough this time around. But I don't think there's going to be any, like, boss battles where you're throwing satchels at them. Nope. That's out. So I think instead, the boss battles are just going to be really tough alpha Pokemon. But it's not going to be like the totem Pokemon or whatever from Arceus. They had like totem Pokemon or whatever. I think that's gone. Also, thank you, Leafeon. I think there's going to be no fall damage, but I think you can still get attacked by Pokemon because it's going to force you to take your Pokemon out of the ball and fight back or run, right? So I think you might be right. That's why I wanted you to confirm for me, because I think you might be right. I think you're still going to take damage and get attacked, but I don't think there's going to be fall damage. I don't know. I thought for some reason we were under the impression fall damage was going away. I thought we were under that impression for some reason. Either way, another way to think about it is I don't think it's going to be as big of a deal. I think Arceus was very punishing in that sense, and I don't think it's going to be as punishing. Right, because the phone's going to save you, right? So that's a thing as well. So otherwise, I think that what you should expect from Legends ZA is a game that's a lot closer to the mainline Pokemon games with a ZA twist, with a Legends twist. Think about it like a completely different game from Legends Arceus, and it's only going to be similar in name. If that makes sense. Like, I think it's only really going to be similar in name. I don't have money for ZA. I'm cosplaying Dr. Doom from Marvel for Halloween. It's going to cost a lot, but I think I'll be able to get ZA in November. Oh, hopefully you can get it soon. No rush. There'll be heavy FOMO with the game, but don't let FOMO take over, okay, chat? Don't let FOMO take over. You'll get your chance to play the game whenever you get a chance. It ain't going anywhere. There might be some DDV in our future, by the way. I did tell the community I'd play some DA this, some Disney Dreamlight Valley this month, because I said I would last month. And so you might see some of that. So if that's something you want to see, I think I'm going to try to squeeze some in. We'll see what happens here. Even for just an episode or two. I recently restarted my island. I need help figuring out what I want to build. Maybe you could go for a Pokemon Concierge build, where you lean even further into the tropical island vibe, but turn it into a nice high-end resort. Let me turn this down a little bit. Probably watch you play and see how I feel. I found your streams playing Arceus. You taught me a lot, and it helped me play the game better. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah. We'll be playing on day one. You can come in and hang out. And if you're trying to avoid spoilers, no worries. We'll do our best to accommodate everyone. But yeah, I'm very much looking forward to Arceus. Legend ZA. And we'll do some Pokemon stuff beforehand as well. And we'll kind of do a nice little build up, a nice little lead up. I think it should be pretty fun. We have a lot of stuff going on this month. For those that weren't here earlier, I'm not talking too much, but Luigi's Mansion Halloween special that we do every year. Usually involves Zombies Ate My Neighbors. We're going to be doing some Discord stuff, including movie nights. We've already announced one for the 11th. I'm also going to be still leaning into Animal Crossing and Grand Bazaar 1 or 2 days a week. Some Zelda stuff. All right, couple community game nights. You know, we might pick up Sonic. It looks really good. It should be a pretty jam-packed month. It's going to be a lot of fun. And I hope y'all are here for it. If you're new, hit that follow button. If you're out there on YouTube, subscribe and buckle up, because it should be a pretty fun month. I don't want to say too much, but I have some fun plans. It should be pretty silly. It should be a good October here, and it should be a nice refresher after coming out of September and all the craziness of the beginning of fall and all that. We should be able to lock in. It should be a nice time. A jack-packed month. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I have some plans, some fun stuff, you know, including those new emotes that we just got to hand out. So make sure you check them out if you haven't already. And fun fact, some of those emotes are for the followers. We have a couple follower onlys. I decided to add a couple so you can have some fun without the pressure of subscribing. And then 3 of them are for tier 1s, and more are on the horizon. We got a couple more coming. I think y'all are going to like the ones that I got commissioned. So I kind of want to spoil a little bit, but I don't plan on releasing them all right away. So I can tell you that one is Pokemon related, which felt fitting since ZA is coming out. I can tell you one is gonna it's a combination emote in a sense to match one of our emotes. So if you look at our emote collection, you'll notice that we have one emote, but that usually pairs with another on Twitch. All right. And if you can guess it, that's fine. But usually if you have a blank emote, you have a blank emote. All right. And I decided that I got a pretty good idea for how I could get my own custom Zelda themed emote. I really want to spoil it, but I think I'm going to wait. The one that I will go ahead and spoil because I'm a dork and I just have too much fun messing with y'all is I wanted to do a new emote with my little Deku scrub, and I couldn't think about a way to do it. So for those that aren't on BTTV, let me go ahead and grab Chatterino. All right, I'm not logged in. Give me just a second. All right, we're logged in. So this one I'm going to spoil. So I wanted, and this is like a little silly. Some of you might even be like, whatever, you know, that's fine. So I wanted my own Peepo run, and I've wanted my own Peepo run for a long time. For those that don't know, this is Peepo run. I decided that I wanted another Deku Scrub emote because I want him to be a mini mascot of my channel, and I couldn't think of ways. I'm like, how can we get this little dude to be a part of our channel a little bit more? Well, I did some research and I was checking out Ocarina of Time, and I decided to get this Deku scrub, like HDes Lurk, for those that don't know what we're talking about, as a People Run emote. All right, so and I think it's gonna be good. It could also be mega cursed, but let me show you what it looks like when a Deku scrub runs around. All right, so let me just show you really quick what it looks like when a Deku scrub runs around, because they do actually get out of their shell and they do run around. Watch. Look at their cute little run. Look. All right. So I want you to imagine this little guy, but he's going to be doing the People Run animation. And he's going to just be hustling his ass out of there. I really, really, really wanted something to do with my little dude. So I asked the artist, I straight up asked the artist, I was like, do you think you can make this happen? And they're like, sure. We thought about adding the little hop, but we're not gonna add the hop. It's gonna just be a 1-for-1 of People Run, but just a Deku scrub. It could be very cursed. We don't know what to expect, but it's just gonna be this goofy classic animation. And the artist is really talented. We're gonna see what they end up doing. I don't know what it's gonna look like. We're gonna see what they end up doing. The artist is super talented, so like whatever they end up doing is gonna be beautiful. I promise you it's gonna be fun. And it's truthfully an emote that I've wanted for a long time. I've wanted a People Run for a long time. That's one of 5 emotes. I'm not going to spoil anymore. Again, one is actually a pairing to another emote we have. Not a direct pairing, like you wouldn't be using them in the same sentence. But it goes along with another emote. What else do I have coming? One is something that you've probably never even seen on Twitch, some of you. And I think it's going to be really cool. And then one is Tangy. And it's about to be the cutest motherfucking Tangy emote ever. And it'll be just as good as all my other Tangy emotes. It's going to be an animated Tangy. It's going to be just as good. I think you guys are going to love it. It's going to be very usable. I told her I needed one really, really good usable emote. And we talked and I'm like, I need something that is going to be very like practical. People Run is practical. One of them is pretty practical, but I was like, I need a Tangy practical mode. And I got a good idea. I'm not going to spoil that one, but I think y'all will love it. I'm confident it's going to come out really well. So enough about that. Enough teasing. I just like teasing y'all. Yeah, something universal. And hopefully we get those within the next 2 weeks. Hopefully within the next 2 weeks we get them released. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm not rushing the artists. I never rush them. And then we're actually getting one static one from them. And it's actually replacing one of our emotes. I will tell you, get comfortable with HDes Cuddle while you have it. Because we are replacing HDes Cuddle with a new HDes Cuddle. We are, for the first time in years, changing up HDes Cuddle. It's going to be a new theme. And I think y'all are going to really like it. I know I'm going to like it. It's a new theme. We're stepping away from that emote. It's been a long time. It's still going to be a cuddle emote though. It's literally just going to be the same exact HDes Cuddle, but a different theme. And it's going to be cool. I'm excited. I think it's going to speak to my channel. If you've noticed, I've been trying to diversify my emotes a little bit. We have a lot of Animal Crossing, a little Zelda, a little Sonic, a little this, a little that. and it's going to kind of play into that. It's going to kind of add to the little personalizations I've been adding to our emote collection that speak to me as a person. And I wanted to add more into that camp of, you know, we could step away from the Animal Crossing and the Zelda, and we could put something in there that kind of speaks to me outside of that category, you know, and it'll be cool. It'll be cool. Stardew Valley emotes when? You know, that's something that needs to happen for sure. HDes Grow is technically a Stardew emote if somebody wants to get it in the chat. But we could get more. We also have, I just took my Junimos out. HDes Good and HDes Bad have just gotten taken out temporarily. We'll bring them back for Christmas. So those Junimos are gone. So we've had 3 Stardew emotes. But you're right. No, but you are right though. I've actually been cooking up a little bit and figuring out exactly what I would like to do. And I have like 2 really good ideas. So some Stardew emotes will happen in the future. Any new Pokemon? Yeah, one of the new ones coming are Pokemon. I would like to get some more Pokemon emotes done before ZA comes out, but one of the new ones that are going to be animated is going to be Pokemon themed, and it'll add, so that'll be our second Pokemon themed emote animated. So we have HDes Nice, and then you'll have HDes Blank, and it's going to be pretty, I think it's going to be good, and it's going to be one of the starters from ZA. And I couldn't even tell you which one it was going to be if I wanted to, because we're still in a trial and error process right now. So I actually couldn't even tell you what that's, I can't even like spoil it because we don't know yet, because we have to see which one looks better with the concept, and then we're going to go with that. What's up, Brittany? Good to see you. Feeling dandelion? I would love a Story of Seasons cow or something, or Nature Sprite. Yeah, that would be cute. Hey, what's up, Great Bambi? Yeah, it's okay. Today's my soft return. But welcome to the show. If you have any questions, you're welcome to ask. I've been talking all day. All right, we got our road built. Now we need to get to the next step, which would be starting to clean the road up and figuring out exactly what we want to do with the road, because it might not stay this clean. Like we could mix it up a little bit. We do have some, right? Like we do have some like random piles of leaves and stuff. Like we could mess around a little bit, but it looks good right now. And then I want to have the road branch off. So like, for example, like right here, I'd like to have the road branch off. So let me give you an example. And this would be like maybe a road that's going to go into the country here. Right? And then we can start using some of these other pieces of the road like this. You see, like these pieces right here definitely need to be used. So we can almost like break off, you know, into a more like just gravel road. So again, we're just laying the foundation right now, just trying to figure out what this all might look like in the end, but we're not quite sure yet. Oops. Dang, I keep mixing this up. Yo, good to see you, Great Bambi. Thanks for popping in, dude. Thanks for thinking of me. Yeah, boom, look at that. That's perfect. I like that a lot, man. This design's so good. Holy heck, is this design so good. Right, boom. And then we have to figure out, how do we make this a soft exit here, right? So we need like a corner piece, huh? We need something like this, right? Yeah. Like maybe something like that. Like I'm not sure. Maybe instead we actually want this. Yeah, like something like that maybe. Ooh, that looks good. Hold on a second. Right, and then we do this here. Yeah, this is gonna look good. This is gonna look sick. What's up, Mills? Hey, welcome back. We've been gushing about you hard, dude. We love the emotes. Get around a love in the chat for Mills Art Nook. They do have commissions and they take them pretty frequently. Exclamation point Mills. If you're interested in checking out their work, they're not always open though. They're a busy human, so don't be shy to reach out to them if you need something, my fellow streamers. This is our second batch of holiday emotes they've taken on with the community here, and I couldn't be more proud on how they've all turned out. Thank you so much, man. No, we don't want that. Jeff Smith, he's from Coral Island, I think. Yeah. I'm no scientist. Oh, I see. I see why this doesn't look good. Okay. So we actually want to pull this back out, I think, and put this here. No, we wouldn't. Maybe just a little corner boop, right? Just a little corner boop. Yeah. Sick, dude. All right, clean this up. And then we just have to figure out how to transfer to the side here. This is tough here. I'm not sure how to transfer to the side here. I think it would maybe be something like this. We could do something like this. Just the full square works there too? You think so? Let me see. Which one? Which one do you mean? Just like the blank, the regular square like this? Oh, the sidewalk. Good call. Good call. Let me slap a sidewalk here and take a look. Correct. You are correct. And then we would want some leaves here. Okay. Okay. All right. I see you. I see you. Let's see what this looks like. Or we could even go as far as doing like potentially the top here. Where's my top leaves at? You might want the sidewalk piece with depth instead. I would like that. Or I guess you would do this to add depth. Oops, wrong spot. Yeah. All right. 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 I don't like this right here. I don't like that. That's the one, the corner. I haven't figured out the corner here. There's got to be something better I can do here. Yo, Vesta, you need to chill before I shear you. You better chill before I shear you, Vesta. About to get sheared, son. That's so rude to say that to a sheep. Look at, they got these little cute corner pieces. Oh, the corner piece was so validated there. Dang it, but that's the whole piece though. That's the whole, dang it. That corner piece looks so good, but it's not going to work with what we're doing. Yeah. That corner is so cool. I just think that's so cool. This is what I did with my 3x3 DDR design. I had to put a tiny bit of white so that it would connect. Vesta's your work supervisor. Yeah, I agree, Dragon Tamer. I think we're gonna go with that vibe. Vesta wants to know why you're not wearing steel toads. Vesta works for OSHA. Vesta works for OSHA and she's out here supervising. It's not that big of a problem, but it's just a little teeny bit one. Yeah, I don't have a piece for this, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't think I do. I think I downloaded all of them. So I don't think there was anything left behind. But I do have an idea, though. I do have an idea, though. Yeah, this is the farm-themed island, correct. What's the design plan? Right now, we're working on a road that's going to go directly down the center of the island. Whoop. Rip. Nothing like a quick mix step to murder everything. Now, in theory, I should still be able to put dirt down and then the pattern on top of it, maybe? No, that won't look good at all. Okay. Loving the new enthusiasm for AC&H going around. I look forward to seeing more of this build. Oh, yeah, no worries. No worries, Dragon Tamer. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I'm excited, dude. I'm excited to be back into the decoration seat. You need dirt under every piece. Correct. Yep. Yeah. Do. I actually like this song a lot. Here we go. I want this. Okay. This is a little corner piece. And then... Yo, what's up, sister? Hey, what's up, dude? Morning fam, Hylian decorating? Yes, yeah. We're back. We're decorating, baby. Look at that. We did it. We did it. Random. We figured it out, man. Look. Nice, dude. We did it. It took a little bit of working, but we figured it out. We figured out how to make this turn work for what we want to happen. I'm very proud, actually. It took a second, but we figured it out. Now, the problem is that there's no leaves from the bottom because there doesn't need to be because there's no depth. Correct. So you just use this. Yep. Doesn't need to be because we don't need depth. Yeah. And then we just do the same thing here. All right. We got this. Easy peasy. Boom, put that there. Boom, that goes there. And then the road breaks off. Now I need to figure out one more thing and we're good. How do I want the road to slowly taper off into into a gravel road, right? So like from here, we want it to kind of break into a gravel road here, right? And this just might be the best way to do it, but we might be able to mess around with some corners and like maybe add some corners or something to it to like have it start like maybe winding. So this would be the basic way to do it, but like we could actually start adding some like windingness to it by using some of the corner pieces and stuff, right? But this actually looks pretty good. And of course I have access to leaves as well, and I wouldn't mind having like a final leaf piece to kind of wrap it all up. And then instead do like this right here. Have the leaves in the middle of the road too. I do want to do that. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Get out of my head, dude. All right, just so it kind of like comes together here. Bam, 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 bam. Ba-bam, bam, ba-bam, bam. Right, and then like then we just have to work around this. We just have to kind of, at what point do we want the leaves to cut off? That's the thing we need to decide. Because otherwise we're just going to keep adding more leaf pieces. It's never going to end. At a certain point, we do just need to be like, that's it. The leaves are done here. Now, that's like a little too pointy, but it's actually not a bad, this is actually pretty good. But we'll figure it out. Like, this is like a little too pointy. I don't know if I necessarily need it to be all like this, but this is still like, you can kind of see what I'm trying to do here, right? You can kind of see the concepts I'm building here. Yeah, I think one more wide vertically, yeah. Oh yeah, we're gonna, yes. Leaf pile DIYs are like my favorite DIYs in the game, dude. You better believe I try to fit those leaf piles into everything I build. Anybody else? I try to fit those freaking leaf piles into everything I build, dude. I love them so much. I'm just ignoring the balloon. You should ignore it too. Don't think about it. Just let it happen, chat. Just let it happen. Just ignore it. Don't think about it. And then, like I said, the only problem I have here is, at what point do I just want to say bye-bye to the leaves, right? That's probably right here. Like, you probably just let them cut off here, and then you can deal with that rough cutoff with using DIY leaf piles and stuff like that. Because we don't really have a good solution for that, unfortunately. Because if we do try to fix that, then we're just going to keep extending it. And this is what I was talking about. Like, if we keep trying to solve that problem, then it's just going to keep perpetuating. And it's going to be tough, right? It's going to be tough to like ever make it like perfect. Like, that actually works like kind of well there, but then like you see, you're still going to have the cutoff here. So like, at a certain point, you kind of just have to be like, okay, we're done with the leaves. Peace out, yo. We'll see you, Lemons. Thanks for hanging out, man. And good to see you, Sam. Yeah, you were missed as well, dude. You were all missed. You better believe it. You better believe it. at this point, I'm just experimenting. We have some really good ideas and we know how to clean it up. So let's just play around a little bit and see if we can make something like even more special happen. That's the kind of creator I am. Like, I just need to play. I just need to play and toy and tinker, and then I'll find that like perfect sweet spot with what I'm trying to accomplish. Do you need leaf piles? I will need them, but I can get them from my second account as well. So we'll be doing a big like item collection like vibe here at some point for sure. Like, you know, like a big like we need all these items. We're gonna probably have to build a list of items that we need first. I think that's step number one, is like building a big list of stuff that we need. Yo, it's ridiculous, you made it. Did the Stardew concert start near the ticket time? Yeah, it actually right on point. So the doors opened an hour before. The doors opened at 7. The concert started at 8. And they started turning the lights off and getting people to go to their seats at around like 7:45, 7:40. And then the show started like right around 8 o'clock. And keep in mind, there was an intermission. It's about 2.5, 3 hours of music, including the intermission. So it's pretty hearty. It's a pretty hearty endeavor, to say the least. Now, I had a smaller venue, so if you're in a pretty big venue, expect them to try to get people in their seats sooner, because if there's more people, right? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if whatever venue you're at is going to open an hour beforehand. Like the doors. And for my little small venue, Tweed, there was a line at the beginning to get in. So what we did is we avoided the line by looping around. Like, we just waited. We hung out in the car. We were thinking about getting food. And then once we waited till like 7:30, then we went, so that we didn't have to wait in line to like get in. And then everyone was waiting around for merch and getting food and snacks, because the venue I was at had popcorn and stuff. So yeah, I would assume the doors will open an hour early for most places, but if it's a really big venue, it might even open a little earlier. Currently on vacation, I arrived at my final destination. I'm fully unpacked except for my vacation PC setup. So you're on the phone while I eat dinner. Welcome in, Cinderella. And Dr. Mario comes in with the tier 3. Yo, thank you, dude. What's up, man? Thank you, man. 64 months is actual insanity. I'm running on fumes here, chat room. For those that are just tuning in, we had to travel via nighttime, so I'm kind of tired. I'm just kind of pushing myself to go for as long as I can before I go get groceries and pass the frick out. But I don't want to sleep during the day because I don't want to ruin my sleep schedule. You know what I mean? So like, it's not worth it to ruin the sleep schedule. Instead, I'm just gonna take a little baby nap and try to stay up until around 8 tonight, maybe. What was I doing? What was that? I had a great vacation. Thank you, Minnie, for the 27 months. Yo, loving the chat. Enjoy the new emotes, y'all. Enjoy the new emotes, and I had a great time. Thank you for asking. It was a beautiful trip. It was a beautiful trip, and I needed it more than I realized for a couple reasons. And I'm super happy to be back home and settled in, though. You know, that feeling, like, we love a good vacation, but we love being home and like locking back into the groove, you know? I don't really like that, though. You see that corner? That corner bothers the heck out of me. This is why you don't see me do a ton of pattern designing, because I nitpick it to smithereens. It's really not that bad, but it bothers me. Oof. Yeah, yeah. It seems like they didn't really design this to be diagonal, to dance between diagonal and straight like that. So at least not on this side. So we might adjust that. We don't really need this diagonal piece here. We could probably just let it be a fatter road, right? So we could probably just bounce out with this. And to be fair, at this point, we could actually put dirt down and we could turn this into a dirt road now, right? So once we start getting to this point, we might be able to actually start putting dirt down. And then we could start building within the dirt potentially as well. And then we have leaf piles to cover it up, exactly. So we can actually start kind of leading towards dirt as well here. Right, so here's an idea. Let's just tinker with this idea for just a second. I can't design and terraform in Animal Crossing to the extent many do because my OCD would go insane. I know that's truth. That's the truth, man. I have really good news and really bad news for the latest 2 weeks of my existence. Yo, share some news with us. Yeah, we're chilling. I had we've had some wonderful stuff going on in the community the past couple weeks here, the past week that I've been gone. I'd love to hear what y'all have been up to and what y'all been getting into on your journeys. Now, what's gonna probably end up happening is we're gonna probably end up switching to a dirt pattern, not using the actual dirt path. But I just want to experiment and see if we can make this look cool or not. But I kind of already know what's gonna happen here. Start up WoW again? Nice. Retail or classic? First vacation I have set up all by myself, so the fact that I'm all unpacked, did grocery shopping, and already made it my bed, I feel so good. Oh, that's such a good feeling. I'm glad you're treating yourself well. And more importantly, you're acknowledging how special it is that you've managed to pull this all together yourself. That's terrifying. Like that is terrifying, dude. Believe me, man. Yeah, that is. I've only done so much traveling on my own. Dude, I'll never forget the time that I was traveling home from my current partner, all right? And it was my first time leaving, and I thought that I got on the wrong bus. So I get on the bus, and the bus starts going in the wrong direction, and I'm like really nervous, and I'm scared. And I at this point, I realize like, I think I'm on the wrong bus, and I start to freak out. And I'm like, oh no, I'm gonna end up in like New York. What is happening? Like what is going on here? And I started coming to terms with it. And I'm like, well, I better buckle up. I guess I'm going on a trip to New York. And I called my partner and I'm on the phone. I'm like panicking. I'm like, I freaked out. I'm like whispering because I'm on the bus. I freaked out. I'm on the wrong bus. I'm on the wrong bus. I'm on the wrong bus. I'm going in the wrong direction. The signs don't say they're going towards home. What do? I'm freaking out. And they're on the phone with me. They're like, oh my God. I'm like, like that's how I feel internally. Turns out I was actually on the right bus and it just goes in the wrong direction for like a little bit before it does like a loop-de-loop. And I was freaking out for no reason. Everything was fine, dude. Everything was chill. I was freaking out. I was seriously like crumbling in my seat. I was crumbling, dude. I was so afraid. That's happened to you before on a train? Yeah. A little bit of adrenaline for the go. Yeah. Just like, oh my God. Holy heck, dude. The good news is I quit smoking. The bad news is it's because my mom passed from lung cancer. Oh my gosh, dude. I'm really sorry to hear that. We had around 11 in the chat, man. In these moments, it's hard to find anything that can be said to like make it feel better. And that's not expected, right? I think, but what I do like to say is be honest or be kind with yourself. Be patient, please. Everyone grieves differently. And don't let anybody tell you how to grieve. Take your time. I haven't had a ton of loss in my life, but you know, I had a wise person tell me once, I don't know if you ever get used to it, but I think you do eventually callous over. And I'm a realist, and I think that that's the realest thing I can say, you know? So don't expect yourself to get over it. But I think it gets better over time, man. I'm real sorry to hear that. I hope you and your family are okay. And take it easy, man. Please be kind to yourself. Yeah, that's super tough. Definitely a one of those things that do end up being a catalyst into making change in your own life. And that's kind of a positive silver lining on your part, you know. And my favorite quote ever is, the most fundamental harm we can do to ourselves, paraphrased, is to go about our journey without being honest with ourselves, being gentle, being kind, but being real with ourselves and not sulking. So I think when you're doing something big like quitting smoking, I think that's the best time to remind you, or to be reminded, that take your time, man. Take your time. It's not something that always comes easy. Of course, I obviously believe in you, and hope you believe in yourself. You got this, man. You got this, dude. You got this, man. It's a big step in the right direction, you know. Oh, Cindy. Yeah, Planet Kitties, sometimes they'll work with you with the trains, you know? Sometimes they'll work with you. That looks so dumb. Dumb. How is the big road decorating going? Look. The foundation is being laid, and we're just kind of experimenting, figuring out exactly what we're going to do. I want the road to branch off into the farmland. So now we're testing what the branch off is going to look like, and how it's going to branch off into the farmlands, and then turn into, I want it to slowly turn into gravel roads, maybe even into dirt roads. But I think I'm going to end up using a pattern for the dirt road, because it's just going to be easier that way. And there's some really, really good dirt road patterns out there. So I think right now I'm just experimenting, but I kind of already have a little bit of a vision. I even know what dirt roads I might use, because there's some really good ones out there. But what we could really do here is we could like let this die here. We could actually let this die here. I think this is actually a really good idea. Let me show y'all. Okay, that I see why that's gonna happen that way. I see what's going on here. All right. Yeah, it's not going to work the way I want. I know what I want to do, but there's always going to be a freaking spacer because of the way this game's designed, right? Hey! You didn't have to do that. What the heck, man? The 10 gifted subs. I understand. Thank you. No, I get it. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for that support. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're gonna have to stick to patterns until we wrap the pattern up. Once we wrap the pattern up, we can switch to dirt. I know exactly how this has to go. So what we're gonna do is we need to wrap this pattern up without the pattern under. All right, so that's what we're gonna do right now. We're gonna get rid of this pattern under, and we just need to we need this pattern to dissipate. We need the gravel road to dissipate. And I think the way we're gonna do that is we're hopefully gonna be able to round these edges off somehow. And I think we can do it right now. Right, and then we can use leaf piles and stuff if we need to. All right, but watch. First, let's just wrap this up real quick. Which I think could be as easy as just doing this, right? Just boom. And then we're gonna literally just let it fizzle, right? Just boom. We're just gonna let it fizzle. Here it is, fizzling. We're fizzling. And then now that it's fizzled, we start a separate dirt road with a little bit of space, and we could use maybe even items to kind of hide their disconnectedness if we had to. Right? So now we just start a dirt road. Do you see what I'm saying? Now we could even go here if we want, and again use items or whatever to kind of like make it clear. But here's the thing about Animal Crossing. Remember, sometimes you have to use your imagination. Sometimes you just have to let imagination take over for a situation like this. That's just how this game works. You know, you have to build within the confines of the system. And we could just let imagination kind of run rampant here and kind of take this over, and that's fine. Yeah, we could do like little stepping stones for the transfer. Ooh, I love that. Hold on a second. Let me go buy another pattern that we don't have. Ooh, you might be onto something here. We could do the old stepping stone method, and it might look like a really good transfer into dirt. I really like this. Now, again, this is just experimenting right now, but this could look cool. Let's go take a quick look. We can purchase some more upgrades here. Ooh, thank you, Jerry Newman. So we want... I think we want stone right here. I think the stone's gonna look best for what I'm trying to do. But we'll go ahead and we'll buy the dark dirt as well. Oh, Sam's lost shoe. I can only imagine. You need a turtle coming on the road? Dude, for sure, dude. We're going to fill up this road with all sorts of cool little Easter eggs. Yeah, and then there's also some really good stepping stone patterns as well, right? And I think we might be converting to patterns here, but I want to experiment a little because I actually really love the natural paths in this game. So I'd like to play around with the natural paths before I completely give up and go back to full patterns. But I think we're going to switch to patterns because there's some really good stepping stones and dirt patterns. Yo, Rainbow Stylist, everything is okay. I just got back from my week-long vacation. For those that didn't know, it was the longest vacation I've ever took in 6 years of streaming. The longest vacation I've ever took in 6 years of streaming, and it's been delightful. It was scary to take. It was something that I didn't even really feel too comfortable doing at first, but I had made up my mind a month ago and I was gonna stick to my made up mind. And I'll be honest, I'm really happy that I stuck to my guns. I knew in the end it wasn't gonna be that big of a deal, but as a streamer, it's just so easy to talk yourself out of living life because of the nature of the beast of our job. And I think some people can relate to it. I think you can understand without me going into details, you know, and but I'm really happy I took the time off. I feel good. I feel refreshed. I'm still going to need a couple days to recharge because of the sleeping schedule, and the traveling was kind of taxing today. I traveled overnight, but that's fine. You know, that's not a big deal at all. So we'll be easing in. This is like a soft opening. This is like a soft return. Today, I wasn't even going to go for longer than 4 hours, but I did tell the stream this morning that it was going to be up to them to keep me alive today. And chat, claps. Y'all have been keeping me vibrant in here, dude. Y'all have been killing it today, dude. I said that this morning. I'm like, really, it's going to be the chat's energy that keeps me alive because this stream might only be 3 hours. Well, we're almost hitting 6 and I'm feeling all right, but I'm starting to kind of hit a wall. But we're getting there, feeling pretty good. So we'll ease into the weekend, we'll ease into tomorrow, we'll ease into Sunday. The bus ride's about 8 to 10 hours. Not too bad. It's about 8 hours. It's not too bad. We'll ease into it. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll be here Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. I don't know if I'm taking a day off next week. We'll see. And then it's also an important week. And, you know, I'm really only talking about this because I really love sharing wisdom as a community, and I really love us connecting. And I think that through shared wisdom and experience, people can learn and grow and kind of do their own thing. And I think, you know, I kind of needed the break more than I realized. So coming back, feeling rejuvenated and recharged, I know deep down in my heart, though, that like I'm still going to have to put the effort in this week to like really make sure that, you know, we're treating ourselves right and following up on the energy that's in the room right now. And that follow-up is just as simple as, you know, as making sure that we are treating ourselves, that I'm treating myself well, and so on and so forth. So that's kind of my focus right now. So I got lost in the sauce. My focus right now is to spend the next couple of days kind of easing back into reality in the healthiest way possible, so that I can take all this energy I cultivated on vacation and like really make it count, really make it solidify and stick. Because I think that's important, man. I think you can't expect a vacation to do miracles when you're stressed and stuff. You have to follow up. You have to follow up. You can't just come home and be like, okay, let me go get back to, you know, maybe some bad habits or, you know, drama, politics, whatever it was maybe stressing you out, or in this case, me. So that's like something I just wanted to share those thoughts because I think it's important. I think it's important to acknowledge when you still got to put the work in, baby. You still got to make sure you're following up on the good energy, because I did cultivate some super delicious energy while I was gone. So I'm just trying to remind myself. Ooh, I kind of like that the road's frumpy now. I kind of like this, dude. I kind of like the frumpy road. It looks more realistic. Yo, appreciate you, dad, baby. But for real, the video with the crying baby on the bus made me laugh harder than I have in a long time. You guys like that? You guys like that, dude? Yeah, dude. That you thought that was pretty funny, right? I was waiting for Hylian to like something asymmetrical. You know me, Random. You've been here, man. You know what I like when it comes to decorations, man. Yeah. I was in the sauce of symmetry, but this feels good. Boom, 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 boom. I missed the video. Here, I can pull it up for y'all because it's worth it. I can pull it up for y'all here real quick. Give me just a second because it's buried in general chat because our Discord's been popping off the past week. Just one more time, thank you to everyone who calls the Discord home. It's not expected. my Twitch is my main home as a creator. All right. But the truth is like, it was really, really nice to tune into the Discord and to see it lively and vibrant multiple times in a row. Everyone chatting and connecting with each other. And, you know, as a creator, that is so comforting and just so cool to see everyone using the space that I've created and taking advantage of it. So I just wanted to, I said that earlier today. I just want to say thank you again. If you're not in the Discord, this is not me pressuring you to join the Discord. That's okay. Twitch is my main base, and I will always focus Twitch for those of you that don't want to do Discord, that don't want to do socials. But that doesn't mean that I don't appreciate the energy that was in that Discord for the past week. It was so nice jumping in and just seeing everyone. Hey, what's up? How you doing? The chats, the conversations. It was just so much fun, man. So I just want to say thank you, because that really made me feel so good while I was on vacation. You know, it made me feel like everything was chill. Oh, nice. I could take another day kind of vibe, right? Not that I did, but you know, that was the energy in the room. So let me give some context to this really quick. Oh, I downloaded it to my computer already. What am I doing? So let me give you some context on this really quick. Now, the context here, first off, there was on the Monday show before I went on my trip, I talked about how, I made some jokes about kids on a bus and being kind of loud, and it turned into a pretty funny moment in the community. For those that missed it, it was just like a real silly moment on stream where I was being a little comedic with the idea of like crying kids on the bus and just how it can be kind of obnoxious, specifically on night trips. Because during night trips, people are trying to sleep, and like kids, you can't really control them half the time. So we made some jokes. We were laughing our butts off, right? And we were doing our thing, you know. And I had a very ironic moment, because during that Monday show, I expressed, mostly jokingly, but there was some truth there, because there's always some truth behind those types of jokes, that the worst thing ever is being on the bus with like a bunch of screaming kids. And I expressed kind of how, it would be unfortunate if that happened again. Well, come Friday, I ended the show and I started my vacation, and I get on the bus, and what is the first thing that I interact with? I'm talking literally, we're just leaving the station. Yep. What do you do? What do you do about it? What do you do, right? You just shrug it off, Yep, just irony, literally incarnate. The idea of just, you brought this onto yourself. You do realize that, right, mister? Yeah. The cool part is that kid fell asleep 10 minutes after that video was recorded. Snoozed like a little babe, like a little budum the whole way. Wasn't even a problem. It's just fine. Snoozed the whole way. If they got off on the next stop, everything was chill. There was also a kid on the way home, and the kid on the way home was not bad at all. The mom actually was kind of the problem. because at one point the kid kind of got loud and they were way at the back of the bus, so I could barely hear him. I had good headphones. But the mom like starts at one point at like, we're all trying to sleep. It's like midnight. And the mom starts getting loud, like to stop the kid from being loud, she got loud. Like she did the mom thing, which is whatever, you know, in your house, you do whatever you want. You get loud, hey, shut up, kid, but like loudly. No, she like was like screaming at her kid, but like scream's a harsh word. She was just talking loudly enough for the whole bus to hear to her kid to get the kid to be quiet. And I looked over to this lady from Cleveland and we're laughing because I'm like, do you not see the problem with this lady? Like, you're mad at your kid for being loud. He wasn't crying. He was just being a little loud rat. And you're getting louder than him about him being loud. Do you not? That doesn't. Anyways, I'm not a parent. I don't really have. I can't give advice. I don't know. Maybe that is how that works. I just like, we were just like laughing about it because we're like, you're kind of not. You're upset with your kid for being loud on the bus, and you just got louder than him on the bus, and it's like, oh. Like it's just like, oh, okay, all right. This makes a lot of sense. Sometimes you gotta yell up, you gotta out yell them. Yeah. It was just like weird. It was just like a strange interaction that I found to be very funny. I was just like, oh, you know. But again, you know, that little Budum fell asleep a couple minutes after that. Everything was, you know, little Budums. You put them in a car, dude, they're out. That was me as a kid. Anybody else? Passenger, I'm snoozing. I'm either playing Game Boy or snoozing. That's just drive me around, man. I'm still a sleepy passenger as well. Same. Yep. I'm still a sleepy passenger. I could sleep in a car for any length, any amount of time. I did play my Switch on the ride. I've been playing Into the Breach. My game of choice over my break is a game called Into the Breach. Here, I'll pull it up because we talked about it all stream, but I never pulled it up for those that don't know it. So Into the Breach is a game by a company named Subset Games, and they made the game called Faster Than Light. If you've never heard of it, it's called FTL, Faster Than Light. Well, they came out with a second game in which I call it Space Chess. You play mechs, and then there's these big bugs, and you basically play chess. Like if you literally look at the board, it's actually a literal chessboard. Like in the game, there's there's numbers on this side and there's letters on the other side, and you can call like D3. I'm moving my thing to D4, whatever, right? So it's like a strategy game, and I love these types of games. The game's really difficult. If you played Faster Than Light, you know. And it's honestly phenomenal. I've been playing this game for 5+ years of my life, and it was nice because I dove into it. Like I'm talking, this was basically the only game I played the whole time. I played some Astrobot and I played some Mario Kart World and a little bit of this golfing game, Golf with Friends or whatever, the new one that just came out, Hot Shots Golf. So like I had a blast. I had a couple really good runs. It's a roguelite. So I had a couple really good runs, and it was so nice sitting down and just sinking my teeth into this game because it had been a while and I hadn't really found an excuse to play for more than like an hour a month here and there. And I sat down and played the game for like 5-6 hours straight. It was so nice. Yeah, Into the Breach, one of my favorite games. Yeah, here's our road build. What was I about to do? Wait. There are lines that are connected. That's what I was about to do. Yeah. Are there some lines connected down here? Yeah. That's what I'm like, there was something that somebody wanted me to do. Yeah. There it is. Just a triangle of leaves. I'm gonna leave that there. I'm gonna leave it. You inspired me to do some decorating. Into the Breach always sounds like another Zelda game to me. All right, chat. Leave it there. I'm gonna get out of here. I think 6 hours is a good cap here for me. Like I said, I do want to get some groceries, so I actually have coffee tomorrow. And then otherwise, I'm gonna just try to be alive. I'm gonna try to be awake so that I can go to sleep at normal. My goal is to not mess up my sleep schedule, so I gotta stay up for another 6 hours. If I can go to bed around 8 p.m., I can get up on time and we can be here tomorrow. Do they have a Safeway near you? No, I don't know what a Safeway is. Ooh, I've never heard of that. Yeah, thanks everyone coming out. I know some of y'all just got here. I even said it this morning. Go back and watch the VOD, and there's a shout out waiting for you if you just tuned in. Straight up, we shouted out the VOD frogs. I expected to only be here for about 4 hours. We shouted out the VOD frogs this morning, and we're like, hey, this is gonna be a shorter broadcast. I encourage you to go back. I talked about my whole trip in the morning. There was even waterworks. Yeah, I even started crying when I was describing the Stardew Valley Symphony. Grown man tears. So if you're looking for something to watch this afternoon, go back and enjoy the show. It's totally worth it to go back if you want to hear about my trip and stuff. If you missed some of that stuff here this morning, all right? If you're just tuning in, it's just a lot of conversation and decorating. All right, that's what I wanted to come back and do, something nice and chill. And I think we chose pretty well here. But yeah, thank you so much, everybody. Let's go ahead and get the wrap-up music. We won't raid. We're just going to fade out here. Let's go ahead and get the wrap-up music going, and we can call it here. I just want to take a moment. First off, Gers, thank you for 18 months. And is that 12 in advance? Are you picking up that sale, baby? I think so. Thank you, Gers. Thank you so much. I do want to just take a minute here to take a breather and say thank you, everyone, for coming out. It was an explosive return, and I really appreciate it. Of course, the support goes a super long way. But I think we all know and understand that at this point, that's far from the thing that fully dictates what we do here. Viewership, tuning in, that's the kind of support that is valued and appreciated right alongside those monetary supporters as well. So, it goes without saying thank you to all of you that could throw some subs and stuff my way. But just thank you for tuning in. Thanks for thinking of me this morning and coming and hanging out for some Friday Animal Crossing and shenanigans and some music. And honestly, it was a really fun show today. So again, go back and hang out, man, and chill. Yeah, thank you so much, Gers, for saying that. Yeah, we're gonna give ourselves some grace. We're doing a soft re-entry to the show. Soft re-entry to the show here today. So we'll be back locking in. I have a lot of plans, and I want to do my best to pursue them all. You all deserve it. You all deserve it. You all deserve all the support and all the content and me bringing the best I can bring to the table. So we're going to take it easy this weekend. I don't know how long we'll be here tomorrow and Sunday, but it'll be, similar to this vibe. And then as we hit into Monday, we're going to be locking in for a fresh week, fresh month, fresh opportunities, Monday morning show. Plenty of games on the horizon. I know Grand Bazaar enthusiasts are still out there. We'll be playing more of that. We'll be doing decorating. Animal Crossing's back for Monday for decoration. I think we're going to slide some Luigi's Mansion in next week. I don't want to wait. I think I want to play it this week. So I'll see if I want to set it up. I got some fun stuff planned, though. We'll see what's going on here. A lot of options and a lot of time to get through all the fun stuff. Enjoy those new Halloween emotes. If you're a subscriber, you got access to all 5. If you're a follower, you got access to 2 of them here on my channel specifically. I hope y'all enjoy them. One more time, shout out to Mills Art Nook. They killed it. And they even made a point to have them ready for my return, which I know that's a lot of hard work. They might even have pushed aside some other projects for me. I'm not sure, but I know it's a lot of hard work. So thank you for pushing those out. You didn't have to do that. That was super kind of you to have them ready for the return here today. And we'll be getting some Halloween BTTV emotes in. We haven't done that yet. So looking over at the mod team, if you feel like taking on the charge and converting our BTTV emotes for the season, you're welcome to do that. And if not, we'll figure it out. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much, man. Seriously, beautiful show today. I'm elated right now. I'm elated. I'm just super overwhelmed in the best possible way. It was so nice to come back. I always need a stream to kind of remember how to stream again. And it was so natural today. I honestly could just keep going. I'm just being kind to myself. I know that my voice would appreciate it, and I know I could use some rest and maybe some food. I am a little hungry. So thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. I love y'all and appreciate y'all. Honored to be a part of your daily routines, and I'm certainly honored to have you as a part of mine. But until next time, this is Highly in Descent, signing off. Peace. Wrap it up, and on to the next episode. Peace. All right, that's a wrap. We're out of here. We're doing the fade. Thank you so much, everyone. The pleasure has been all mine. I'll see y'all tomorrow morning, and if not, I'll see you Monday. But until next time, hit them cat jams, baby. And peace. Peace.